Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request people on the sideways, especially onto my left and also onto my right, especially at the entry and exit ways, to kindly not crowd that area, and please take your respective seats. May I request people onto my left and onto my right, especially at the entry and exit doorways, to kindly not crowd it and take your respective seats. People at the back also, may I kindly request you to please take your respective seats. We will be beginning the inaugural session very shortly, and it's very important that we maintain silence and settle down as quickly as possible in our respective seats. Once again, a gentle reminder to all of you to kindly switch off your mobile phones or put it on the silent mode during the entire proceedings of the inaugural session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now just minutes away from the arrival of the Honorable Vice President of India onto the dais for the inaugural session of the 30th edition of the CII Partnership Summit 2025. So once again, I humbly request everyone, those who are not yet seated, to kindly be seated and take your respective seats. Especially people onto my left and onto my right, I can see many people at the entry and exit doorways. I'll request them to kindly not crowd the entry and exit doorways and take your respective seats and settle down as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Let's look at our
May I request our esteemed dignitaries on the stage to kindly take the respective seats. May I request all to kindly settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the national anthem now. May I please request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Namaskar and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you all to kindly join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our Honorable Vice President of India, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji. Also like to extend a very warm welcome to Shri Syed Abdul Nazir, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh. Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and also the Chairman of the 30th CII Partnership Summit. Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and also the co-chair of the 30th CII Partnership Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries and esteemed guests on the dais, and also to all our dignitaries of the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the 30th edition of the CII Partnership Summit with the theme Technology, Trust and Trade, Navigating the New Geo-Economic Order, which is being brought to you by CII in association with the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Government of India, and the Government of Andhra Pradesh, the Sunrise State of India. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of CII, and I request him to kindly make his welcome remarks. Over to you.
The Most Honorable Vice President of India, His Excellency Mr. C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, the Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Syed Abdul Nazir ji, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu Garu ji, the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry of the Government of India, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. We have many of our senior ministers present here from, of course, the Union Government, the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Mr. Chandrababu Rammohan Naidu, and of course, ministers from the Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Nara Lokesh Garu, we have also some of our ministers of states from the Government of India, Dr. P.C. Chandrasekhar, the Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development and Communication, the Minister of State, Mr. B. Raju Srinivasa Verma, the Honorable Minister for State for Steel and Heavy Industries of the Government of India, and of course, Mr. N. Manohar, the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation, Food and Consumer Affairs of the Government of Andhra Pradesh, and Mr. T.G. Bhagrat, the Honorable Minister of Industries, Commerce and Food Processing of the Government of Andhra Pradesh. Excellencies, ambassadors, ministers from various countries that we have over here, 30 odd ministers we have from different parts of the world, a phenomenal participation from over 700 people who have from the business and from officials from across the world into this summit. And we are so delighted that we are being able to have this in Andhra Pradesh, and it's of great privilege and pride to us that the Honorable Vice President of India chose to be the chief guest at this summit today here with us. Honorable Vice President, you make this to be such an important occasion because today is the 30th Partnership Summit, and this milestone edition, your presence gives us energy, your presence gives us a lot of boost to the number of people who have come from both India as outside. Sir, we are indeed grateful that you could take out time and come to Andhra Pradesh for this particular summit, the Partnership Summit. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'd now like to turn, of course, to the Andhra Pradesh, the Governor, sir. Most warm welcome to you and for being here with us. And I must say that this summit, the shape of this summit, the interest that one has taken, that for which the Partnership Summit is being held for the 7th time in a row, 7th time not in a row, but 7th time out of the 30 years in Andhra Pradesh, is because of you, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. He has been a phenomenal host co-chair of the summit, and the arrangements, the detailing in which he went made it so easy for us to see. And people who have come here were enthralled, Honorable Chief Minister, when they landed into the airport and received that phenomenal special welcome at every point. I now turn to the person who has actually chaired this summit over years, who has shaped the summit over years, who has actually contributed into the content of this summit over the many, many years, and who has also actually seen to it that we get this wonderful presence from the globe and has always been able to engage. The type of one-to-one meetings that the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister would have between today and tomorrow exceeds, I do not know which number, whether to call it 100 or a few hundreds of meetings that he will be having individually, besides addressing many plenaries. Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister of India, Mr. Piyush Goyal ji, thank you for leading us and thank you for making this so very special. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just only want to welcome and say that please participate in all the sessions, contribute with your ideas, and also do let us know what we could do next in terms of both for our country as well as how we connect to the rest of the world. And also, I'd request all our business colleagues who have come from all over the world to kindly participate, besides the sessions, into the more than 1,000 B2B meetings that we have lined up between company to companies in India. This is a great platform. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, let's really celebrate the 30th partnership in the presence of our policymakers and our businesses in a manner that befits. Thank you very much and a warm welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, for your extremely warm welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now present a short film on Andhra Pradesh, its journey towards industrial growth. Can we play the film, please?
In Andhra Pradesh, tomorrow takes shape. Here, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. This is Andhra Pradesh, shaping the future. Where every sunrise sparks a new idea. Where tradition meets transformation. Where imagination becomes infrastructure. From water, we build resilience. From energy, we build hope. This is where impossibility turns into invention. Where quantum dreams power real worlds. The future is engineered here. From AP to AI, we power intelligence with intent. Where data learns and dreams accelerate. Where innovation becomes identity. From textile looms to turbines, from food to future tech. we make in Andhra Pradesh. Today, we build for tomorrow in electronics, aerospace, and space. The world's factories of the future are taking shape here. Our ports, rails, and roads drive growth. But the new Andhra Pradesh builds beyond connections. It builds convergence. Efficiency is our new infrastructure. At the heart of Andhra Pradesh rises a city of the future, Amravati, rooted in heritage, designed for tomorrow. A capital shaped by ideas, not just buildings. Governance in Andhra Pradesh runs at the speed of trust, where decisions are digital, delivery is real. Swarna Andhra 2047, a promise powered by people and led with vision. Andhra Pradesh, shaping the future.
An inspiring story of the phenomenal growth of the state of Andhra Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have our industry leaders sharing their perspectives with us today. May I firstly invite Mr. Rajiv Mimami, President CII, and request him to kindly make his remarks.
A very good morning and warm welcome. The Honorable Governor, Shri P. Radhakrishnan, the Honorable Vice President, Shri C. P. Radhakrishnan, our Honorable Governor, Shri Syed Abdul Nazir, the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, and our Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Chandrababu Naidu, and my very warm welcome to all the dignitaries who are present. India continues to be the fastest growing large economy in the world, and also more importantly, by all parameters, one of the most resilient. More than ever today, we are seeing a tremendous sense of an urgency in driving structural reforms led by the Government of India under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister. And these are for, whether it's for enhancing ease of doing business, for bringing in efficiencies in factors of production, opening up new sectors, and they are all enhancing attractiveness and competitiveness of the Indian industry. As we saw from the video, it's not just the traditional manufacturing and infrastructure sectors, but there is an emergence of new sectors which we had never seen before. Both the central and state governments have been promoting these sectors, bringing in new incentives, bringing in new policies, and facilitating implementation. To share a few examples, cell phone exports, which didn't happen earlier, till about 3-4 years back, 5 years back, last month was almost $2.5 billion a month. Investments of US $20 billion in semiconductor fabrication have been approved. In defense, new military aircraft assembly lines have been established. And similarly, massive investments are happening in the space of energy transition right across the value chain, and including the downstream impact. And states like Andhra Pradesh are leading the charge. Services has always been the strength of India, and we continue to grow at a fast clip. Today, India has almost 2 new global capability centers that are opened by global majors every week. And this demonstrates the trust that they have in India, the trust that they have in Indian people, and the trust they have in Indian technology. India's AI story is marked by rapid adoption fueled by its young, tech-savvy population. Both government and industry are working actively and closely together, including developing use cases and local models that are tailored for Indian languages and using local content. Digital infrastructure is also being built to support the adoption, including one of the most significant ones that was recently announced in Andhra Pradesh, creating one of the largest data centers and, more importantly, green. The economic-wide momentum across sectors and in technology reflects the steadfast focus on reforms by both center and states. And there's a great example of cooperative federalism that we are seeing here, witnessing here and right across the country. And I must say states like Andhra Pradesh are leading the pack with the clear vision of the Chief Minister very clearly outlined for the next 2 decades, the investment-friendly policies, flawless execution, single window clearance, and development of infrastructure like industrial corridors and promotion of the high growth sectors. I will conclude by saying that by building bridges of technology, trust and trade, we can create a world where progress is shared and partnerships endure. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Memani, for your warm remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Mr. Karan Adani, Managing Director of Adani Ports and SEZ Limited, and I request him to kindly give his remarks.
Good morning. Honorable Vice President of India, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, other dignitaries and excellencies on the dais, industry leaders, friends. It is always a joy to return to Visakhapatnam, the city of destiny, where the waters of the sea meets the ocean of ambition, and every wave seems to declare destiny is made here. Because destiny is not something we inherit, it is something we create. And in Andhra Pradesh, I feel this creative energy everywhere. In its people, in its governance, and in its relentless pursuit of excellence. Distinguished guests, Andhra Pradesh is blessed. It is the eastern gateway of India to the world. But geography alone does not create history. Vision does. And speaking of vision, we are in the presence of the visionary who rewrote the playbook of modern industrial India, Shri Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Sir, you're not just a chief minister, you are an institution. 3 decades ago, when many saw uncertainty, you saw opportunity and transformed Hyderabad into a global symbol of Indian intellect and innovation. And today, as you take the forward vision of Swarna Andhra 2047, you are once again reminding us that governance can be visionary, administration can be entrepreneurial, and government heads can think like a startup founder, always building, always innovating, and always believing. You, sir, are the original CEO of Andhra Pradesh, and under your captaincy, this state is ready once again for takeoff. I must also acknowledge another driving force behind this momentum, Shri Nara Lokesh Garu. Lokesh Garu, you represent a new generation of leadership, agile, data-driven, and deeply humane. Your mantra of speed of doing business is not just a slogan, it is a lived experience for investors like us. You speak the language of youth, the logic of technology, and the matrix of boardroom, all with equal fluency. Your commitment to skilling, digital infrastructure, and new age industries is turning Andhra Pradesh into India's fastest moving startup state. Distinguished guests, the Adani Group's belief in Andhra Pradesh is not new. We do not just talk about investment, we demonstrate it. So far, we have already invested over 40,000 crores across ports, logistics, cement, infra, and renewable energy. And we are not stopping there. Over the next 10 years, we plan to invest an additional 1 lakh crores across ports, data center, cement, and energy business. The flagship of our commitment is the Vizag Tech Park. This is not just another tech park, it is the foundation of India's digital sovereignty. We are building one of the world's largest hyperscale data center ecosystem in partnership with Google and powered by complete green energy. This is a combined $15 billion vision that perfectly aligns with your twin goals of sustainable and high-tech growth. But what truly humbles us is not the scale of the capital, it is the scale of impact. Our operations here have already generated over 1 lakh direct and indirect jobs. And far more is to come. That means families supported, skills are developed, and futures built right here in this great state. So as I close, Shri Naidu Garu, Shri Lokesh Garu, we will match your speed, we will match your scale, but above all, we will match your spirit. On behalf of my father, Shri Gautam Adani, and the Adani Group, we are privileged to be part of this journey. We not only look forward to growing with you, but commit to becoming the largest investor in Andhra Pradesh's bright future. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Karan Adani, for your warm remarks. May I please request our esteemed speakers to kindly keep their remarks extremely brief due to paucity of time. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Mr. G.M. Rao, Group Chairman of GMR Group, and request him to kindly give his remarks.
Good morning. Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Radhakrishna Garu, Excellency, Other Excellency and other dignitaries on the dais, other friends and colleagues in this, Namaste Andi. It is a privilege to address this partnership summit in this vibrant city of Vizag, a city that stands today as a symbol of India's new geo-economic confidence. Firstly, I want to place on record my heartfelt appreciation to Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Garu, a visionary leader who has consistently redefined what is possible for Andhra Pradesh. His big thinking, his global outlook, and unmatched execution capability have transformed regions into centers of opportunity. Sir, Honorable Vice President Garu, just want to give you attention. I recall a previous era of transformation when the Honorable Chandrababu Naidu Garu vision of a dare to image new future for combined state. He championed India's first greenfield airport in Hyderabad. We as a GMR Group has the privilege of building that vision. How much time Chandrababu Naidu Garu has taken with the fashion, he is a completely for aviation, he is the main founder. A lot of time is spent on that because time is very short, I don't want to mention, sir. That project was more than an airport, it was an economic catalyst. It became the gateway that attracted global giants and GCCs, transforming Hyderabad into a global IT hub. That vision did not just build an airport, it built an economic ecosystem. My dear friends, history is not just repeating itself, it is accelerating. Under Honorable CM Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Sri Lokesh Garu, Vizag is set to become an economic capital of the East. We at GMR Group are honored to build the Bhogapuram International Airport, the new gateway of Eastern India to the world. Further, in line with the vision of the Honorable CM Chandrababu Naidu Garu, we are also developing an integrated aerospace ecosystem in 500 acres of land. This park will attract a global aerospace and defense manufacturers and house the world's largest MRO and create a complete aerospace ecosystem and also OEMs, R&D, training and suppliers. Right here in Andhra Pradesh, in Bhogapuram Airport itself. This shall lead to unlock a vast pool of job opportunities, empowering the region's youth and driving economic growth. Friends, today the world is being reshaped by technology, resilience and regional cooperation. In this new order, India, under our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi Garu, is leading with confidence. His vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 inspires all of us to build globally competitive and sustainable ecosystem. Andhra Pradesh, with the Honorable CM Chandrababu Naidu Garu leadership is fully aligned with this national mission. My sincere appreciation also to Honorable Minister Lokesh Garu, a dynamic, forward-looking leader committed to technology, industry and youth empowerment. His clarity, digital focus and commitment to building a knowledge-driven state are preparing Andhra Pradesh for a world-class future. The recent $15 billion Google investment to establish the world's largest data center in Vizag is a historic milestone. It is a big game changer. It signals a global confidence in Andhra Pradesh governance and future. Together with the airport and aerospace ecosystem, it will transform this region into a digital and industrial powerhouse. At GMR, we match vision with execution to honor the pace set by the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Chief Minister. We are committed to complete the Bhogapuram Airport well ahead of the schedule, sir. 6 months ahead, June 26 will be ready, sir. That is our pledge to visit Andhra Pradesh and visit Bharat. I also commend and to thank you, Honorable Minister Sri Rammohan Naidu Garu, for his exceptional oversight, providing guidance and closely reviewing the progress of the Bhogapuram Airport project on nearly monthly basis, sir. Driving momentum and ensuring its completion ahead of schedule. Sir, Bhogapuram Airport is a transforming catalyst, attracting global investments and positioning Visakhapatnam as an East Coast economic hub with the potential to mirror Bombay's financial success. Piyush Goyal ji, we are not competing, we are collaborating with Bombay. Lastly, my dear friends, I would like to re-emphasize that what Hyderabad was 20 years ago, Vizag will be tomorrow. A city of opportunity, innovation, global connection. With the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, guidance of Sri Piyush Goyal Garu, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, and the vision of our Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister Sri Pawan Kalyan Garu, and Sri Nara Lokesh Garu, we will transform Visakhapatnam into India's gateway to the world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. G.M. Rao, for your warm remarks. May I now invite Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, Chairman and Managing Director of Bajaj Finserv Limited, requesting him to kindly make his remarks.
Honorable Vice President of India, Excellencies on the dais and off the dais, very good morning. Andhra Pradesh is not just a state. It is a strategic growth engine for India. With a nearly 1,000-kilometer coastline, robust infrastructure and proactive governance, it has emerged as a gateway for trade, for technology and digital and tech innovation. But for any developing economy, you also need a financial services system that keeps track with it. A system that is robust, that is inclusive, and that is modern. And that is where we at Bajaj Finserv come in with our presence across loans, across insurance, across investments. We look forward to enabling every Andhraite in their own journey. In this year, we hope to cover over 30 lakh Andhraites, individuals, small businesses through a variety of loans and insurance policies, disbursing over 15,000 crore just in this year alone, only in Andhra Pradesh. But as Bajaj, we also believe that as we get so must we give. And for that, we have invested significantly in skilling our youth. Because we believe as we enable the youth of today, they are the ones who will realize our collective dreams of tomorrow. And Honorable Chief Minister, sir, last year when we met, I told you that we would like to set up a skilling center in Amravati. And I'm happy to say that in the last year, along with CII, the Rahul Bajaj Center of Excellence in Skilling, we have set up skilling and career counseling centers, not only in Amravati, but in Vijayawada, in Visakhapatnam, in Tirupati, in Sri City, and we will additionally do that in Rajamundry and a few other places in Andhra. We remain committed to working with you and your team so that collectively we can enable our youth, our small businesses to achieve their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj. May I now invite Ms. Shobhana Kamineni, Promoter Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited and Executive Chairperson of the Apollo Health Co. Limited, to kindly give her brief remarks.
Good morning and namaskaram to the Honorable Vice President of India, Radhakrishna Garu, Chief Minister, Union Ministers, dignitaries on the dais, excellencies, and everyone gathered here today. It's a privilege for me to be here today to talk about a subject very close to my heart, Andhra Pradesh, where I hail from, and Apollo Hospitals and our vision for the future. Andhra has always been a land of opportunity. Strategic location, robust infrastructure, progressive policies. This is a state on the move, and nowhere can you see vision and execution bundled together with such energy as our Chief Minister and his dynamic team. Today, Andhra Pradesh is not just competing, it's leading. From renewable energy, IT, manufacturing, healthcare, this state is attracting marquee investments and creating millions of jobs. It's a testament to its vision and agility. Healthcare in particular is a sector where Andhra Pradesh has made remarkable strides. The state's focus on improving healthcare indicators, expanding medical education, leveraging technology for rural outreach is commendable. Initiatives, sir, like the Dr. NTR Vaidya Seva and the telemedicine programs have brought quality care closer to communities. And as we look ahead, the demand for advanced healthcare, infrastructure, specialized services is only going to grow. And this is where Apollo steps in. For over 4 decades, Apollo Hospital has been synonymous with world-class healthcare. Our mission has always been to make cutting-edge treatment accessible for every Indian. In this state, we're not just building hospitals, we're building a healthcare ecosystem. We have strengthened our presence in cities like Vizag, of course, Tirupati, Vijayawada, Chittoor, where we have hospitals, but we also have digital platforms. We're in districts, we're in villages of Andhra Pradesh. And this is a state where we have almost 21,000 people working in the Apollo family for this state. And these are all great jobs that are being created. Last night, and our telemedicine foundation during COVID and since the time that Chandrababu Naidu Garu started it, we've done over 20 million teleconsultations, and this will scale further and connect more people. We're also investing in next-gen healthcare solutions. This year, Apollo partnered with the University of Leicester to establish a Center for Digital Health Precision Medicine at Apollo University in Chittoor. And I must tell you again, our Chief Minister has actually pioneered the model of having more medical colleges We were the first people that he offered the government medical infrastructure, the hospital, which we took over and built a medical college. This is really the vision for us when we say that India needs to create more jobs. And our Chief Minister's vision, last night he said, I want 250 million Indians to go abroad, not just the people that are there already, but we have to train this workforce. And these are the places. Healthcare provides great jobs, and Apollo hospitals will double down, sir. At least 10% of your vision, I think, will be trained from our state by us to be able to send to the world and for India. So our vision aligns so perfectly with Andhra Pradesh's ambition to become a $1 trillion investment destination. Together, we'll also create a healthcare model that's inclusive, technology-driven, future-ready, and a model that not just serves the people of this state, but the people of India and the people of the world. And we're committed to partnering with Andhra Pradesh. Sir, 4 years ago, I actually cycled 400 kilometers in this state when I was going from Hyderabad to Chennai. And I can't tell you, it's about the energy, the happiness of people that we continue to see. Every time we come back, my hometown in Chittoor, or wherever that we come, Vizag, all the places in Andhra, it's about when you have a happy state, when you have a hopeful state. And I think this is the place where really this vision and execution come together. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shobna Kamineni. May I now invite Dr. Suchitra Kela, Vice President of CII, and request her to kindly give her brief remarks.
His Excellency, Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Radhakrishnan Avargal, Namaskaram. Excellencies on the dais, Honorable Chief Minister, and Excellencies of the dais and the dignitaries assembled here today. Namaskarams to all of you. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this inaugural session of the 30th edition of the CII Partnership Summit being held here in Vizag. This milestone marks 3 decades of collaboration, innovation, and shared vision. And today we stand here at the threshold of this golden opportunity. As we gather here today, we do at a time when global trade and cooperation landscape is undergoing profound changes. Geopolitical shifts, raising tariff barriers, and protectionist tendencies are reshaping the contours of international commerce and trade. In this evolving environment, the resilience of industry becomes not just a measure of economic growth, but a reflection of the national capabilities and aspirations that we all have for us to achieve at 2047. India is responding to these global challenges with confidence and clarity. Our path forward is anchored in self-sustaining growth driven by 2 powerful pillars. India's target in achieving the 500 gigawatt of installed renewable energy capacities by 2030 is processing rapidly, and the 209 gigawatt already achieved as of January 2025. Together, manufacturing, energy form the backbone of India's self-sustaining growth story. Manufacturing strengthens the domestic capabilities and the global competitiveness, while clean energy ensures that progress remains inclusive and sustainable. Let us remember that Atmanirbharta, or self-reliance, is not about isolation. It is about partnership, innovation, shared growth, that India stands ready to work with the world to co-create solutions and strengthen value chains and build a resilient global future where the prosperity is shared and sustainable. India has demonstrated this extremely well during the pandemic. Honorable Excellencies, that I would want to recall here that India placed the COVID pandemic vaccine on the global map, not only for herself, but also ensured that it was distributed to 100 other countries that required it during a crisis. And that seeds were laid by none other than the Honorable Chief Minister going back to 1996 when Genome Valley was created in the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh at Hyderabad. As we embark on the next 2 days of this dialogue, deliberation and discovery, I invite all of you to engage deeply and share openly to collaborate meaningfully. The CII Partnership Summit is not just a platform, it's a promise to build bridges, unlock potential, and also to shape a future that is resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. Honorable Chief Minister and Excellencies on the dais, I would like to reiterate that the Bharat Biotech Foundation is working closely with the Confederation of Indian Industry for transforming education into skill building and scaling it up to livelihoods in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Namaskarams, Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suchitra Kela, for your warm remarks. May I now invite Mr. Amit Kalyani, Vice Chairman and Joint Managing Director at Bharat Forge Limited, to kindly give his remarks.
His Excellency, the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Radhakrishnan Ji, Excellencies on the dais and present here, good morning. It's a privilege to be here with you in this beautiful city of Visakhapatnam for this CII Partnership Summit. Our company, Bharat Forge, has been invested in the state of Andhra Pradesh since the Honorable CM's first term in 2018 when we set up a plant near Nellore. And we are now, with the experience in hindsight and the positive experience we have had, are increasing our investments in the state in multiple new areas that we are present in, including defense, in the shipbuilding supply chain, and industrial areas. Additionally, with the tremendous potential that the people have here, we are involved in digital AI and upskilling of the workforce as key strategic areas to enable the industrialization vision of the Honorable CM. We are also an active partner in the Ratan Tata Innovation Hub, Anandpur node, enabling AI and Industry 5.0 upskilling in the surrounding areas. Additionally, in the bilateral discussions with the Honorable CM over the last 2 days, we have identified a few other sunrise areas where there is tremendous potential for investment and investment-led employment in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh is going to also drive certain or anchor certain key industrial sectors which are going to be driving the manufacturing demand in India, such as shipbuilding. The whole city of Visakhapatnam and this area has a tremendous ecosystem and deep knowledge base in the area of shipbuilding, thanks to the Advanced Shipbuilding Center and the talent that exists around it. So this is a key enabler to create a large new shipbuilding complex, which I think will be a growth driver for the Indian industry. Our experience in the last 7-8 years and the roadmap laid out by the Honorable CM and the government of Andhra Pradesh embolden us in making new investments because it's a well thought out plan which takes care of all aspects of future demand, right from data to manpower to skill, energy. And I think this could be a great new growth node for all Indian industry and industries from across the world. So congratulations to the state and CII for organizing this wonderful event and to enable partners from India and outside to see the opportunity of our country and the state and to create a new growth avenue from here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Amit Kalyani. May I now invite Mr. Sudarshan Venu, Chairman and Managing Director of TVS Motor Company, requesting him to kindly give his remarks.
His Excellency Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan Ji, Honorable Vice President of India, distinguished guests on and off the stage. It's really a special moment for all of us to gather in Andhra, as under the vision of the Chief Minister, Andhra's growth is turbocharged with the vision of Swarna Andhra 2047. This is set in a context of an India that is the most exciting economy to be in anywhere in the world. Under the transformative leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi Ji, India is poised to become the world's third largest economy in 2028. We are well on our way to realizing the ambitious vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, powered by manufacturing, services, and access to many new markets under the many free trade deals that have been done under the guidance of our Honorable Commerce Minister. In this vision, Andhra has a very special place to play. The visionary Chief Minister has conceived a concept of Swarna Andhra Pradesh 2047 with an aim to transform the state into a $2.4 trillion economy with a per capita GDP of over $42,000. This would mean a remarkable double-digit growth every year from now onwards, creating huge opportunities for all of us. We all were inspired by the progressive thoughts of Sri Nara Lokesh Garu in his recent YouTube interview, where with an aim of attracting over $1 trillion in investments over the next 5 years and developing crucial infrastructure in multimodal logistics, industrial parks, and power generation facilities. The vision targets all sectors of the economy: manufacturing, aquaculture, clean energy, and the social development as well. With its strategic location, Andhra is one of the most attractive investment destinations in India today, supported by a dynamic vision and strong governance. Residing and coming from Singapore, Singapore companies have always had tremendous opportunity to partner with and partake in the vision of our Honorable Chief Minister. And I'm sure that this will happen in the coming years as well, as India and Singapore further strengthen their partnership. On behalf of the TVS Group, we are really excited for the development of Andhra in all aspects: industry, the social side, and the vision of the Chief Minister, and we look forward to having an opportunity to play a part in its growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sudarshan Venu. May I now invite Mr. Yusuf Ali, Chairman and Managing Director of Lulu Group International, and request him to kindly give his remarks.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent, Honorable Vice President, dignitaries, including my very dear Chief Minister, and Piyush Goyal ji, and Lokesh, and other ministers, friends, dignitaries from all over the world. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to attend this great event. I am greatly honored to be here. A dream of the people of Visakhapatnam. Honorable Chief Minister, a dream of the people of Visakhapatnam and people from surrounding places of Visakhapatnam. A dream of government and the people of Andhra Pradesh. A dream of Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Also my personal and our group's dream is going to shape. I want to go back little to tell a story. It was former Honorable Vice President Sri Venkaiah Naidu Garu who introduced me to Honorable Chief Minister Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu. After that I met Honorable CM in Davos at World Economic Forum. During one of our business discussions, I promised Honorable CM that we will construct India's biggest beautiful shopping mall in Visakhapatnam, not only for the people of Visakhapatnam, but also for people far from Visakhapatnam and nearby states. CM promised to inform after looking for right location for our project. We again met for a discussion after CM identified a location. During that time, CM informed me that he needs to convince himself about our capacity and capability to fulfill our promise. I invited Chief Minister to visit our shopping mall in Cochin, which was the biggest shopping mall in India at that time. Honorable Chief Minister, along with his team, visited Kochi to see our shopping mall, saw the crowd, saw tourists from other states and other countries, saw the amusement area where children play, saw the different types of restaurants and food courts, saw the best food products at affordable price, and was convinced. Honorable Vice President Sri Venkaiah Naidu at that time laid the foundation stone of our project on 24th February 2018 during the Partnership Summit. Due to the reason beyond our control, we could not fulfill our promise, and I do not wish to go into the detail. I also wrote an apology letter to the Vice President Sri Venkaiah Naidu Garu, informing politely our inability to complete our project in his home state, which he laid the foundation stone with his own blessed hands. Ladies and gentlemen, now when Chief Minister came back to power, CM again invited us, and we visited Andhra Pradesh for discussion with CM to reconfirm our support to the state. CM informed us that the same land is lying vacant without any activity for the past many years. We were told to start our project if we are still interested to invest. After much discussion, deliberations, and consensus, we finalized the same place for our project. Today, I am happy to announce that we are starting the project this week. As part of our promise, we will also complete the project within 3 years. Our project, when completed, will provide employment opportunities directly 5,000 people and indirectly 12,000 people. In addition to this, the construction of our state-of-the-art export-oriented food processing plant in Malavalli in Vijayawada is complete, which will be opening in the first week of January. We are the largest retailers in the Middle East. From this plant, our first shipment of mango pulp, guava pulp, and processed spices in our own brand will start first week of January 2026. Already, we are exporting a huge quantity of fruits and vegetables from this state to feed our approximately 300 hypermarkets and shopping malls in GCC and Egypt. Opening of our new food processing plant will help us to increase our exports and to tie up directly with the local farmers, which will further help them to boost their production. As we all know, under the dynamic leadership of Sri Narendra Modi, our Honorable Prime Minister is emerging as the fastest growing economy and one of the most attractive investment destinations in the world. Our country is marching to soon become a $5 trillion economy and third largest economy in the world. The state, Andhra Pradesh, under the leadership of my very dear Honorable Chief Minister Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu, who is working hard as a CEO of the state, playing a significant role in this journey. Our group will also contribute in our own humble ways in this journey. With these words, let me wish this summit all success and thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Yusuf Ali, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the ministerial addresses. May I now invite Mr. T.G. Bharat, Honorable Minister of Industries and Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh, requesting him to kindly address us.
Honorable Vice President of India, Sri C.P. Radhakrishnan Garu, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Abdul Nazir Garu, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Sri Piyush Goyal Garu, Honorable Chief Minister, Sri N. Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister, Sri Nara Lokesh Garu, Honorable Central Ministers, Honorable State Ministers, distinguished ambassadors, international trade ministers and diplomats, captains of industry, and friends from around the world, good morning. It is a privilege to stand here on the opening day of the Partnership Summit, a summit that tells the world one clear message. Andhra Pradesh is back in acceleration mode with clarity, confidence, and commitment. People often ask me, Minister, what's the secret behind Andhra Pradesh speed? I tell them, when you have CBN sir in the driver's seat, even the GPS struggles to keep up. Because under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and with the dynamic support of Honorable Minister Nara Lokesh Garu, decision making in Andhra Pradesh is fast, transparent, and future focused. When CBN sir focuses on growth, progress doesn't walk, it runs. We have seen it before and we have witnessed it again. Faster, smarter, and more inclusive than ever. Today we bring together technology, manufacturing, infrastructure, energy, food, processing, and logistics, all in one ecosystem for opportunity. We are not here to compete for investment. We are here to collaborate for growth. Not to sell land, but to build long-term partnerships. Not to chase headlines, but to create value chains that endure. To every investor present from India or overseas, I say with confidence, if you are ready to invest, Andhra Pradesh is ready to execute. We already have long coastline, 3 industrial corridors, 550 plus industrial parks, the capability and the leadership. What we are looking for is partnership who believe in speed, scale, and sincerity. Together, let us make the summit not just an event, but the starting point of a new industrial decade for Andhra Pradesh. Jai Hind, Jai Andhra Pradesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind address. May I now invite Mr. Nadendra Manohar, Honorable Minister of Civil Supplies, Food and Consumer Affairs, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and request him to kindly address us.
The Honorable Vice President of India, Sri Radhakrishnan Ji, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Syed Abdul Nazir Ji, our Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, the Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Sri Piyush Goyal Garu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Pawan Kalyan Garu, firstly I would like to extend our hearty appreciation and congratulations to our Honorable Chief Minister for his relentless pursuit in creating an ecosystem for industry in Andhra Pradesh. It is his tireless efforts that have made things happen to bring Andhra Pradesh back to its days of glory. To CII and all potential investors, we are here and we stand together to assure you that this partnership shall always be continuous and deeply committed into making things happen for all of you in Andhra Pradesh. This consistency is very much required, as you all noticed, when policies change and governments change. But we all stand here together to reiterate once again that our alliance will be here to support in everything that all of you do. The early entrepreneurs of Andhra Pradesh made significant contributions to the core sectors of our industry in Andhra, and it's now time for all of us to take this momentum further. In the days ahead when we bond together, we request all of you who are here to continue to inspire the youth of our great nation, to ensure that you provide a platform for them to innovate, for them to become the next level generation of entrepreneurs. Andhra Pradesh will always be here to encourage, motivate, and stand committed in ensuring that industry has a pride of place in the map of India. Thank you all for reaching out and coming to Andhra Pradesh, and this partnership summit should definitely leave an excellent mark in the industrial policy of Andhra Pradesh. With best wishes to all of you, and especially to Nara Lokesh garu, for ensuring the speed of doing business is not a slogan, but it is a lot of hard work and relentless effort to make things happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your kind address. May I now invite Mr. Bhupati Raju Srinivasa Verma, Honourable Minister of State for Heavy Industries and Steel, Government of India, requesting him to kindly address us.
Honorable Vice President of India, Sri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Abdul Nazir ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Sri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Ministers from Government of India and AP State Government, industry leaders and distinguished guests, I am honored to address this esteemed gathering at the CII Summit in Visakhapatnam. As we gather here today, we are reminded of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's vision of a Viksit Bharat, a developed India that is driven by innovation, sustainability and inclusive growth. Sri Piyush Goyal ji has been instrumental in steering the industrial policy through visionary reforms and global engagement. India, currently the world's fourth largest economy, is on track to become the third largest economy by 2030. For the past 18 months, central government has sanctioned several projects worth lakhs of crores to the state of Andhra Pradesh, reflecting the centre's commitment to the state's development. Today, Andhra Pradesh is playing a key role in realizing the Prime Minister Modi's vision of Viksit Bharat. Thanks to the proactive policies of Chief Minister Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu ji, Deputy CM Sri Pawan Kalyan ji and Sri Nara Lokesh ji. Under Chandrababu Naidu ji's leadership, Andhra Pradesh has made significant strides in creating a business-friendly ecosystem, driving innovation and promoting sustainable development. The state's focus on the ease of doing business, progressive industrial policies, infrastructure development, and skill enhancement has made it an attractive destination for the investors. Government of India recognizes Andhra Pradesh is a key player in India's growth story. We are committed to working with the state to boost industrial growth and development through a strategy of revival and greenfield expansion. The efforts of Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu ji and Sri Nara Lokesh ji in facilitating the 17.5 million ton per annum integrated steel plant by ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel at Nakapalli are truly commendable. Aiding these efforts, we at the Ministry of Steel have approved a 267 kilometers iron ore slurry pipeline from Chhattisgarh to the steel plant at Nakapalli, which will ensure low emission and cost efficient logistics. The collaboration of a strong central vision and dynamic state leadership has positioned Andhra Pradesh at an unparalleled advantage. I invite all industrial leaders and delegates to explore the immense potential of Andhra Pradesh for sustainable industrial growth. Let us shape the future of Andhra Pradesh and India together. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your kind address. May I now invite Dr. Pemasani Chandrasekhar, Honourable Minister of State, Rural Development and Communications, Government of India, requesting him to kindly address us.
Honorable Vice President of India, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, distinguished leaders from government and industry, global investors and friends from across the world, Namaskaram. Standing on the shores of the Bay of Bengal, I am reminded that the greatest civilizations are built when people believe in their own potential. Today, India stands at that very threshold. Over the past decade, India has rapidly evolved from a consumer to a creator, partner and trusted provider of world-class solutions. India's shift from consumer to creator within a few years didn't happen by chance. It happened by choice. It is the result of deliberate policy intervention, determined execution, and the unleashing of entrepreneurial energy under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. We invested $1.4 trillion in roads, ports, airports, and digital public infrastructure, creating connectivity at unprecedented speed. We launched production-linked incentives in 14 sectors worth $26 billion, transforming manufacturing. We consolidated 29 labor laws into 4 labor codes, transforming our business environment. We abolished retrospective taxation, enabling policy certainty. We created one nation, one tax through GST, establishing a unified market. We enacted the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, bringing predictability to business. These reforms reflect a fundamental shift from license Raj to trust-first approach, from seeing entrepreneurs with suspicion to celebrating them as nation builders. Perhaps the most profound change has been psychological, the mindset metamorphosis. We have moved from a defensive we can't to an assertive why not us. This shift in national consciousness may be our greatest achievement of all. Now when it comes to Andhra Pradesh, our dynamic visionary Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu ji, has built ecosystems that transformed Hyderabad into a IT capital, Cyberabad, Vizag into industrial and fintech city, Anantapur into automobile hub, Tirupati into electricity, electronics and mobile manufacturing hub. He brought future-focused industries like Genome Valley, creating jobs and global confidence. Andhra Pradesh offers what global investors seek, from pharmaceuticals to fintech, from agriculture to aerospace. AP is where India's sectoral strengths concentrate. AP has vast coastlines with 6 major ports, pre-cleared industrial land parcels, abundant renewable energy potential, and most importantly, a government committed to both incentives and speed. The center and Andhra Pradesh work in the same spirit, one vision, one mission, and shared progress. With a team of young, ambitious, and dynamic ministers like Shri Nara Lokesh and T.G. Bharat, Andhra is no longer just investment ready, we are investment hungry. When it comes to my own department, telecommunications, India represents a $25 billion opportunity in component manufacturing alone. My ministry stands ready to fast-track your entry into this space. Friends, when you invest in India, you are not just building factories. You are tapping into the world's largest rising middle class that will reshape global business for generations. Therefore, partner with India, not because it is a safe choice, because it is the right choice. Today, India is not just riding the tide. We are the tide. History will record that the 21st century belonged to Asia, and Asia's century was powered by India's rise. The real and on one question is, will you be the co-author of this story? Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind address. May I please request our speakers to kindly keep their remarks brief due to paucity of time. May I now invite Mr. Kinjarappu Ram Mohan Naidu, Honorable Minister, Civil Aviation, Government of India, requesting him to kindly deliver his address.
His Excellency Honorable Vice President of India C.P. Radhakrishnan Garu, His Excellency Governor of Andhra Pradesh Abdul Nazir Garu, and the visionary and dynamic Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and my senior colleague from the Cabinet Piyush Goyal ji, and all the dignitaries on the dais, and all the distinguished delegates, business leaders, policy makers and friends from across India and the world, Namaskaram and a very good morning. It fills me with immense pride and purpose to welcome you all to Visakhapatnam, which is the jewel of East Coast and the rising capital of opportunity and the beating heart of a new Andhra Pradesh. Today we are not just hosting a summit, but we are igniting a vision of a state reborn with purpose, powered by people and propelled by leadership that believes in building the future, not waiting for it. In fact, coming from this very region of North Andhra, it's a very emotional moment for me. If you look at this situation couple of years back, where Andhra was not having any sense of direction, no sense of purpose, no sense of vision, to be here right now, where Visakhapatnam and Andhra Pradesh have been the talk of not just the nation, but the talk of the world, it fills me with immense pride to be here. And it almost seems like a miracle. And miracle was bound to happen when two of the greatest leaders this country has ever seen have come together. One, the Honorable Prime Minister of the country, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is spearheading India into a great sense of pride and a great sense of nation building and inspiring 140 crore people of the country to build Viksit Bharat by 2047. And one who is amongst us, the inspiring, ever-inspiring leader, not just for political leaders or young leaders, but for businessmen, for people from all across all sectors of life, all walks of life. That is our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Chandrababu Naidu Garu. And under the visionary leadership of Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Andhra Pradesh is reclaiming its rightful place as India's innovation frontier. He is a leader who doesn't just govern for the present, he engineers the future. He has always believed that governance must run at the speed of technology and that development must always outpace politics. It was his foresight that created Cyberabad much before India began speaking of IT revolution. Today that same foresight is shaping up Amaravati, same foresight is shaping up Rayalaseema and Uttarandhra into a new triangle of growth, inclusion and global investment. And he is not alone in this mission. Working shoulder to shoulder with him is a leader of intellect, energy and empathy, which is our own young and dynamic Minister, Shri Nara Lokesh Garu. And he represents a new generation of politics which is data-driven, outcome-focused and deeply grounded in cultural values. His clarity of thought and speed of execution are transforming how government interacts with citizens and investors alike. Under his leadership, our digital infrastructure and the startup ecosystem and skilling platforms are evolving not year by year, but week by week. We are also strengthened by the integrity and emotional connect of our Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan Garu, a leader who reflects the voice and hope of the people. And overarching all of this is the guiding vision of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, a leader who has redefined how the world perceives India. The most popular leader with a strong and decisive leadership and with clarity on conviction on how India should be viewed by the 2047. Viksit Bharat 2047 is not a challenge before the country, but it is unlimited amount of opportunities that are there with us. And today Andhra Pradesh is reaping out all the opportunities that are presented in front of us. That is the power of double engine Sarkar. When the state government and central government with unity and clarity and conviction, they all come together. The strength that is shown today in the Andhra Pradesh. Friends, when you invest in Andhra Pradesh, you're not just investing in a state, but you're investing in a mindset of speed where approvals move faster than ambitions, a mindset of trust where policy doesn't change with politics but with purpose, and a mindset of excellence where we don't compete with other states, we compete with the world. And this mindset isn't just philosophy, it is performance driven. Because in Andhra Pradesh, we don't announce intentions, we announce outcomes. In the last few months alone, we have moved faster than most economy moves in years, cleared major infrastructure projects worth thousands of crores from Bhogapuram International Airport to Amaravati Capital Works, launched digital single window systems that reduce approvals from 90 days to under 21 days, and also fast-tracked many projects which are not only for what is for the future, but which are going to be the game changers for the future technologies. And we have all heard of ease of doing business, but in AP we are going one step further, and we have made it the speed of doing business. And today into global economy, we all know that time is the ultimate currency, and which is why AP is stressing upon the time. But friends, here when we all meet, speed is also nothing without the soul. And the soul today is its people, the Andhra's people and the people of the country who are hardworking, humble and hungry to grow. So this is a great opportunity for all of us here to invest in Andhra Pradesh and to take this great nation forward. And it comes to aviation also, we have been doing great things. And in fact, the foundation has been laid 11 years before by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And today we are the third largest domestic aviation market in the world. Every 50 days we are opening a new airport, which is unprecedented anywhere in the globe. And that is the kind of success we have achieved in terms of building up of airports, the passenger capacity and many other verticals in aviation. And today Andhra is taking it one step further, creating a logistics hub, creating an aviation hub. That is why with the existing 7 airports, we are planning to create 7 more airports. We have 4 flight training organizations coming in the state. We have MRO ecosystem coming in Visakhapatnam. We have aviation skilling university coming in Visakhapatnam. And we are expanding the drone sector and creating a drone city. And aerospace and aircraft manufacturing also, we are trying to drive it in a big way in the country. And these, you feel that we have our hands full, but our Honorable Chief Minister is so far advanced that he's not happy with the content that we have today. He's always driving for something more, new inventions to come in. And I'm very happy to see this kind of innovation being the birthplace of Andhra Pradesh and the drive that is here. And as I stand before you, I feel a deep responsibility to make sure every partnership you forge here becomes a story of success. Let Andhra be the gateway to India's next decade of growth. Let Visakhapatnam be the city where the sunrise of investment never sets. On behalf of our leadership and every hardworking citizen of the state and the country, I welcome you to the land of speed, spirit and sunrise. This is Andhra Pradesh and this is where the future begins. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind address. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Mr. Nara Lokesh, Honorable Minister for Human Resources Development, IT, Electronics and Communication, RTG, Government of Andhra Pradesh, requesting him to kindly address us.
Honorable Vice President of India, CP Radhakrishnan Garu, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Syed Abdul Nazir Garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and Co-Chairman of the 30th CII Partnership Summit, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry, Government of India and Chairman 30th CII Partnership Summit, and my mentor Piyush Goyal Garu, and to the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, a very good morning. It is a privilege to welcome you to Visakhapatnam, a city where hills meet the sea, where ideas lift off. Andhra Pradesh is proud to host the CII Partnership Summit 2025 at a time when India is emerging as the world's growth engine. Quite a few people ask me why they should consider Andhra Pradesh as their destination, as their home. And I only give them 3 clear reasons. First, we have a leadership with a clear track record. It is none other than our Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Politicians have an opportunity to create one legacy, but people of my state have been kind to give him another opportunity to create a second legacy, and that legacy is what we see today in front of us, which is Amravati and Visakhapatnam. The second reason you should consider Andhra Pradesh is, of course, our speed. Friends, we live in a fast-changing world where markets, regulations, and technology keep evolving. I have met thousands of investors and corporates in the last 1 year. The single most important requirement for a company is speed. They expect the same speed from governments. This speed needs to be a mission. We need to grant land, permits, approvals, incentives with a speed that the project can take off and serve the markets. And to all the industrialists who are here in the audience, we will beat your company's speed here in Andhra Pradesh. And the third reason why you should invest here in Andhra Pradesh is what I call the double engine bullet train government. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu, once we shake hands, it is no longer your project, it is our project. We are willing to work with Government of India to create reforms, to bring about reforms, changes in regulations that will ensure that your business not only succeeds, but thrives in our great country called India. So I'd like to thank all of you for giving us this wonderful opportunity to host you. Please take time off to explore what Visakhapatnam has to offer. And I would once again like to thank Piyush Goyal ji for his continued mentorship to me. And I look forward to working together with him to make Andhra Pradesh a $2.4 trillion economy and contribute to Vikasit Bharat mission of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Thank you very much and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your kind address. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now invite Mr. Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and also the Chairman of the 30th CII Partnership Summit, requesting him to kindly deliver his keynote address.
The very distinguished and eminent Vice President of India, Mahamahim Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, the Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, His Excellency Shri Syed Abdul Nazir ji, my good friend, my elder brother, and somebody with whom I have very deep relationship on a personal level and with whom I've worked very closely to evolve and devise several new ideas. Somebody who comes with a vision not only for the development of Andhra Pradesh but for the holistic development of India under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi towards Viksit Bharat 2047, a developed, a prosperous nation where every state of India will prosper, where every citizen of India will get a high, good quality of life, where every child born in Andhra Pradesh will have a bright future ahead of him. A visionary leader, Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, my colleague in the Union Cabinet, a very young, dynamic Minister for Civil Aviation, Shri Ram Mohan Naidu garu, the upcoming leader of Andhra Pradesh, somebody whom I have seen from a young age evolving into a leader of substance, a person committed to the development of his people, his state, and with a compassionate bent of mind, Nara Lokesh garu, all the distinguished excellencies, my colleagues, ministers from across the globe, captains of industry, both from India and abroad, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. It is indeed an immense privilege to address the 30th edition of the CII Partnership Summit from the rich history of Satavahana Kingdom to its present status as a hub for steel, semiconductors and seafood. The Visakhapatnam region stands as a gateway to global trade. I extend warm greetings to the Honorable Vice President, whose distinguished career in public service and commitment to empowering the marginalized communities is an inspiration for all of us. One interesting fact about him, he is also affectionately called the Vajpayee of Coimbatore. I acknowledge and welcome Governor, His Excellency Syed Abdul Nazir Ji, whose exemplary judicial career has strengthened our democratic foundations. And I congratulate Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu for his bold Swarna Andhra Pradesh 2047 vision, which reflects how ambition, when coupled with tech-driven execution, can truly transform a state. Friends, we gather here today at an inflection point in global history. The world order that defined the past several decades is being rewritten. In this churning and tremendously volatile and uncertain, challenging times, in this Samudra Manthan that we witness, India stands as an oasis in the desert. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has very aptly said, and I quote, "For global peace, stability, and prosperity, the world's most populous country must become self-reliant," unquote. We draw from our ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. India's rise will benefit all of humanity. Let me share what guides our journey from a $4 trillion economy to a $35 trillion economy by 2047, when we will celebrate a developed nation, a prosperous India, celebrating 100 years of independence. Inspired by Chanakya's Arthashastra, I present 3 pillars that define Bharat's approach to navigating the new geo-economic order. 1, prosperity through technology. India's technology story is one of democratization and trade. It talks of scale and speed. It focuses on talent and skill. We have built digital public infrastructure serving 1.4 billion Indians. UPI processes nearly half of all real-time payments globally, which is now being adopted by multiple countries. Aadhaar provides a digital identity to every Indian. We are building complete semiconductor ecosystems with a current $30 billion investment and growing. Our India AI mission is democratizing artificial intelligence for all Indians. Today, 1 billion Indians are connected to the net, and we have the second largest user base of ChatGPT across the globe. From the Mars mission to launching 104 satellites in one mission, we embody innovation at scale. We have achieved 500 gigawatts of installed power capacity, of which 51%, more than 250 gigawatt, comes from renewable energy sources. In the next 5 years, we plan to double our clean energy to 500 gigawatt, one of the fastest ramp-up witnessed anywhere in the world. To our international partners, India offers not just a market, but partnership for shared prosperity and mutual growth. Our young, aspirational engineering talent, our digital infrastructure, and our vibrant startup ecosystem provide the perfect launchpad for globally scalable solutions. Second, trust through righteousness, Vishwas through Dharma. In the new geo-economic order, trust is the most valuable currency. India has emerged as the world's trusted partner through consistent and principled engagement. During COVID-19, we supplied vaccines and medicines, most often free of charge, to over 100 countries around the world. This is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in practice. Our trust-based diplomacy is reflected in our ever-expanding free trade agreements. We have recently signed free trade agreements with the United Kingdom. We have operationalized free trade agreements with the four-nation EFTA bloc, Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland, who have also committed $100 billion foreign direct investment and the creation of 1 million direct jobs, along with free trade between the two countries. We also have the UAE, Australia, and Mauritius as new FTA partners. We are currently negotiating FTAs with the EU, with the United States, with Oman, with New Zealand, with Chile, with Peru, and many more wanting us to start negotiations. Frankly, I don't have any more bandwidth to handle more negotiations simultaneously. The world trusts India because we offer predictability through regulatory reforms, transparency through digital governance, and reliability in honoring commitments. We have removed more than 42,000 compliances and abolished 1,500 obsolete laws. Our next generation GST reforms will further ensure ease of doing business and rapidly expand consumer spending. When you partner with India, friends, you partner with a civilization that views relations through dharma, doing what is right. Third, trade through capability. India's last year trade performance tells a remarkable story. Our exports crossed $825 billion for the first time despite global headwinds. FDI flows stood at a record $81 billion, a testament to investors' trust in India. It also reflects our focus on building capabilities at home through the Make in India program, infrastructure at scale, diversifying markets across multiple countries, and moving up the value chain through investments in technology. In some sense, we are drawing the benefits from Michael Porter's theory of competitive advantage. As he famously said, and I quote, "National prosperity is created, not inherited." Friends, in conclusion, I offer 3 key recommendations to expand global cooperation. 1, let's facilitate two-way investments by lowering trade barriers and creating an open, transparent environment that enables the free flow of goods, services, and capital. Second, let's strengthen technology cooperation by co-developing frontier technologies and investing in high-impact innovation. Third, let's build and sustain trust through transparent governance and predictable policy frameworks that promote long-term partnerships. I would like to congratulate CII, President Mr. Rajiv Memani and Secretary General Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, the evergreen hero of the partnership between government and business, and somebody committed to the India story, somebody really passionate about his job. Well done, well organized. You have really created a remarkable platform. A platform where ideas become action. And I'd like to thank Chandrababu Garu Naidu and Lokesh Garu for making this 30th Partnership Summit such a grand success through their perseverance, through their hard work, and through their commitment to the India growth story. Chandrababu Garu, I'd like to work with you to create a permanent facility in Andhra Pradesh where we can have big ticket seminars, conferences, exhibitions, and ITPO, the India Trade Promotion Organization, which has created the wonderful Bharat Mandapam in Delhi, would love to partner with your state and jointly prepare Andhra Mandapam, so that in the years to come, our partnership summit will not be under a marquee or a tent or temporary facilities, but will be at a world-class convention center, befitting your leadership and the talent and the wonders that Andhra Pradesh offers to the world. Friends, I thank each and every one of you, ministers, trade delegates, business leaders, innovators, and thought leaders from across the globe for believing in India's growth story and for being partners in our journey. Just before concluding, since this program has gone on for long, and we have an interesting result coming out on the television screens. For those of you who are interested, the people of India, through the second most populous state of Bihar, a very crucial state where elections were held in the last week, have just once again reposed confidence in the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the leadership of the National Democratic Alliance, of which Chandrababu Garu is one of the strong pillars, through a two-thirds majority, 163 out of 243 seats, or rather 181. My God, this is growing faster than the India growth story. 181 seats out of 243, where the NDA candidates are leading as of now. And it seems this could change for the better. Thank you very much to the people of Bihar. Thank you very much to the people of India for their faith in Modiji's leadership, for their faith in the leadership of the National Democratic Alliance, our leader Nitish Kumar, the Chief Minister of Bihar, and for their commitment to the India story of Viksit Bharat 2047. Jai Hind, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, for your notable keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and the co-chair of the 30th CII Partnership Summit, requesting him to kindly deliver the keynote address.
Honorable President of India, Sri C.P. Radhakrishna Garu, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Abdul Nazir Garu, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Sri Piyush Goyal Garu, Honorable Union Minister Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, Chandrasekhar Garu, Bhupati Srinivas Verma Garu, President, Confederation of Indian Industry, Rajiv Memani Garu, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry, Chandrajit Banerjee Garu, Honorable Ministers from my cabinet, Nara Lokesh Garu, T.G. Bharat Garu, Nadella Manohar Garu, industrialist on the dais, Suchitra Ella Garu, Sanjeev Bajaj Garu, G.M. Rao Garu, Siddharth Kalyan Garu, Karan Adani Garu, Sudarshan Venu Garu, Yusuf Ali Garu, Kamineni Shobana Garu, Chief Secretary Vijayanand Garu, His Excellencies from different countries, and also today it is very, very important day in my life. Nearly 522 international participants, nearly 72 countries are representing, and so many overseas ministers, national leaders, business leaders, nearly 600, local prospective and existing entrepreneurs nearly 1,500. Totally 2,500 participants are here. I welcome all of you. All the best for all of us. Today, I have heard so many speeches from all our leaders, stalwarts. If you see here, you are in Visakhapatnam for the last 2 days. Visakhapatnam is a beautiful city in India. Even some of the countries you may not have this type of place. Excellent beaches, beautiful sea, and also beautiful hills, and at the same time beautiful people and safest place. Recently, Government of India has rated the number one city for human safety. That is how they rated. So, with all these things, wonderful people are gathering here. 2 days, you had a wonderful stay. And also, in advance, I am requesting you to book next year also to be our guest. That is what I want to request all of you. Honorable Vice President of India, I have known him for a long time. And also during Vajpayee's period, onwards he is in politics. At that time he was MP. People used to call him Vajpayee of Coimbatore. That is how he is respected. I am very happy he has come today. He is the 15th Vice President of India. He is a shining example of perseverance, hard work, faith in democratic values. And also, I know him intimately. The Vice President, and also he is the Chairman of Rajya Sabha. His calm conduct, sharp intellect, and inclusive approach will guide the House towards constructive debate and consensus building. What sets him apart is his unshakable commitment to public service and humility. Even while holding the nation's second highest constitutional office, he remains deeply connected to the concerns of ordinary citizens, reflecting his lifelong conviction that leadership is not about privilege, but about purpose and service. On behalf of Andhra Pradesh, I welcome him, and also I am very thankful to him for coming this occasion to grace all of us. Our Honorable Prime Governor, you are all watching, is very strong in legal field, and also he is guiding me to take Andhra Pradesh forward. I had a long association with Piyush ji. He is very dynamic and also very creative. Under his leadership, I am very confident India will emerge best destination for investment. I am assuring you, with all your good words, you can do business in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh will be a gateway for investment, and India will be future destination. Nobody can change it. And also CII, I had a long association. Out of 30 CII partnerships, 7 were hosted from Andhra Pradesh. That is our credibility. Today, President and also Chandrajit Banerjee, they are working extraordinarily, and also the amount of response overseas because of our CII, I really appreciate him. And also if you see today, all investors are here. Just now, our Honorable Minister has announced Bihar elections. One example I am telling you. Bihar elections, last time NDA has won, we have won, present government. And at the same time today, as of now, 190 seats they are going to win. By end of this meeting, around 200 seats they are going to win, NDA. It shows people are with Narendra Modi ji. It is going to happen permanently. No other country, no other leader is enjoying people trust. I can say in a democratic country, only Narendra Modi ji is only the man who is enjoying absolute confidence and trust. This, again I am telling you, 20th century belongs to Narendra Modi ji. Around 2002, he became Chief Minister. Continuously, he won elections. 2014, he became Prime Minister. Continuously, 3 elections he has won. And also, next election also he is going to win. Very stable government, and also very progressive government. He has corrected all structural changes, which are all deficiencies, everything he has done. Some more reforms he is going to bring. And also, recently, GST reform he has brought. What I wanted to impress upon global investors who are all here, India will be the best place to do business. And at the same time, India is having some inherent strengths. We started economic reforms in 1991. Mid-90s, we are able to take first more advantage about technology. India is only the country which is enjoying demographic dividend advantage. With all these things again, right time, right leader, right place, that is Narendra Modi ji. No, I am telling you, as on today, during his tenure, from 11th largest economy, we are able to reach 4th largest economy. Next year, we are going to reach 3rd largest economy. By 2047, India will be #1 economy. It is unstoppable. It is going to happen. This is the strength of India as on today. Regarding Andhra Pradesh, you are all aware, excellent natural advantages. 1,000 kilometers sea coast. It is a gateway of India on east coast. And also we are very strong in doing business. We are having earlier track record and also proof of concept also. This is where earlier always we are #1 in ease of doing business. Now we have shifted the gear, speed of doing business. Anybody will invest in Andhra Pradesh. Once you agree MOU, then it will become our project. We will get it done, everything on real time. Again, I am telling you, we are working differently. 10 principles we are keeping in mind. If you see all 10 principles, this is zero poverty. How to reduce inequalities, that is one principle. Job, employment generation. It is our top priority. Water security, farmers and agri-tech. Totally we wanted to integrate technology in agriculture. Global logistics hub we wanted to make it. Either road, port, airports, or railway, or inland waterways, or logistics parks, we want to integrate everything. And also energy and fuel optimization by going for green energy, and ultimately product perfection. And Swachh Andhra Pradesh, that is Swachh under Swachh Bharat, we wanted to make Andhra Pradesh clean, green, circular economy, everything. And deep technology in all walks of life. We want to adopt it. Skilling is a continuous process. Human resource development is a continuous process. These are all 10 principles we are keeping in mind for development. And at the same time, we are very, very inspiring time. I am using this. I have seen politics for the last 4.5 decades. I started in 95, high-tech city and also IT promotion, information technology promotion after internet revolution. Today I can say proudly, if you can go to any country, Indians are dominating in information technology. This is inevitable. Every 4 IT professionals, one is from India. Among Indians, out of 4, one is from Andhra Pradesh. That is our strength. That is our speciality. Now, we are going differently. Government of India has announced so many progressive policies, so many reforms, so many missions. We are starting space city, drone city, electronic city, aerospace city, semiconductor, and also robotics, defense corridors. These are all various approaches we are taking, latest technologies. And also we are going differently. Quantum valley, and also green hydrogen valley. In America, they are having Silicon Valley. In India, we are having a quantum valley that is in Andhra Pradesh. First quantum computer is coming to Andhra Pradesh. And at the same time, I am assuring all audience here, within 2 years, we are going to produce quantum computers. We are going to provide quantum computers for global community wherever you need. That is how we are progressing as on today. Green hydrogen is another area where we are very strong. If you see Government of India, 500 gigawatts they want to produce green energy. In that, 160 gigawatts we are going to produce. Even yesterday we had a very good MOUs. Time has come now. Andhra is very strong in green energy, especially solar, wind, and also pumped storage and battery. Even cost of battery is coming down now. Even with all these things, it will be very good advantage for India to go for green energy. Finally, we are having excellent ports. We are going to go further down streamline, that is green hydrogen and also green ammonia. These are all the various areas we are going to work together. Finally, I am requesting you, all investors are here, lot of opportunities. You are having resources, technologies, know-how. Come and join us in building economy and also in doing business. One is in agriculture. We are very strong in aquaculture. We are very strong in horticulture and also commercial crops, especially dairy and also coffee, spices. Wherever it is possible, we are very strong. I request all of you, Lulu, Yusuf Ali has rightly mentioned, we need more and more players in food processing. Even agriculture, we are going next level, that is natural farming, organic products. There I am requesting all of you to come. Green energy, lot of opportunities. Downstream industries you can go. There I am requesting some of you can come and start. Now, deep technologies, data centers are coming. Data centers, again, green energy we are tying up. Google has announced $15 billion. Today and tomorrow, another 4 to 5 gigawatt data centers are going to come. Once data center is coming 1 gigawatt, we need 6 gigawatts of power, green energy. It is a multiplier effect. It is going to happen. Deep technologies, I am requesting you, lot of opportunities in deep technologies. Anybody is willing to invest in satellite launching or drones and also electronics and also aerospace, even defense, we are prepared to host all of you. And also, Government of India is also thinking to promote drones in a big way. Recently, our Honorable Prime Minister has announced drone city, how we are going to produce drones for all use cases. I am assuring you, within 2 years' time, Government of India will permit our Piyush Goyal ji and others. We are going to launch drone taxis in India, that too from Andhra Pradesh. It is not far away. Within 2 years, we will launch. And also minerals, rare earth minerals, from extraction to value addition, this is a huge opportunity. Tourism is order of the day. Earlier, I used to say 20 years back, all isms are over, capitalism, socialism, communism, all these things are over. Only ism is going to prosper, that is tourism. We are going to put so much of effort on tourism. Anybody is willing to come, either hotels or events, MICE tourism, so many areas. We are having excellent opportunities in Andhra Pradesh. I am requesting you to come and set up industries or investments in tourism. And also logistics is one of the biggest area. Either ports, airports, roads investment, and also we are focusing on railway, and also ultimately logistics parks, dry ports, inland waterways. These are all various opportunities available for all of you. And also pharma, we are very strong. We wanted to go further. Healthcare, we are focusing in a big way. Healthcare and well-being, these are all the another areas. These are all what I wanted to impress upon all of you. Lot of opportunities available for you. We can offer all these things for you in course of time. To accelerate industrial innovation, Andhra Pradesh is nurturing a robust startup ecosystem integrated with our universities and industrial clusters. The Andhra Pradesh Innovation Mission is supporting entrepreneurs in sectors like deep tech, med tech, agri-tech, and EV technology. We are also leveraging artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and data analytics to strengthen governance, logistics, and industry operations. Our young workforce, talented, disciplined, and multilingual, is one of our greatest assets. Just now, these are all our strength I want to place before you. Again, same time next year, I am requesting CII and Government of India to host CII partnership in a big way or modified way, improved version. We are going to host in Visakhapatnam. I request all of you to reserve from now itself and have business with Andhra Pradesh. And also our minister has rightly mentioned one more announcement, that is ITPO with a joint venture, one of the best convention center in Visakhapatnam. There is a beautiful hill. I will give land. Very soon I am requesting you to come and inaugurate. On the top of the hill, facing towards sea. Nowhere in the world this type of place. That is the place I am providing. All industrialists I am requesting have second home in Visakhapatnam. That is the beautiful place, beautiful people, and also you will enjoy. And also from here, 1 hour, even we are going to have small airstrip also. Within 20 minutes, you will go to summer resort, Araku, and also Lamsingi, Padi area, which is the tribal area. I am requesting all of you, I asked my people to give you organic coffee. That is Araku coffee for all of you. It can stimulate and also it will remind our commitment towards industry. One of the best coffee, global coffee, we are promoting from tribal area. And also, anyway, you are going to leave tomorrow. Everybody has to taste our aquaculture food. Aqua food is very popular. 65% our honorable minister is here. 65% country's contribution on aqua is from Andhra Pradesh. Now, finally, I wanted to say one thing. Recently, our honorable minister has announced, after Udyoga Sangam, all these things, brainstorming, EODB, all these things, he announced one thing, 11th November, Tuesday. As on today in Andhra Pradesh, you don't have any problem with the land or ease of doing business. All clearances I am clearing real time. You don't have any problems also afterwards. No disturbance, I am assuring you. And at the same time, he announced to attract investment, one more decision. This is the next step. All reforms government of India is doing, either labor reforms or administrative reforms or otherwise taxation reforms, everything they are bringing. We are ahead of them. We are also following central government. Around 25 policies as on today I have brought. Any leftover policies are there, I am prepared to adopt it immediately. What all government of India is expecting from state side, all reforms I will bring. Added to that, very auspicious time, he has announced escrow account for all your incentives. First state in India, I am announcing, very soon I am going to start escrow account. You need not go to any investor or you need not go to any government officer. Directly once you sign, I will give you escrow account. Then automatically on that day, you can get your money through bank. Even if necessary, I am going to implement sovereign guarantee also. This is the best way I can do it. Now all reforms we have brought, best incentives we are giving, best policies we are giving. Now escrow account also we are creating with sovereign power. Now it is with you to come and invest. For the last 18 months, we are able to attract $20 billion to create 20 lakh employment. Now I am expecting another 3 years' time, $500 billion, that is $500 billion, to create 50 lakh employment, 5 million employment. Now with all policies available, global leaders are here. As our honorable minister has rightly mentioned, you come and invest in Andhra Pradesh, in India. We are prepared to come and invest in your countries also. Now no more we are all regional leaders or local leaders. All industrial friends, I am requesting you, world has become a global village. Wherever you are, you can start a company, you can put an investment, and also you can monitor real time. All these things are happening. And also India is a democratic country, stable government, then your investment will be safe. This is where I am asking you, before leaving, have one MOU with us. After MOU, our people will be after you. You will not remind us. That is our credibility. That is our track record. My aim is very clear. I wanted to attract over a period of time, minimum 10 years, $1 trillion investment in Andhra Pradesh and also India, you can imagine. Ultimately, I wanted to create wealthy, healthy, happy society. For that, we need investors, we need investment, and also we have to cater our welfare programs and empowerment for the needy people. With this, I am thanking all of you. Today and tomorrow, we are here. We are going to do some more business. not only business, it is exchange of ideas. It is networking, understanding each other, knowing what is happening globally. These are all important issues that I give more importance for this type of activities. Investment automatically will come. With this wonderful time, enjoy your stay and also memorable stay, and also every person has to take one takeaway from this place. That is where Visakhapatnam declaration, that is where Visakhapatnam will give you ideas. With this, I am thanking all of you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu ji, for your extremely inspirational keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite His Excellency Shri S. Abdul Nazir, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, and I request him to kindly deliver his address.
Honorable Vice President of India, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I think after listening to our Honorable Chief Minister, I need not speak, I suppose. Only a few sentences, right? It gives me great pleasure to be a part of the inaugural session of the 30th edition of the CII Partnership Summit here today in the beautiful coastal city of Visakhapatnam, also known as City of Destiny. This summit, jointly hosted by the Government of Andhra Pradesh, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and CII. CII is one of India's most respected global business platform. It's an honor that Andhra Pradesh is hosting this prestigious event for the 8th time, a reflection of Andhra Pradesh's growing prominence as a hub of investment, trade, and innovation. This year's theme, Technology, Trust and Trade, Navigating the New Geo-Economic Order, could not be more timely. The world is at an inflection point where technology and sustainability are reshaping economies and where collaboration, not competition, will define progress. With 7 key thematic tracks, more than 2,500 delegates participating from over 45 countries, and representation from leading multilateral organizations, this summit truly reflects the spirit of global cooperation. Make in India, the pioneering and visionary initiative launched by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji 10 years ago, has been a pivotal step to facilitate investment, foster innovation, enhance skill development, protect intellectual property, and build best-in-class manufacturing infrastructure, making India the focus of global attention. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu garu, Andhra Pradesh has set its sights on becoming a future-ready, innovation-driven state. From IT and advanced manufacturing to quantum technologies and green hydrogen, Andhra Pradesh is emerging as a trusted partner in India's growth story and a key player in the global transition towards sustainable future. Let us together make this 30th edition of the Partnership Summit a celebration of collaboration and confidence, where every handshake leads to a new opportunity and every idea becomes a force for shared prosperity, shaping the future generation to come. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite His Excellency, Honorable Vice President of India, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan ji, and request him to kindly deliver his address.
I touch and salute the holy feet of Bharata Mata, the most powerful and the most merciful. On this day, the 30th CII Partnership Summit 2025 at Visakhapatnam, the great personalities who are sharing the dais with me, Honorable Governor of Andhra Pradesh, the ever soft-spoken Sriman S. Abdul Nasir ji, my good friend for more than nearly 3 decades, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sriman Chandrababu Naidu Garu, the young but dynamic, who is handling the toughest job of trade negotiations, my colleague from the central government, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Sriman Piyush Goyal ji, my good friend's son, now occupying the Union Minister of Civil Aviation in Government of India, Sriman K. Ram Mohan Naidu Garu, Honorable Union Minister of State for Rural Development and Communications, Government of India, Sriman Chandrasekhar ji, Honorable Union Minister of State for Steel and Heavy Industry, Government of India, Sriman Baghupati Raju Srinivas Verma ji, President of CII, Sri Rajiv ji, Honorable Minister of IT, Electronics and Communications, HRD and Real-Time Governance, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sriman Nara Lokesh ji, Honorable Minister of Industries and Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sriman DG Bharat ji, Honorable Minister for Food and Civil Supplies and Consumer Affairs, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sriman Nadandla Manohar ji, Vice President of CII, Dr. Suchitra K. Ella, Managing Director of Bajaj Finance Service, Sri Sanjeev Basaj ji, the DG of CII, Sri Chandrajit Banerjee ji, Chairperson of GMR Group, Sri GM Rao Garu, Managing Director Bharat Forge, Sri Amit Kalyani ji, Managing Director of Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited, Sri Karan Adani ji, Managing Director of TVS Motors, Sriman Sudarshan Venu ji, Chairman and Managing Director of Lulu Group of International, Sriman M.A. Yusuf Ali ji, Secretary to me in my in Delhi, Sri Amit Gareji, Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sriman K. Vijayanand ji, Apollo Health Company, Srimati Swapna ji, and the delegates, ministers from various countries, and the business executives who have taken this great destination, Visakhapatnam, for their investments. My warm welcome to all the participants of the summit, both from India and abroad. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the industrial growth is getting stimulated. The economical growth of this country is getting stimulated. From nowhere, we are now occupying the 4th economy of the globe today, and it is ever growing. And the greatest achievement of our Prime Minister is that he will go into the world history as the leader who liberated the maximum poor people from poverty. When he took over, nearly 30% of the Indian population were below the poverty line. Today, I think it is somewhere around 7 to 8%. I agree, still we have to go, but we will be achieving it. This is the greatest achievement of our Prime Minister. That is how we want every country in the world should eradicate the poverty. Why we have to do business? We have to do business to stimulate the economical activity. Why we have to stimulate the economical activity? That is the only way that we can create wealth. Why we have to create wealth? Unless the wealth is created, the poverty cannot be eradicated anywhere. So doing business should be ease. Doing business should be a pleasant activity, and I am sure Andhra Pradesh, the destination for doing business, is one of the most wonderful business environment created by this state government. And in business, you have to take the life achievements of the Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Garu as a role model. Business is always one, there will be ups and downs. There will be boom, means there will be recession also. Chandrababu Garu started his political career, public life, as the Chief Minister of the United Andhra Pradesh. Today, our Hyderabad is one of the best centers of IT, and it is called as one of the best IT hub. It is all because of his hard work. He was the leader. How the modern economical development can take place. But unfortunately, the state has divided into two. All the hard work what he have put in, that area has gone with the other side of Andhra Pradesh, that is Telangana, and he has to start again from A. But what the most interesting thing what I have seen in his face is, when I have seen him nearly 3 decades back, the same enthusiasm, the same inspiration, the same apathy for development, what he has done there, he started here again in Andhra Pradesh. At no time, he is attracting so much of investments from all parts of the world. Every developed economy, every big companies want to invest in Andhra Pradesh. That is because of his inspiration to attract the investors. That is, he is creating an atmosphere where the investors feel very safe, the investors feel they are guaranteed, and the investors feel that ease of doing business is not on paper but in practice. That is the ability of our Chief Minister, and I am appreciating all his efforts all the time. And this summit is one of the wonderful summit, and this is going to be one of the most successful summit also. And you have seen both how the state and central governments are working together. The central minister wants, not in the next convention should not be in a temporary shed, it should be in the most internationally appreciable venue and also one of the best building that has to be created. That is shows the interest, that shows that we want to achieve, that shows that we want to grow. And both the center and the state are working together. The achievements are immense. To achieve a great targets is easy. That is what I have seen in both the speeches of the Chief Minister and our Central Minister, Piyush Goyal ji. And I am again telling, the ease of business is going to be one of the best in India because the reforms are taking place in every sector. Reforms in labor laws, reforms in tax system, reforms in creating infrastructure. Anything you name, there the reforms is taking place under the able leadership of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. That is the reason that from nowhere we are today the fourth largest economy. And I am sure this is the right time for you to invest in the fastest growing economy of the world. You have come in the right time. You have come to the right place. You have come with the right ideas. That means the success is going to be yours. Any sector, whether it is food process, whether it is blue economy or green economy, this is the right time to invest in India, and you all are welcome. We all know that business is based on commitment, one. Second is our commitment towards the commitments. Then the third one is the commitments by the governments that also should be honored. That all the three are happening together, that means business is going to be the most successful one. It is an honor and privilege for me to participate in this along with you. And the e-governance and the digital infrastructure have also reduced the transaction cost, improved transparency, and enhanced the ease of doing business. These developments have made us a reliable and efficient partner in global trade. By merging technology with commerce, we have now become a knowledge-driven economy, and you are a part of it. And I am always telling, it's not only the investment should be made at the right time. Like you have to hit the iron when it is really hot. Like that, it is the time to invest in India, it is the time to invest in Andhra Pradesh, it is the time to invest in a trillion economic zone which our Chief Minister wants to create in and around Visakhapatnam. And that is the right attitude, and it is the right time, it is the right decision, and it is the right initiative by all of you. And I am sure that we are going to be the sooner maybe in a year or two, we are going to be the world's third largest economy. And today we are the world's third largest startup ecosystem. These things are the positiveness of our industrial environment, business environment, which has been created by the Prime Minister in the last 11 years. Energy sector of our country, our goals offer new opportunities at present we have crossed the total installed electricity generation capacity of 500 gigawatts. Non-fossil fuel sources including renewable energy, hydro, nuclear account for over 51% of the total capacity. We can soon become a global hub for clean technology exports. We want to grow, at the same time we have to protect the environment. Our commitment towards protecting the environment, we never go back from our commitments. Even the big economies also now want to go back from their commitment, but we never. India is one country which made a commitment, means that is a commitment for lifetime. It will never go back. India is always want to be very friendly with everyone. Recently, I have visited Seychelles. The total population is below 3 lakhs, whereas Indian population is 1.4 billion. But our Prime Minister asked me to visit Seychelles on the new Prime Minister taking the oath ceremony of Seychelles. That shows whether a country is big or small, India wants to treat every country equally. That is the greatness of India. We never want to dictate terms to anyone. That is the greatness of us. Like that, we never want to hear dictations from anyone. We want to complement each other. We want to grow together. That is the great policy of India. That is why India is growing today, but at the same time, India is friendly with everyone. Yes, that we all must grow together. That is the aim of us. If we all want to grow together, that means not at the cost of the other, but by taking the interest of each other together, we want to grow together. And I am sure all your initiative, all your interest, all your enthusiasm, what you are showing today, that is going to make this 1 trillion economic zone of Visakhapatnam is going to be the most successful one in the coming years. With this, I pray to God that all your good efforts, all your efforts in the future should be very, very successful. And I thank one and all, everyone, for this opportunity to share my views with you. Thank you. Nandri, Namaskaram.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Vice President of India, Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan Ji, for your notable and inspirational address. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now request Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu Ji, to kindly present a memento to His Excellency, Honorable Vice President of India. This is a small token of appreciation, respect, and honor. Thank you, Honorable CM. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the end of the inaugural session. May I please request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we conclude the inaugural session. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries for being here with us. May I request everyone to kindly remain in the room. We are going to start the opening plenary session immediately. We'll just take a few minutes to make the necessary table arrangements. Requesting everyone, all our delegates, to kindly remain in their seats and remain in the room so that we can start the opening plenary session immediately.
यहीं पे है नेक्स्ट सेशन. Do you want me to? If you want, I can't.
Yes.
Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji and Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu ji. We'll have a host of excellencies who will be giving their perspectives, requesting all to kindly take the respective seats and join for this opening plenary session.
That's open.
Firstly, this will come, then a theme will come. After the theme is over, you will tell me the names and these will pop up. Announce the name. हाँ, मैं बोल रहा हूँ impact नहीं आएगा. We have designed
Just ask everybody. Just ask everybody.
नाम बता दो हम लोग.
I am being strictly told not to take the name.
Don't take the names. Let's start.
Sir,
The session will start soon.
That is when only continues.
No, sir.
CM sir is ready. CM sir is also ready. Please just tell him. Sit down first.
May I request everyone to please take the respective seats. We are about to start the opening plenary session.
Speaker sliders पे नाम announce करिए. You can just
Not everyone. The honorable they are ready. No. Speakers no need to take the ministers also. Just start the session.
Please tell him.
Just start the hand over to Chandrajit Banner. Yeah. He's saying just tell her to call me.
May I please request our delegates to kindly remain seated. We are about to start the opening plenary session. Requesting everyone to please take their seats.
Mr. Piyush Goyal is ready. We are about to start the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji is joining us for this opening plenary session. May I request everyone to please take the respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our opening plenary session. May I request all the esteemed speakers for this session to kindly join us on stage. May I request excellencies to please join us for the opening plenary session. Requesting all our esteemed speakers for this session to please join on stage. Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji is here for this opening plenary session. A very warm welcome to you, sir. May I request our esteemed speakers to kindly take their respective seats. May I request our esteemed speakers to kindly take the respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our opening plenary session. This session will set the tone of the summit and will also explore the critical role of government-industry collaboration, which can proactively contribute in sustaining India's growth momentum and shaping its global leadership. A very warm welcome to our Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, who has joined us for this session. And extend a very warm welcome to all our excellencies, our foreign delegates and speakers for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now request Shri Chandrajit Banerjee to kindly make his welcome remarks and moderate this opening plenary session. Over to you.
Honorable Commerce Minister of India, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies on the dais, we have a situation at hand in terms of an overrun of time, and therefore I'll just cut out on everything else, but to just welcome all our esteemed speakers on the dais for being here for this opening plenary focused on trade, led by the Commerce and Industry Minister of our country. And we will have short remarks and addresses by our esteemed guests from all across the world, our ministers, and then move over to our Commerce Minister to see how he puts it all together in terms of working together in a world which is full of turmoil and trouble. So I'll start with the Honorable Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi, someone who has been with come to CII. Madam Director General. Madam Director General, we start with you as our opening speaker. Excellency, you have addressed us many times before, and we are so proud and happy that you could make it in spite of your busy schedule. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's a distinct honor to be asked to join you and to speak. I was surprised I'm speaking first, but that is wonderful. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's really wonderful to have this opportunity to exchange views. So let me start by thanking His Excellency, Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal and his team in the Commerce Ministry, as well as His Excellency Chandrajit Banerjee and his team at the Confederation of Indian Industry for making this possible. I would also like to thank His Excellency Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, for inviting us to this beautiful city and this beautiful state. I'm always excited to be in India, a country that is doing so well. The world's fastest growing large economy for a few years now, better than 6% in 2024, 2025, and projected to continue at this fast pace. As we all heard in the opening session, India is a leader in technology and digital innovation, a place where growth is being driven by strong domestic demand, sustained domestic and foreign investment, and stable macroeconomic conditions. So I want to congratulate His Excellency Prime Minister Modi and the entire government of India and its people for this progress. Already the world's third largest economy in purchasing power parity terms, India is on track to surpass Germany and Japan to reach that rank at market exchange rates by the end of the decade. India has the scale, the dynamism, and the credibility to provide leadership, not just in this region, but globally. And this is demonstrated by this very forum with so many people from all over the world, but also by the number of partnerships and free trade agreements and negotiations underway, as we heard from Minister Piyush. So I'm from the World Trade Organization. I'm the head of the World Trade Organization. And the message I want to give you here is that in addition to all the bilateral deals and partnerships that are being made, the world still needs multilateral organizations, particularly in trade, in order to be able to have global cooperation and global growth. You cannot have global growth without global trade growth. You cannot have even growth in India without growth in trade. So that's the premise. You cannot even have global financial stability without global trade stability. To do that, you need both the bilateral agreements, the investments, but you also need the multilateral fora in order to be able to move forward. So that is why the organization I had, the World Trade Organization, is very, very important. And I want you to know that we are experiencing the greatest disruptions in global trade in 8 decades. It's unprecedented, the undermining of the rules of trade. But my message to you today is that in spite of this undermining, the global trading system remains resilient. Almost 3/4 of world's goods trade, 72% to be exact, is still going on WTO terms. When I say these numbers, people are surprised because they think that the trading system has been very broken. It's been battered, as I always said, bruised, but it's still standing and is very resilient. So 72% of world trade is going on WTO terms. The WTO still provides all those bodies of agreements and rules that provide stability and predictability to world trade. It is not government officials that trade, it is the business sector. You know what you need in order for you to have stability and predictability in trade. And I think the business community are some of the biggest supporters of the World Trade Organization. Most of the delegations that I receive in Geneva come from the business community, and they say what you provide as the WTO helps us make business work. So that's one of the reasons I thought it would be important to be here today to say that even as you invest and you talk of partnerships, you also need to think about trade and the multilateral engine that makes trade work. So the WTO has agreements on customs valuation, how your goods are valued when they arrive at a country. I call it a very unsexy agreement. Not many people think about it, but just imagine if you as a business person sent your goods to a destination with one valuation in mind and you got another one, you could lose lots of money. But we have the agreement that makes sure that common methodologies are followed to value your goods. We have the intellectual property agreement. We have the technical barriers to trade agreement, a science-based approach that ensures that quality, human health and safety are respected and that these are not used as protectionist measures. Intellectual property agreement alone ensures $500 billion in earnings, over $500 billion each year are earned by businesses from patents and royalty rights as a result of this agreement at the WTO. $144 billion of that last year went to the United States, a quarter of the total amount to the EU and the rest to the rest of the world. Without this agreement, we would not be able to have that. So this is why the World Trade Organization, just among many reasons, is important, and why it is important for all of us to see how to maintain the resilience. We are projecting 2.4% growth in world trade this year, less than the 2% we had projected before tariffs. And we are also looking at, this is much, much higher than the 0.9% we projected in August when we were looking at the impact of reciprocal tariffs. So why is it better? Because business people have reconfigured the way they trade. There has been front-loading in the US ahead of the tariffs, front-loading of goods. South-South trade is growing faster than other types of trade. AI, 42% of the growth in trade today is driven by AI-related goods. That is amazing. So we see this global resilience in trade. But it is fragile, and it cannot be taken for granted. And that is the next message I would like to leave with you. We are actually projecting world growth in trade for next year at 0.5%. And in my view, if we do not work hard to reform those things within the system that don't work so well, then we will not be able to sustain the resilience. So that's the second part of the message I want to give you today. And that work, it means a great deal of reform of the multilateral trading system and the WTO. We agree that the system has been bruised. As I said, if you look at the scale of the US's unilateral tariff actions, it's dramatic. The average trade-weighted tariff of the US has increased from about 2.5% at the beginning of this year to about 17% at this very month that we're talking. So the scale and rise of impediments to the system are there. But whether we agree with the US's unilateral actions or not, we must listen to what they say about the criticisms. And as I often say, I agree with a lot of the criticisms that the US has made about the way the multilateral trading system has functioned and the WTO. Whether they are talking about the rise of non-tariff and tariff barriers over time, the lack of transparency in the system, unfair trading practices, level playing field issues, and so forth, I think we need to pay attention to these complaints, because if we do not, we will miss the opportunity to take care of them. But they are not the only ones that have complaints about the multilateral trading system. India and many developing countries have also voiced complaints and concerns about lack of action and existing ministerial mandates. This is a particular one for India, like the public stock holding, or the lack of better integration of developing countries into the multilateral trading system, the lack of policy space for industrialization for many developing countries. These complaints are genuine. We know that the trading system has not worked as well as it should have for many developing countries. We know that the Doha round was not completed, leading to frustrations and lack of trust on the part of many developing countries that are still felt acutely today. But my thesis now is that we have a chance to address these challenges in the system, to build greater resilience and seize emerging opportunities in the trading system. Repeating past grievances and not moving forward on finding solutions is not the way to build a globally responsive trading system. Instead, if we do not act, the very sources of strength we have might become sources of frustration. The consensus decision-making system we have at the World Trade Organization may become a source of frustration instead of legitimacy. A system, the fact that members are seeking to build coalitions to look at new trading opportunities within the global world, cooperation, and they are not able to do so, may become a source of frustration. So my charge to all of us is that yes, we need to look at what are the things that do not work within this system and how can we repair it. And there, India can be a leader. India should be a leader in the reform process at the WTO. India should be a leader, making sure that we do not stay in a system that becomes more power-based instead of rules-based. We must do the work that is necessary to give reform a chance. We must correct old wrongs and seize opportunities that are emerging. And what are these opportunities? We can see supply chains reconfiguring. India is a beneficiary of this reconfiguration of supply chains. We can see green trade emerging. We heard Andhra Pradesh is going to be a green hydrogen valley. We know digitally delivered services trade is growing at a very fast pace, 6 to 8%, and it's almost worth $5 trillion. And India has the unique opportunity to do well, is doing well in digitally delivered trade. So we see South-South trade growing. Again, India has big opportunities here. So I'm here to give the message that, look, we have the opportunity to reform, to seize these emerging opportunities in the trading world. India should be a big part of this reform. It should allow us to move the system so it can have more flexibility to allow even smaller developing countries to benefit. So what am I saying? I'm here really asking that we all work together to improve and strengthen the global trading system that has largely delivered for the world. It can still deliver more for us. It should deliver more for developing countries, and we have the ingredients to make it do so. Let us work together, join hands, seize the opportunities, and move the global trading system and the WTO forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, the Director General of the World Trade Organization. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go on in an alphabetical order of the ministers of the countries present. So therefore, I'll go to the Minister of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Angola, His Excellency Oliveira.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank for the Indian authorities for this invitation to participate in this session. Excellencies and esteemed colleagues, distinguished leaders of Indian industry, it's an immense privilege to stand before you today in Visakhapatnam, this dynamic seat of industry and aspiration, for the open session of the third CII Partnership Summit. I convey the warmest greetings for His Excellency, the President João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, and the people of Angola. My presence here as Minister of Industry and Commerce and in our nation capacity as the current chair of the African Union underscores the deep strategic priority we place on our partnership with India. The theme of this summit, technology, trust, and trade, navigating the new geoeconomic order, is not just a title. It is a critical mandate. We are living in a period of geopolitical fracture and economic volatility. For the nations of the Global South, this reordering demands that we move beyond historical limitations and forge a new resilient multipolar economic architecture. Our relationship with India is built on decades of mutual respect, but it is currently undergoing a profound and necessary transition. Historically, India has been absolutely essential partner in Angola's economy, consistently ranking among our top trade partners. Our total bilateral trade has reached an estimated $5.3 billion recently. But that reliance, with nearly 90% of our exports being crude oil, represents a structural vulnerability. Our government, under President Lorenzo, therefore, embarked on an ambitious mandate of economic diversification and modernization. This strategic pivot was unequivocally cemented by the landmark state visit by the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, to Luanda just recently. This diplomatic intensity proves that India has become our preferred partner in the modernization journey, a relationship built on a mutual trust, respect for national agency, and non-conditional engagement. To succeed in this new geoeconomic order, we must leapfrog traditional development challenges through technology. Angolans ready to embrace India's expertise in two transformative areas. First, digital sovereignty, effective governance, an inclusive business environment, and accelerate diversification, all hinging upon robust digital public infrastructure. We are currently ranked 160th globally in eco-governance and development, and this must change. India's DPI model, the India Stack, is a proven, scalable digital public good. We are actively cooperating to implement this DPI model, business, enabling digital IDs, e-payments, and e-governance for our citizens and business, even in a peri-urban and rural areas. This is a direct intervention to streamline our business environment, ensuring that Indian investors find a growth-friendly and efficient regulatory home. Second, physical connectivity. Then we have talked about Lobito Corridor. Global resilience is now defined by the security of supply chains. The Lobito Trans-African Corridor is a transformative initiative revitalizing the railroad network to connect the critical mineral-rich heartlands of DRC, Republic Democratic of Congo, and Zambia, the Angolan's Atlantic port of Lobito. India's potential role is highly strategic, recognizing its own need for critical minerals like copper and cobalt. For its energy transition, India has offered a technical feasibility grant and signaled interest in locomotive leasing. Furthermore, we welcome the offer to supply high-standard solutions like the Vande Bharat trains to modernize our rail infrastructure. India's involvement here is a clear demonstration of South-South technology transfer and collaboration on global strategic projects. Our partnership must evolve from a predominantly transactional energy relationship to one of deep value chain integration. To the Indian oil and gas majors, we urge you to move beyond purchased crude. We seek long-term investment in upstream, exploration, refining, and critical downstream petrochemicals like fertilizer, urea production within Angola. This stabilizes our revenues and deepens our integration. More crucially, we seek partnership in our priority non-oil sectors. First of all, critical minerals. Angola has a significant untapped reserves of crucial and rare earth minerals. We invite Indian firms to invest in joint exploration and critical in local process and diamond processing. The goal is not just export raw materials, but to create high-value processed goods in Angola. Agriculture. To achieve food security, we need India's unparalleled expertise in small farm mechanization, seed technology, and the localized manufacturing of fertilizer. We welcome proposals for large-scale contract farming and agricultural supply chain developments. Third, pharmaceuticals. India is a global leader and one of our largest suppliers of essential medicines. The next logical step is establishing local pharmaceutical research and manufacturing units and health technology transfers facilities in Angola, building local and regional healthcare capacity and resilience. Our partnership is about more than commerce. It's about institutional alignment for sustainable future. During the recent state visit, we exchanged 2 key memoranda of understanding. One on fisheries and aquaculture, and another on consular matters, strengthening our people-to-people links. We have also committed to the key Indian-led global initiatives. The Global Biofuels Alliance, defense line of credit, a commitment that bolsters our national security and technological self-reliance. To the corporate leaders here at CII, Angola is emerging as a key participant in Africa's growth history. Our structural reforms have created an open, supportive, and conducive business environment, complete with a commitment to improve human capital and infrastructure. We invite India's innovative small and medium enterprises to utilize the Indian government lines of credit program. This mechanism is an effective market entry tool, ensuring that agility and technical expertise contribute directly to our priority sectors, from rail to power generation to industry processing. By embracing the TTT formula, technology to modernize, deepening trust through a strategic alignment to diversifying trade into high-value sectors, India and Angola are not just navigating the new economic order. We are defining a successful, equitable path to the entire global South. I look forward to welcome you to Angola. Let us build this resilient, prosperous, and multipolar future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that address. As I mentioned at the beginning, that we are going alphabetical country-wise for our honourable ministers on the dais, and therefore I now move to Armenia, the Minister of Economy, His Excellency Papoyan.
Excellencies, distinguished ministers, esteemed business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to address this distinguished audience at the 13th edition of the Partnership Summit, a platform that for 3 decades has successfully brought together international organizations, governments, and private sector leaders to shape the global economic agenda. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Government of India, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, the Government of Andhra Pradesh, and the Confederation of Indian Industry for their warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this important event. Armenia highly values its long-standing friendship with India, and a nation that continues to demonstrate visionary leadership and impressive economic dynamism. India's achievements in innovation, technology, and inclusive development are a source of inspiration for many countries, including Armenia. We are confident that this summit held in India, a country that embodies growth through partnership, will generate new ideas, promote sustainable collaboration, and create lasting opportunities for all participants. At the same time, Armenia attaches great importance to expanding cooperation with all countries represented here today. The challenges of our time, from ensuring economic resilience and digital transformation to addressing climate change and supply chain security, require global dialogue, collective action, and partnership that transcend borders. Dear colleagues, today, Armenia stands at a pivotal stage of transformation. Through consistent reforms, we are building a diversified, expert-oriented, and innovation-driven economy. Our newly adopted expert promotion strategy 2025-2030 focuses on enhancing industrial competitiveness, supporting small and medium enterprises, and improving the business environment. This strategy reflects Armenia's vision to position itself as a reliable and dynamic partner in the global economy. Due to the latest developments in the region, Armenia is increasingly becoming a regional hub for investment, innovation, and connectivity, a natural bridge between Asia and Europe. Our unique geographic position allows investors and businesses to access both the Eurasian Economic Union and European Union markets. We are strengthening our industrial zones, logistic hubs, and free economic areas to facilitate international trade and production. Armenia offers attractive opportunities in renewable energy, high technologies, electronics, pharmaceuticals, agrobusiness, tourism, and education. Sectors where international investors can achieve sustainable and mutually beneficial results. One of Armenia's flagship initiatives is the Crossroad of Peace project, a comprehensive program designed to restore and expand regional connectivity. This initiative envisions the creation of a modern network of transport, energy, and communication routes linking the South Caucasus, the Middle East, and Central Asia. Its goal is simple yet transformative: to turn Armenia into a vital link connecting economies, ideas, and peoples. We believe that economic cooperation and partnership are the most effective instrument for building trust, stability, and lasting peace in our region. The themes of this year's summit, trade, industrialization, sustainability, climate action, innovation, and inclusion, align closely with Armenia's own economic agenda. They are the same. We are committed to integrating green growth, digital transformation, and industrial modernization into our development strategy. And we see this forum as an exceptional opportunity to exchange best practices and explore joint initiatives with partners from every country. Armenia approaches international cooperation with openness and confidence. We welcome collaboration with India and with all countries represented in this summit on the basis of equality, mutual benefit and shared vision. Together, we can build sustainable supply chains, strengthen global and regional connectivity and unlock the full potential of international trade and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to reaffirm Armenia's readiness to engage in constructive partnership that advance shared prosperity and peace. The Partnership Summit reminds us that true progress comes not from competition, but from collaboration, from building bridges rather than barriers. Armenia stands ready to contribute to this common goal and to work hand in hand with all of you to create a more interconnected and sustainable future. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your comments and address. And now I therefore move to Canada, the Minister of International Trade, the Honorable Mr. Sidhu.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Bonjour et tous. Namaste. I'm delighted to be here in India for my first visit as Canada's Minister of International Trade. Minister Goyal, it was great to see you yesterday for a very productive meeting. And I want to thank you and, of course, Chief Minister Naidu for having us here today. I also want to thank the CII team, Director General Chandrababu Banerjee, and, of course, President Rajiv Memani, and your incredible team for bringing us all together. And a huge congratulations for your 30th summit. As you know, Canada, Prime Minister Mark Carney and I have set an ambitious target of doubling our non-US exports to the tune of $300 billion. Our new government is making big changes. We passed legislation in June to get big nation-building projects built faster. Projects that would typically take 10, 20, 30 years, we're going to get that done in 2 years in terms of permitting. That means ports, energy projects, critical mineral projects will be built faster in partnership with the provinces, territories, indigenous communities. We're welcoming investors from all around the world. We're welcoming close to the tune of $500 billion to get these big projects built faster, and we welcome Indian investors. In trade, Canada has been taking ambitious steps to achieve that goal, starting with diversifying our international trade portfolio and unlocking new markets for Canadian businesses. And as Dr. Ngozi said, rules-based trade must be protected, and Canada is seen as a reliable, stable trading partner and will always be seen that way to protect rules-based trade. Last month, I joined Prime Minister Carney at the ASEAN Summit because we believe that the Indo-Pacific region is an important partnership for Canada. To that end, you may have also heard Prime Minister applaud the progress Canada and India have made since he met with Prime Minister Modi at the G7 Summit in Canada in June, and since my colleague Minister Anand was here last month. I'm here to continue that progress by strengthening trade and investment ties and helping Canadian businesses make connections with Indian partners. Indeed, the things that are being discussed at this summit, tech, AI, manufacturing, energy, critical minerals, sustainability, environment, and social safeguards inclusion are areas where Canadian firms have a lot of experience and can contribute to India's growth. In October, our countries laid out a roadmap focused on greater bilateral collaboration in many of these same areas and more, including infrastructure, digital innovation, agri-food, and reinforcing our partnership in education. And yesterday, we had a fruitful conversation on areas of collaboration and trade, as well as investment opportunities in both here in India and Canada. Minister Goyal and I launched the Canada-India Ministerial Dialogue on Trade and Investment to strengthen cooperation on our economic partnership. Minister Goyal, I think we can both agree that those discussions were very fruitful, and I look forward to having more of those with you. Those meetings and events like the summit not only help deepen our long-standing people-to-people ties, they also build on the strong trade and investment ties that we already have. Now, looking at the partnership list right behind me, many of the partners here that are supporting this summit have a footprint in Canada. Canadian institutional investors have put $107 billion into India. Canadian firms employ at least 50,000, while Indian investors in Canada employ thousands, and these figures keep growing every year. Two-way trade is steadily growing. In 2024 last year, our bilateral trade reached nearly 31 billion Canadian dollars, and there's much more room to grow. Looking ahead, I see a bright future. Our economies complement each other. Canada can provide the natural resources like energy and innovation to power India's growth. Together, and I really mean government and industry working hand in hand to carry this momentum forward. I understand the value of industry firsthand, as I spent 13 years working in international trade, and I know it will take our businesses to push our relationships forward and be our guiding North Star. Together, to borrow a cricket reference, hit a century and celebrate our shared success. Thank you, Dhanyavad, and enjoy the summit.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for that short and very crisp and direct message. Thank you. And I move to Mauritius and request the Honourable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection, the Honourable Mr. Sansui Singh, to give his remarks and address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India, my good friend Honorable Piyush Goyal, distinguished ministers, excellencies, esteemed business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I address you today. Only a few months ago, at the 30th CII India-Africa Conclave in New Delhi, we stood together to reaffirm a vision of deeper partnership between India and Africa, anchored in trade, trust, and technology. That meeting was not a ceremonial exercise. It was the continuation of a journey that has, over the past 2 decades, reshaped how 2 regions of the global South engage with each other and with the world. Today, at the 30th CII Partnership Summit, we move from vision to execution, from frameworks to outcomes. When the conclave first convened in 2005, the world spoke of India-Africa as emerging regions of promise. Today, we no longer speak of promise, we speak of performance. Africa has become the fastest urbanizing continent, home to the world's youngest population. India stands as a global powerhouse in digital innovation and advanced manufacturing. And Mauritius has remained the trusted bridge between these 2 regions, connecting markets, investors, and aspiration across the Indian Ocean. Earlier this year, the visit of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to Mauritius marked a defining moment with the adoption of the India-Mauritius joint vision for an enhanced strategic partnership, reaffirming both governments' commitment to deepen collaboration in trade, investment, innovation, and financial services. This renewed framework underscores that our cooperation now extends beyond commerce. It is about building shared capacity and resilience across the Indian Ocean region. Mauritius has become the testing ground for this new architecture of trade between India and Africa. Indian enterprises today operate across our banking, ICT, construction, and energy sectors, while Mauritian investors or increasing their presence in India, particularly in financial and professional services. The relationship between India and Mauritius remains one of the enduring depth, building on trade, investment, and shared prosperity. Over the past 5 years, India has consistently ranked among the leading trading partners of Mauritius, representing about 11% of our total imports and standing as the third largest source of goods to the Mauritian markets. The volume of exports from India to Mauritius demonstrates the strength and stability of this partnership, valued at 646 million USD in 2023 and 766 million USD in 2024. India's top 5 exports to Mauritius include pharmaceuticals, cotton, cereals, motor vehicles, and mineral fuels. India also remains a key supplier of yarn and fabrics, which support Mauritius textile and clothing industry, one of the backbones of our manufacturing sector. Conversely, Mauritian exports to India have steadily diversified from 24 million USD in 2019 to 46 million USD in 2024, comprising mainly medical devices, waste, and scrap of cast iron, aluminum, alloy, steel, and lead acid accumulators. Investment flows tells an equally compelling story. Cumulative FDI, equity inflows from India to Mauritius between April 2000 and March 2025 totaled to 180 billion USD, accounting for around 25% of India's total FDI inflows during that period. This partnership is reinforced by the strong institutional and corporate presence of India and Mauritius. Prominent Indian public sector enterprises, including the Bank of Baroda, Life Insurance Corporation, New India Assurance Corporation, Telecommunication Consultants India Limited, Indian Oil Mauritius Limited, Mahanagar Telephone Mauritius Limited, and the State Bank of India Mauritius Limited have established operations that go beyond commerce. Through their corporate social responsibility programs, these entities have contributed significantly to community development, education, and skills transfer in Mauritius. The human dimension of this partnership is equally strong. Over 26,000 Indian nationals and 14,300 overseas citizens of India live and work in Mauritius today, contributing to the social and professional fabric of our society. Meanwhile, 64 Indian companies have invested across key sectors, including healthcare, education, ICT, free port, logistics, and financial services, with renowned names such as Amenity University, Infosys, Dr. Agarwal's Eye Hospital, and the Oberoi Group, playing a visible role in Mauritius' economic landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, government's forward-looking vision, Mauritius' new government program for 2025-2029 complement this renewed momentum. It outlines 6 priorities that align with the very themes of this summit. Number 1, a new economic model. Number 2, ocean economy. Number 3, food security and agro-industry. Number 4, green energy and climate diplomacy. Number 5, digital transformation. And number 6, consumer protection and fair markets. Each of these pillars is designed not only for national growth, but to strengthen our collective economic space, the India-Africa-Mauritius axis of shared prosperity. The recent state visit of the Prime Minister of Mauritius, Dr. Navin Chandrababu, to India further deepened this momentum. It brought tangible outcomes from a special economic package worth 680 million USD, supporting infrastructure, health, and renewable energy products to new memoranda in science, education, and SME promotion. These outcomes testifies that our partnership continues to evolve from sentiments to substance, from shared heritage to shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the message from Mauritius is clear. We are not competitors, we are connectors. Mauritius is ready to be the platform where African resources meet India's innovation and scale. African manufacturing expand through Indian investment, and Africa's young talent learns through India's experience, anchored in Mauritius' regional infrastructure, education, and finance. The themes of this summit, technology, trust, and trade, are not abstract for us. They reflect how Mauritius operates and what we offer. Access through trade agreements across 3 continents. Stability through sound governance and transparent regulation. Connectivity through maritime, digital, and financial networks. And above all, trust built through decades of partnership with India. We are now exploring with CII and partner countries the possibility of a Mauritius-India-Africa Business Innovation Forum, a standing platform to turn today's idea into tomorrow's project. Because it is no longer enough to talk about cooperation, we must operationalize it. As we mark 20 years since this conclave began, we can be proud of how far we have come, yet clear-eyed about how far we must still go. History will not remember the size of our economies, but the scale of our ambitions and the sincerity with which we build bridges across the Indian Ocean. Mauritius reaffirms its unwavering commitment to remain and to strengthen its role as India's closest, most reliable and forward-looking partner in Africa. Together, let us shape a new global architecture, one defined not by distance or dominance, but by cooperation, connectivity, and shared destiny. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And I now move to Nepal and the Minister of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, the Honorable Mr. Anil Kumar Sinha.
Excellency, Sri Piyush Goyal ji, Chair of the Summit and Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Excellency, Sri N. Chandrababu Naidu, Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Excellencies, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I extend my sincere thanks for Your Excellency, Sri Piyush Goyal ji, Chair of this Summit and Minister of Commerce and Industry of Government of India, for cordial invitation to me to this vibrant summit. It is my pleasure to address this esteemed gathering at the 30th Partnership Summit in this beautiful city, Visakhapatnam, under the visionary leadership of Sri Chandrababu Naidu. I congratulate the Government of India, Government of Andhra Pradesh and Confederation of Indian Industry CII for organizing 30th edition of this summit, bringing diverse group of intellectuals and policymakers with a view of fostering partnership, collaboration and sharing potential growth and opportunities of mutual benefit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nepal highly values its strong and enduring relationship with India, a relationship deep-rooted in our shared history, cultural ties, open border, and economic interdependence. India is Nepal's largest trading partner, main transit providing country for trade access with third countries, and one of the largest source of foreign direct investment. We are impressed how India is working towards becoming the third largest economy in the world with high economic growth. These efforts will not only support to achieve the dream of vibrant Viksit Bharat of Indian people, but also to contribute to the economic transformation of this region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is a profound shift in the global economy. Geopolitical alignment, supply chain restructuring, digitization, and sustainability imperatives are creating new opportunities and challenges for trade and industry. Technology also offers new modes of service exports, digital trade, e-commerce, and cross-border platforms, which help us to integrate into regional and global value chains. In the view of new geo-economic order, technology alone is not enough. Trust is the bedrock upon which trade and investment flourish. The theme of this summit, technology, trust, and trade navigating the new geo-economic order, resonates deeply with Nepal's need to achieve economic development as the country has now embarked onto the path of economic development and prosperity. On this occasion, let me allow to highlight a brief overview of Nepal's recent political change and economic development efforts made by the government to create enabling business and investment-friendly environment. Recent Gen Z movement in Nepal was unprecedented. Nepali youth raised a strong voice for more accountable, responsive, and corruption-free governance. This movement in Nepal has a clear message that our policies, programs, and actions should address the need of and aspirations of the youth. Responding to the call of the Gen Z movement, a new interim government has been formed under the leadership of Right Honorable Prime Minister Mrs. Sushila Karki. The House of Representatives has been dissolved and general election for federal level has been announced for 5th March 2026. At present, our government is committed to promoting accountable, responsive, and corruption-free governance, while keeping its main mandate, the election of the House of Representatives, at the center. Our Constitution has recognized the role of private sector as a key engine of economy. The government is committed to promote enabling business environment. As the Foreign Investment and Technology Transfer Act allows foreign companies or individuals to invest in almost all sectors except a very few listed sectors. Government of Nepal has implemented a fully online company administration management information system called CAMIS for the modernization of company administration and established a one-stop service center for facilitating registration and providing facilities to the investors. Nepal National Single Window has been implemented for facilitating international trade. Our commitment on multilateral, regional and bilateral trade agreements have made Nepal a most liberal and open market for international trade. Rising opportunities of software export, business process outsourcing, e-commerce, fintech, and digital services in Nepal shows comparative advantage in the information and communication technology sector. Our overall indicators of Nepal's economy are positive and progressive. Foreign investors investing in Nepal are getting higher rate of return with guaranteed repatriation of profit and capital of their investment. Nepal is graduating from LDC category status in November 2026. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite our negligible contribution to the carbon emission, we have been facing serious challenges of climate change. An integrated and collective adoption approach
is required from mountains to the sea to avoid climate disaster. We are facing huge trade imbalance in the international trade. To face this perennial challenge, we need continuous cooperation and support from our trade partner countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the importance of foregoing partnerships that are built on trust, transparency, and mutual respect. It is through such collaborations that we can unlock the full potential of our economics and create sustainable opportunities for our people too. Nepal offers a wealth of opportunities in sectors such as tourism, hydropower, agriculture, information technology, and manufacturing. And many more can be explored are yet to be explored. We have immense potential in tourism sector for investment as we have possibility from Mount Everest, the world's highest peak, to Lumini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha. Let us recognize that our theme is not abstract. The 3 T's, technology, trust and trade, is the trinity that will determine how countries like Nepal carve their place in the new geo-economic order. Nepal is committed to continue structural reform, building trade infrastructure and digital ecosystem, and creating enabling environment for commerce and industry. I invite business and investors from India and all around the globe to explore in these highly potential sectors and partner with us by bringing new technologies and expertise to materialize our shared goal of economic prosperity and inclusive growth. I'm confident that the discussion and deliberations at this summit will pave the way for meaningful partnership that drive sustainable growth, innovation, technology transfer, and prosperity in our region. Together, let us embark on a journey of shared success and prosperity. At the end, I congratulate the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and CII for the excellent arrangement of this summit. I thank you all for your attention. I look forward to fruitful deliberations, productive partnership, and collective actions. Dhanyavad, namaskar.
Thank you very much, Sir the Honorable Minister from Nepal. And it's now my turn to invite and request the Honorable Minister from Singapore, the Honorable Coordinating Minister for National Security and Minister for Home Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Shanmugam, to give his address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Chandrababu Naidu, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, Ministers, Excellencies, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. In the interest of time, I will skip some of my introductory remarks. This is a time of disruption to the world order. There is great uncertainty as to how the changes will work out. We in Singapore believe in the growth of India, and relations between India and Singapore are strong, and they are expanding in scope and depth. We have put in place a wide-ranging, comprehensive strategic partnership between our two countries. The India-Singapore Ministerial Roundtable, ISMR, and the India-Singapore Business Roundtable, ISBR, are now in their 3rd year, and they are the structural mechanisms for the relationship between the two countries. And they underpin our cooperation in many areas, including what I would say the following pillars: sustainability, digitalization, skills development, connectivity, healthcare and medicine, and advanced manufacturing. And in these times of global uncertainty, where the global supply chains are being affected, global trade is being affected, strong ties between like-minded countries, either bilaterally or in groups, can help those who are involved to steer through the turbulence that all of us face. And between India and Singapore, Our people-to-people ties, business-to-business ties are long-standing and they are extremely strong. Many Singaporeans have deep roots in India. Many Indian families have members who are either studying or working in Singapore. And many Singaporean companies are investing in India, doing good business with Indian partners, and vice versa. Last year, India attracted close to US $15 billion from investors in Singapore. That's 20% of all FDI into India. Yesterday, my colleague, Minister Gan Xiao Hang, visited the new AI SATS logistics park in Bengaluru. This development will give a boost to Indian companies in the export-import sector. Given our size, it is a challenge for us to be in all states in India. We focus on some states where the areas where we in Singapore do well have some relevance. Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Naidu, has been a strong advocate of close cooperation with Singapore, and as a result, we have had a very good, long-standing partnership. And we hope to do more with Andhra Pradesh, and it's a show of our faith and our deep interest, and the interest our companies are showing that we, Singapore, probably the smallest country represented here, has the biggest business delegation and led by 2 ministers. You know, Singapore, we are quite careful in how we spend our money. So this is a statement of intention. Later today, our respective governments will sign a memorandum of understanding to establish a framework of cooperation in sustainable urban governance, digital governance, human resource development, and sustainable economic development. We hope this MOU will support the realization of the vision of Swarna Andhra 2047 for a wealthy, happy, healthy state. In closing, I wish everyone a fruitful partnership summit, and we look forward to deepening cooperation with our partners, working more closely together for the benefit of our peoples. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that very sharp, short and sweet message. Thank you. And I now request the Honorable Minister from Venezuela, the Minister of People's Power of Ecological Mining Development, His Excellency Hector Hernandez, to please address us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Estimated ministers, authorities, colegas and friends, good morning, good afternoon. On behalf of President Nicolas Maduro and Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, I would like to thank the Honorable Excellency Minister Goyal for this cordial invitation to participate in this event, which stands on an important global platform to promoting cooperation and economic and trade issues at a time of profound geopolitical transformation. Our countries shares a global vision and committed to ensuring the stability of the world economy. We highlight dialogue, innovation, and balanced cooperation as the imperative to face the unique challenges and opportunities arising from the current context of global reconfiguration. Likewise, Latin American and Caribbean, particularly Venezuela, represent great potential oil, gas, minerals, and many other reserves. The region is positioned as an important energy supplier, capacity to meeting global demands, specifically that of India, which is a project to drive a 23% increase in global energy demand by 2015, due to this in previous development. In the economy our countries share more than 66 years of relation, marked by long-term cooperation based on the recognition of our complementarities. Venezuela is an energy powerhouse, holding the world's largest oil reserve. Over 303 billion barrels, and as well the world's ninth largest gas reserve. Our weight in the global energy matrix continues to grow, projected to the former by 2030-2050. Additionally, Venezuela represents a key player to the global mining industry, ranking among the top countries in metallic and non-metallic minerals, as well as the rare earth deposit essential for the energy transition. We are confident to the cooperation with India will continue to strengthen, taking advantage of opportunity to expand the technical and productive capacity and forest technology enterprise within industrial space and our countries and Latin America, an essential contribution to building to multipolar world. It is also important to highlight to our country holds 2,700 certificate tons of gold and more than 5,000 additional tons paid to certificate. Likewise, we have 314 million tons of nickel, 1.6 billion tons of iron, 340 million tons of bauxite, and 1.1 billion tons of coal. India is emerging as global power by upholding this conviction that the world is one family. As one family, we must coexist without hegemonics, without empires, and without corporations' dictatorships. These visions align with the collective efforts of BRICS to promote the global development and growth. Brothers and sisters of India, the last partnership summit you address the importance of global cooperation to strengthen alliances and overcome challenges. Under this premise, Venezuela is here today to propose give you priority and Spain of the implementation of the new economy, trade, science, and technology politics adapt to a new international reality. Under the leadership of President Nicolás Maduro, the economy policy of the Bolivarian government continues to promote to the diversification and transformation of our economy. Venezuela is ready to receive investment and has the clear plan to directly to research, technology, and the offer to the externship the national market and expand our position in international markets. From Venezuela, we are reaffirm our commitment to advance a new initiative and industrial and productive projects to grow and development for our country, build our unity, solidarity, and complementary. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And now I move to the last panelist at this session, Excellency, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission, the UNESCAP, and the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Amalda.
Honorable Minister Sri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Naidu, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, eminent business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to join you all at this very important CII Partnership Summit. At the outset, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal, for the invitation. I also would like to congratulate the Government of India, Ministry of Commerce Industry, the Confederation of India Industry, and the Government of Andhra Pradesh for these timely initiatives. We gather at a very challenging time with persistent global headwinds and geopolitical disruptions affecting a country's development progress. Yet, amid this turbulence, India's economic performance is commendable. India's trade trajectory is characterized by a dual engine of growth, where the reliable services sector provides stability, while at the same time the merchandise sector undergoes a critical transformation. India consistently runs a substantial trade surplus in services. This growth is driven by high-value exports in IT and professional as well as digital consulting, which acts as the primary buffer against external shocks. The Indian economy continues to grow due to robust domestic demand and sustained capital investment, steadfastly on track to position itself to become the world's third largest economy by 2030. These are not mere statistics, they are a testament to being able to turn challenges into catalysts, of seeing in adversity the seeds of innovation. The vision of Prime Minister Modi set a very clear agenda and roadmap for development and implemented by the action-oriented policies under your leadership, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal. The transformation of India's economy, supported by the alliance between government vision and industry ingenuity, government policy and infrastructure, together with industry's enterprise and execution, have created a fabric of resiliency and adaptability to weather global turbulence. Consider the pillars of this partnership, namely, the first one is infrastructure, which remains the backbone of economic dynamism of India's ambitious initiatives, such as the National Infrastructure Pipeline and the Gati Shakti Master Plan, exemplify how government foresight, backed by public-private partnership, can accelerate connectivity. When industry steps forward with cutting-edge technologies in smart cities and high-speed rail, India construct corridors of commerce that links its 1.5 billion aspirations to the world's markets. In the Asia-Pacific region, where ESCAP champions regional integration, such models inspire. Our own efforts through the ASEAN Highway Network and the Trans-ASEAN Railway have shown that collaborative infrastructure can reduce trade costs by up to 30%, unlocking trillions in potential. Secondly is the digital frontier, where India is one of the global leaders. The Digital India campaign, propelled by government-led reforms in data governance and broadband expansion, has democratized access to technology for millions. Yet it is the industry's role through platforms such as the UPI, which processes billions of transactions seamlessly, that has catapulted India into a digital powerhouse. As we navigate the fourth industrial revolution, this partnership must evolve, in which governments must foster enabling regulations while industries invest in skilling the workforce for AI and cybersecurity. With this, we see this as key to our region. Bridging the digital divide could add about $1.5 trillion to the region's GDP by 2030. India's model shows how proactive collaboration can make digital dividends inclusive, ensuring no one is left behind in the race to the cloud. And finally, the green transition is an is an imperative that tests our collective resolve on climate action. Government incentives such as the production link incentive scheme for renewables, coupled with industry's innovation in solar and electric mobility, are driving a just energy transition. Together, they are creating jobs, curbing emissions, and positioning India as a leader in sustainable manufacturing. Imagine green hydrogen hubs powered by partnership that export clean tech to a decarbonizing world. In closing, we see that India's 6.5% trajectory, we see it as your invitation to collaborate and not to compete. Let government and industry be partners in building not walls of protectionism, but windows of possibility and opportunity. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I wish you all a very successful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your address, and really would be grateful to you for your continued engagement in the matters that you have raised. I now turn to our two chairs and co-chairs, and I'll first request our Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry to give his comments and remarks. First, please. Yeah, you. Right. So thank you, Mr. Minister, and now may I therefore request Mr. Chandrababu Naidu Garu, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, to make his comments, please.
Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Chairman, 30th CII Partnership Summit, Sri Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Ministers on the dais, Minister of Commerce and Industry of Republic of Angola, Oliveira, Honorable Minister of Economy, Armenia, His Excellency Papuan, Honorable Minister of International Trade, Canada, Honorable Mahendra Sindhu, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection, Mauritius, Honorable John Michael, Minister of Trade and Commerce and Civil Supplies, Nepal, Anil Kumar Simhaji, Honorable Minister, Singapore, Coordinating Minister of our National Security and Minister of Home Affairs, His Excellency Shanmugam Garu, Honorable Minister for Venezuela, His Excellency Hector, World Trade Organization Director General, Honorable Avela, Under Secretary General, United Nations, Honorable Armida, and friends. We had elaborate speeches in the inaugural session. Today, I am very happy to receive so many delegates. Overall international registrations, 560, and also diplomats, 58 members, 13 different countries, ambassadors, high commissioners, 4 deputy heads of missions, 5 council generals, Number of countries participation, 62 countries. Asia alone, 23 countries. And also Europe, 20 countries. North America, 2 countries. South America, 5 countries. Africa, 10 countries. Oceania, 2 countries. And also I am very happy today highest delegation has come from Saudi Arabia, that is nearly 78 delegates, followed by Singapore, 56 delegates, USA, 52 delegates, Russia, 50 delegates, UAE, 40, UK, 30, Australia, 29, Germany, 16, Sri Lanka, 15, Japan, 11, Canada, 10. These are all the top countries which are representing more than 10. We are very happy. It is not only investment summit. As a matter of fact, these 2 days, nearly we are having 46 sessions. Even every year I used to go to Davos. In Davos, we can network, we can learn what is happening globally, and also we can have business. It is a win-win situation. Same thing here. Nearly 76 international experts are going to discuss on various subjects. According to me, learning and de-learning is a continuous process. World is moving very fast. Sometimes what you learned yesterday, it is irrelevant today. And also technology breakthroughs have come in a big way. So here we can offer to you in Andhra Pradesh, it is also another important issue I want to place before you. All 62 countries you attended here, your trade delegations are here. If you can invest in India, in turn, all of us, even from India, will invest in different countries. That is the biggest harmony we can establish. We can understand each other, we will respect each other, and also in future we will live together. According to me, today we are seeing geopolitical situations. Even to maintain harmony, this is one way all of us has to work together. Even there are developing countries, there are developed countries, even small countries are doing extremely well. Even Singapore, even Dubai, their population is very small, but their best practices and also their achievements, if you can see, yes, recently I was in Dubai. They are planning very soon, within 1 year time, drone taxis. That is how things are happening. Even Singapore, from the beginning, they are helping us so many things. Even Amaravati master plan, they have planned extremely well. So these are all the best practices we can learn each other for global good and also mutual benefit. Here I can offer you Araku coffee you have tasted. Even just now I have served here one of the best coffee, organic coffee, produced in tribal area. Next time, I want to take all of you to tribal area for experience to have coffee in tribal gardens. That is coffee gardens itself, we can have coffee. It is not far away, 1 hour. We can have a break and then go on, or otherwise one evening, we can have a dinner in that area. And also if you can go through we are very strong in aquaculture, horticulture. There we are going to produce our products with certification and traceability. That is how we are moving. Anybody wanted to learn natural farming, they can come. Or otherwise, you are doing better than us, we are prepared to learn from you. Green energy, this is a big breakthrough. Environmental sustainability, even microgrids, you can plan it. And also next level, we can go for green hydrogen, ammonia, and so many developments, we can work together. And also minerals, it is a new area. Lot of things we have to learn each other for value addition. Even rare earth minerals are available in Andhra Pradesh. Anybody is having new technology or new ideas about it, we are prepared to work with them. This is another area. Ultimately, tourism. It is a big area. Everybody is worried now. AI, because of AI, we may lose jobs. To compensate jobs, only the sector, tourism sector. Even we are having long coastline, even excellent beaches, excellent sea cruises. Gandikota, it is similar or better than Grand Canyon. And also culinary tourism, one of the best food. You are all tasting now. Indian food is the best food. Anybody will come to India or anywhere in the world, we are having different types of food. Every state is different. Every cuisine is different. That is where we can provide one of the best food. And also Buddhist trails, one of the best place, even Buddhist circuits. And also temple circuits, one of the best. You can experience new experiences. What is our tradition? What is our legacy? What is our civilization? All these things we can learn with this. And also homestays we are promoting now in a big way. Anybody wanted to experience, go to tribal area, stay with them and learn their culture, their civilization, everything we can work with them. Even we are promoting experience centers, handicrafts, handloom. These are all the experience centers we are promoting in a big way. Now deep technology, I told you morning, earlier inaugural session. Now we have reached a stage in governance, data-driven governance. All data in data lake, either central government or state government, historical data, present data, everything on data lake. Then we are collecting real-time data, rainfall, temperature, humidity, groundwater, reservoir water, you name anything, around 45 parameters we are collecting real-time through satellite, drone, CCTV cameras, sensors, everything. Ultimately, AI is reality. Now, artificial intelligence, we can use it for everything. We can communicate real-time, right solution. That is how things are happening. Now, governments are competing with private sector. This is where we are doing in that direction. Recently, we handled one cyclone. Prediction, preparedness, execution with team spirit. Everything has gone with seamless coordination. Human loss practically nil. And ultimately, we are able to minimize even property loss also. This is where we are promoting data-driven decision making. Ultimately, every family we want to promote one entrepreneur. 25 years back, I promoted one family, one IT professional. Today, I can say proudly, any country, there are Indians, there are Telugu community from my province. They are earning highest per capita income. All these things happened 25 years because of knowledge economy. Now I am promoting one family, one entrepreneur. Every family, they have to use AI. Every family, they are having capacity, they have to produce use case. This is where we are promoting. To reach this, we are having Ratan Tata Innovation Hub and spoke model. State as a hub, 5 zones, 5 spoke model. Industry and also academic institutions, mentoring, venture capital, and everything we are integrating, different place, even banker. Ultimately, nearly 50,000 acres of land is available for land bank. I am attaching to this. Any entrepreneur will come, he want to start a company. Immediately we will train him, we will give everything, plug and play also. That is where in future, to start a company in knowledge economy, distance is not the constraint. I can start a company by sitting in a remote area, anywhere in the world. It is only leadership we need, how to replicate, how to scale it up.
You had said prophecy. Let's touch 200.
I am very happy. Morning I told you one example, stable government. India, Narendra Modi is only the man who is accepting globally, very strong leader, very stable leader. Morning I told NDA in Bihar is going to cross 200. Now we have crossed 200. That is what our ministry is showing. Now you can imagine, once it is stable government, we can take so many decisions. That is where I am appealing all of you. This 20th century belongs to India. And also, we are having inherent strengths. India always is, our Prime Minister is wishing global good. Even he is fighting on terrorism and also international peace, international prosperity, and also we have to work together, countries, trade missions, everybody has to work together. So these are all best opportunities are available. Better than this, you may not get any other place. It is a happening place. What all you wish, you start here. From then onwards, we will work together for win-win situation. Anyway, 2 days, we are all here. Ultimately, again, I am requesting you, you watch today and tomorrow. One takeaway you have to take for your success in future. Or otherwise, one good best practice you have to live here for our prosperity or for our future. This is what I want to request all of you. Learning and de-learning is a continuous process. I have to learn so many things from all of you. With this, so many delegates are here. We are nearer now. We are understanding each other and respect each other's culture, and also there are so many things we have to respect. Ultimately, it is for global good we are working. With this session, I am very happy. Today and tomorrow also we will be here. We will interact further and further, and also we will learn each other. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister. The policymakers, the ministers, they've all mentioned about their vision, their thoughts of global trade. Industry and businesses have to take it forward. And with that, I'll ask Rajiv Bhimani, a quick concluding wrap-up by you as you thank our honorable ministers and policymakers as to how do you see this being taken forward by the businesses of India and the world?
Yeah, thank you very much. I know it's been a long morning, so I will be very rapid. Let me first thank everyone on the dais for very short, crisp, pointed remarks. Everyone laid out the USP, the proposition, and what came of their respective countries. And what came out clearly was that the recent events, recent global events, have triggered a spate of deregulation. They have triggered a spate of ambition, and they have triggered a space of each country trying to build a new set of relationships, reinforcing old relationships. And I think that's that's the journey that India has been. And I must congratulate our Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister. We talked a lot about deregulation, but what he has done in terms of trade diversification, building new relationships, strengthening the existing relationships, reducing trade barriers, reducing other trade issues to facilitate and lubricate greater trade and investment. And on behalf of Indian industry, I would like to say the Indian industry today is at a very sweet spot, both given the opportunities in India, the dynamism of the financial markets, the strength of balance sheets, both of the financial institutions and industries, and also very keen to invest not only in India but invest globally. And the big themes that I thought that came out from all of you, apart from trade diversification strengthening, was around AI, new technology, around energy, particularly energy transition, metals and mining, around social infrastructure and advanced manufacturing. And they align very well where India wants to go, where Indian industry wants to go. So I'm very hopeful that this summit will give us a greater impetus to build stronger relationships and further trade and investments. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot once again for a wonderful session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, after this photo opportunity, we will conclude this session. And I know it's rather late, but I invite all of you to join us for a quick lunch so that we can all come back and reconvene in this hall for our next session at 2:30. Request all of you to please come back after a quick lunch by 2:30, and we'll start our next session thereafter. Thank you very much.
Mira, ven acá. Yo creo que sí.
Do quickly by the time we join.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are making some necessary changes in the hall. So may I request people seated at the back to kindly come forward and request you to kindly just bear with us for this inconvenience while we set up this room. People sitting at the back may please come forward and kindly bear with us for the inconvenience while we set up this room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we regret the inconvenience of making the necessary changes in the hall and request all the delegates who are sitting in the back to kindly come forward. We regret the inconvenience caused in making the necessary changes in the plenary hall. Thank you.
TVS Motor, the flagship of India-based TVS Group. TVS Motor is a globally recognized brand operating in over 80 countries across Central and South America, Africa, and Asia. We believe each market is unique, and we innovate relentlessly to create vehicles tailored to diverse terrains and consumer needs. From the challenging Dhaka Valley to the highest motorable roads, TVS delivers performance, reliability, and excellence. Our expansive product portfolio includes performance bikes, connected scooters, electric vehicles, commuter bikes, utility vehicles, and three-wheelers, offering mobility solutions for every need. Since manufacturing our first two-wheeler in 1978, TVS Motor has been at the forefront of innovation, combining cutting-edge technology with deep consumer insights. Our milestones include India's first Bluetooth-enabled scooter, dual-platform FI technology, and the iQube, our advanced electric scooter equipped with telematics. Every vehicle embodies a TVS commitment to quality and performance, honed through rigorous testing and development, including on the racetrack with India's first company-owned race team. Our state-of-the-art factories symbolize the DNA of TVS Motor, combining design expertise, advanced production management, and global supplier partnerships. These facilities produce vehicles with precision and efficiency, ensuring world-class quality. To maintain our edge, over 400 professionals undergo continuous training at our corporate universities, supported by robust employee engagement and recognition programs. With 13 million services annually, contactless buying options, and connected apps like TVS Smart Connect, we prioritize seamless customer experiences. But the TVS is beyond mobility. Through the Srinivas Services Trust, our social arm, we work with communities and governments to empower the rural poor. By driving awareness, skill development, and training programs, SST has transformed countless lives, keeping the soul of TVS Motor alive and inspired. At the heart of TVS Motor lies the TVS Way, a philosophy of customer-centric innovation, exceptional quality, and the pursuit of excellence. This approach drives us to create products and experiences that redefine mobility for a connected future. Welcome to the TVS Way.
As India takes its place on the global stage, Ralson is driving that momentum, taking India to the world. From revolutionizing bicycle tires in the 1950s to leading automotive innovation, we now enter a new era, commercial tires. We use high-quality raw materials, SCADA system, and precision machinery sourced from the best manufacturers from across the globe. Our automated tire building utilizes nitrogen curing for superior uniformity and performance. Our proprietary cool compound technology enhances fuel efficiency. Every tire undergoes rigorous testing: visual, X-ray, uniformity, and dynamic balancing. We ensure radial runout, endurance, and casing strength meet our exacting standards. Each tire is barcoded for full traceability. Made in India, made for the world.
If rising temperatures are the result of our choices, can better choices rewrite the future? That is the question we ask ourselves every single day at EcoRem. The more greenhouse gases we emit into the atmosphere, the more the planet warms. Unless we reduce these emissions and return closer to pre-industrial levels, rising temperatures will continue to have a profound impact on our planet. Today, electricity and heat production are responsible for roughly 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Industries add another 24%. Agriculture, forestry, and land use account for 22%, and transportation contributes nearly.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a relaxing lunch break. And now we are back to our sessions. Warm welcome to our session on Gateway to Growth, the Trade and Investment Imperative. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to now extend a very warm welcome and invite on stage our session moderator, Mr. Narayan Sethuraman, Co-Chairman, CII International Council and CII Trade Policy Council, and also the Managing Director of Sanmar Matrix Metals Limited. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to him. May I please invite on stage our keynote speakers, Her Excellency Ms. Armida Salsaya Alice Jahabana, Executive Secretary, UN Economic and Social Commission, UNESCAP, and Under Secretary General of the United Nations. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to her. His Excellency Mr. Min Min, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Commerce from Myanmar. His Excellency Mr. Pen Sovichit, Vice Minister, Ministry of Commerce from Cambodia. Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, President, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, ERIA, from Indonesia. A very warm welcome to our panelists, Mr. Neeraj Gupta, Principal Investment Officer, International Finance Corporation India, IFC, and Ms. Natasha Majumdar, Director, South Asia, Amphori. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our eminent panel here. This session will highlight the actionable strategies to strengthen global value chains, attract investments, and foster long-term partnerships. And with these words, I will now hand it over to our session moderator, Mr. Narayan Sethuraman, and I request him to kindly make his opening remarks and to moderate this session. Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first session after lunch, but promises to be a very interesting topic, especially in the current geopolitical scenario. With those comments, it's my pleasure to welcome Ms. Armida, Executive Secretary, UN Economic and Social Commission and Under Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Min Min, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Commerce, Myanmar, His Excellency Mr. Sovichit, Vice Minister, Ministry of Commerce, Cambodia, Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, President, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Mr. Neeraj Gupta from IFC is the Chief Investment Officer, and Natasha Majumdar, who is the Director, South Asia for Amphori. Also welcome all of you here. It's a privilege and an honor to moderate this important session today. We gather here at a crucial juncture in India's trade and economic journey. Over the past decade, India has undertaken a series of transformative reforms, strengthened its export facilitation mechanisms, and deepened global partnerships. These efforts have positioned India as one of the most dynamic and resilient economies in the world. As mentioned, we meet at a moment when global supply chains are being redefined. I heard this quite a bit in the morning plenaries too. Trade dynamics are evolving rapidly, and sustainability has become a central pillar of economic strategy. The challenges are many, but so are the opportunities. India stands at a pivotal moment at its economic trajectory. Our strategy for free trade and economic engagement reflects a multifaceted and inclusive approach, one that seeks to enhance global integration while ensuring balance and sustainable development. With a vision of expanding and diversifying exports and markets, deepening participation in global value chains, India continues to focus on building partnerships that promote mutual growth and long-term resilience. Guided by the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, India's digital strategy continues to emphasize innovation, skill development, and entrepreneurship. These elements are essential to fostering inclusive progress and ensuring that the benefits of growth reach every segment of society. India's financial ecosystem also stands out as a model of innovation and inclusion. This evolution demonstrates how digital infrastructure can enhance efficiency, transparency, and participation, key ingredients for a thriving economy. While the opportunities are immense, the global trade and investment landscape also presents challenges that call for collective solutions. Recent tariff measures and trade frictions among major economies have underscored the importance of maintaining transparent, open, and rules-based trade to ensure stability and resilience in global value chains. It is imperative that economies continue to focus on fostering trust, strengthening standards cooperation, and promoting greater collaboration in innovation and technology. Mutual recognition of standards, smoother logistics connectivity, and responsible business practices will be the key enablers of the next phase of business growth. Today's session provides a valuable platform to deliberate on actionable strategies to enhance cross-border collaboration and investment linkages. We are privileged to have with us here an eminent and diverse panel representing different regions and perspectives. Their insights and experiences will be instrumental in helping us understand how trade-led growth and investment partnerships can be fostered in a rapidly changing global environment. With that, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists to share their insights and perspectives. Thank you once again for being here, and I'm looking forward to an engaging and productive session. Thank you very much. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Min Min, the Deputy Minister, Ministry of Commerce, Myanmar, to give his remarks.
Good afternoon, esteemed moderators, distinguished panelists, and honored guests. It is a profound privilege for the delegation of Myanmar to participate in this 30th Partnership Summit. I extend our sincerest appreciations to the government and the people of India and their gracious hospitalities and excellent arrangement for this important gathering. The title of this section, Gateway to Growth, resonates deeply with Myanmar. It reflects our national vision to serve as a dynamic land bridge connecting to the great economic engine of South Asia and Southeast Asia. By both geography and spirit, Myanmar stands as the crossroad of continental connectivity. Yet, being a gateway is not defined by location alone. It must be realized through visionary, sustainable, and mutually beneficial prosperity partnership. Myanmar and India share an enduring economic partnership rooted in story, culture, and trust. Our bilateral trade value over $1.6 billion in 2024 and 2025 year continues to expand, with India remains one of our top trading partners and currently ranks as the fourth largest. On the export front, Myanmar's agriculture sector has shown remarkable resilience. We are enhancing export of beans and pulses under the Memorandum of Understanding between the two governments, valid until 2026. Myanmar also export garment, wood products, fishery items, veneers, metals, rubbers, and turmeric to India. Meanwhile, import from India pharmaceuticals, chemicals, food products, cotton, machineries, and vehicles reflect strong industrial cooperations. Pharmaceutical in the particular account for the 60% of Myanmar's market, underscoring India's role as a trusted, affordable source of quality medicines. We organize that foreign direct investment in the engine of sustainable growth. Although inflows are fluctuated, India remains valued partner, ranking 11th with cumulative approved investment nearing $800 million as of September 2025. To strengthening investors' confidence, Myanmar's Investments Commission introduced the investment activities priority list in 2021, opening strategic sectors such as power generations, oil and gas, and manufacturing to foreign participation. We warmly invite Indian companies to seize these opportunities and join us in the advancing industrial transformations and sustainable energy development. Myanmar's goal is not simply growth, it's a sustainable prosperity. Trade and investments are the twin engines driving this vision as our economy transactions from a resource-based model to one that diversifies and knowledge-driven. We seek partnerships that are transformative, not merely transactional investments that create meaningful jobs, foster technologies, transfers, and strengthening value chain integration. Our visions of growth is inclusive, equitable, enduring, anchored in a shared prosperity for all. Our first strategy is to move up the global value chain with our partners, from agriculture to agri-business, with fertile land and proud agriculture heritage. Myanmar is the leading suppliers of pulses and beans to India's and global markets. We now aim to evolve into modern agri-business, investing in processing, packaging, and logistics that add a value and benefit for both sides. From assembling advanced manufacturing, our garment and light manufacturing sectors have driven growth. The next step is to advance into higher value industries, machineries, electronics, and renewable energy components, areas ideal for the Myanmar-India collaborations. Our second strategy is foster sustainable, stable, and predictable investment climate. Our special economic zones serve as integrated hubs for the trade, innovations, and logistics. They offer strategic locations, robust infrastructures, and investors-friendly frameworks to cross-border collaboration. Connectivities remain at the heart of the shared prosperity. Projects such as India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway and the Caledon Multimodal Transit Project are not merely physical corridors. They are pathway to opportunity that reshape the regional economics landscape and reaffirm Myanmar's role as a true gateway from the South and Southeast Asia. In conclusion, Myanmar stands open not only for the business but for the partnership in the trusted sense. Our message is one shared opportunity and mutual progress. Together, we can transform this gateway to growth into the gateway to share prosperity, a bridge connecting our people, our markets, and our futures. We warmly invite India's all our regional partners to work with us through this gateway. Shoulder to shoulder, as we build the future as sustainable, inclusive, and mutual rewarding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now request Mr. Watanabe to deliver his remarks.
Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very delighted to be here in the very vibrant city of Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh. Very good afternoon. We are witnessing a period of profound transformation. Trade flows are slowing, supply chains are fragmenting, and investment decisions are increasingly shaped by geopolitics and technology competition. For developing Asia, India and Southeast Asia in particular, this transformation poses challenges, but also opens new opportunities to expand domestic market, diversify market, strengthen regional production networks, and build trusted partnership based on the complementarity. In this evolving landscape, India's economic transformation stands out. Guided by Prime Minister Modi's vision for trade and investment, India has pursued a balanced strategy of self-reliance and global integration, embodied in Make in India and self-reliance. These initiatives, combined with India's digital public infrastructure, such as UPI, ONDC, demonstrates how industrial policy and digital innovation can reinforce one another, fostering resilience, inclusion, and competitiveness. From a broader perspective, cooperation between India and Southeast Asia. Today, we have excellencies from Southeast Asia countries, and the wider global South will be essential in shaping more equitable and sustainable value chains. By aligning strategies, connecting digital systems, and investing in people, the global South can transform into becoming co-creators of innovation and industrial capacity. In this context, India's transformation aligns closely with the growing dynamism of ASEAN, as both regions strive to strengthen regional integration and sustainable growth. At the recent India-ASEAN summit, Prime Minister Modi underlined the shared responsibility as partners representing nearly quarters of the world population to deepen cooperation under the ASEAN-India Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. Looking ahead, India and ASEAN partnership can serve as a stabilizing anchor, advancing open, balanced and rules-based economic cooperation while deepening connectivity through trade facilitation, logistics, digital infrastructure, building on ASEAN and India long-standing role at the heart of global value chains. To strengthen this foundation, India and ASEAN must move forward from policy alignment to deeper cooperation, connecting industries, technologies, and people. Cooperation should go beyond trade, encompassing joint manufacturing, technology co-creation, and human capital partnerships. ASEAN's strong production base and India's technological capacity can jointly drive progress in emerging sectors such as semiconductors, clean energy, advanced manufacturing, and critical minerals, while ensuring the resilience of global value chains. Equally, India and ASEAN can align their efforts in digital and energy transformation. India's UPI is a clear example of how digital infrastructure can connect economies and empower inclusion for small businesses and people. The upcoming ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DIFA, also offers a timely opportunity to link ASEAN and India digital ecosystem, promoting interoperability, innovation, and sustainable digital trade. In energy area, my institute and the CII recently collaborated on the feasibility study for the ASEAN-India power grid. This is a concrete step toward realizing a shared vision of green interconnected growth. Ultimately, the true gateway to growth lies not in geography but in partnership and trust. Both India's transformation and ASEAN's integration show that sustainable growth can be achieved through openness, reform, and collaboration. AREA remains committed to supporting these regional efforts by providing evidence-based research, policy dialogue, and multi-stakeholder platform for cooperation. We believe that the deepening relationship between ASEAN and India will not only strengthen Asia's economic architecture but also contribute more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable global economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I request Mr. Neeraj Gupta to deliver his remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskaram. Delighted to be here in Visakhapatnam, city of tremendous opportunity, to discuss how trade and investment can serve truly as a gateway to growth for both India and Andhra Pradesh. I would also like to extend my heartiest gratitude to the organizers, the DPIIT, the Government of Andhra Pradesh, and of course CII. And very warm namaskaram to all the delegates, government officials, and industry leaders as well. I think India is at an inflection point, as one of the speakers mentioned before me, with transformative reforms, strategic free trade agreements, and digital innovation that is shaping the economy. And I think the global rapidly changing geopolitical environment, which was also referred to earlier, is also impacting our policies and shaping the policies of Government of India. Andhra Pradesh state also has set an ambitious path through its Industrial Development Policy 24-29 and the Swarn Andhra Pradesh at 2047. It's a very ambitious vision, leveraging the almost 1,000 kilometers of coastline, infrastructure, and medium and small enterprises to boost major industrial and exports by the year 2047. A bit about the development gaps. I think we all know there's a significant gaps, but a few numbers quickly on the magnitude of the challenge facing India as a country and Andhra Pradesh as a fast, rapidly growing economy, state economy. So developing countries collectively, globally, they face a $4 trillion funding gap annually on an annual basis just to comply with the Sustainable Development Goals. We know that public budget alone cannot close this gap, and therefore we need to crowd in private sector investments. And that's where the role of a lot of the industry leaders present here and CII as a platform for those industries has to play a big role. I've personally worked on cities, and we've recently worked with one of the cities in Andhra Pradesh. So Indian cities need a total of $2.4 trillion by 2050 just to come up to the level of sustainable service delivery to achieve their public service obligations and to develop resilient low carbon infrastructure, it far, far exceeds their current investments that they make on an annual basis. So that just reflects the significant challenge that's facing not just the governments at provincial levels or India at a country level, but also our cities, which are supposed to be engines of growth. And the ironical part is that private investment in these cities, which are economic hubs, it accounts for only 5%, both through PPPs as well as through private lending, commercial lending to cities. So we do need to pay more attention to these stakeholders and ensure that the contribution by them, both economically and efficiency-wise, is scaled up multiple times. A bit about India's strategy reforms. I think speakers before me have referred to ONDC, UPI. I won't repeat that. But there are other parts of the ecosystem that I think the government is working in an integrated manner. Policies such as Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Viksit Bharat vision, the PM Gati Shakti and Swarnmala. I think all these building blocks in an integrated manner, they aim to improve infrastructure and logistics. They aim to cut costs. In the morning in another event, I was hearing that there was a recent study by NCAER which has estimated that logistics costs in India amount to a whopping almost 8% of GDP. The interesting part is this has come down quite significantly over the last few years, but it's still much, much higher than economies like China or Singapore or other East Asian economies. Forget about Western Europe. So we have a task ahead essentially. So with these forward-looking policies, India is well placed to be a trusted anchor for resilient growth and sustainable global value chains. Now, in terms of actionable strategies and the role that we can play, so we are part of the World Bank Group, but as one World Bank Group, the World Bank supports policy and institutional reforms. While IFC, we bring in private capital. We don't just bring in private capital, we bring in private capital both to be deployed by the private sector, but also private capital directly to state-owned enterprises. And that's the role we recently played with the city of Visakhapatnam, where we've funded about $60 million for them to develop critical wastewater infrastructure, including wastewater recycling and reuse, without any government guarantee, without any state government or government of India guarantee. So it just demonstrates that even our cities, or at least the capable cities, can develop bankable projects or bankable structures which allow them to leverage private capital from development finance institutions such as ourselves. So together, World Bank and IFC can turn India's vision and Andhra Pradesh trade and investment ambitions into bankable and sustainable inclusive projects. And I think again the emphasis on the word bankable, because no private sector will want to put its money if it's not assured of a fair return, right? Subject to obviously certain degree of risk that each investor will take. And these projects could be bankable on their own, but I think equal importance needs to be given to making our entities bankable. Private sector wants to engage with entities, government counterpart entities, which are bankable, with a focus obviously on quality, resilient jobs and livelihoods. Just to show that the importance we place on India as an economy, India is actually our largest portfolio globally. We have an exposure of $10.3 billion US dollars, which represents over 11% of our global portfolio. So just to put it in the perspective, India as a shareholder in the World Bank Group has a voting right of about 4-5%, but it represents more than 10% of our global portfolio. In Andhra Pradesh, a lot of you will know, we've recently, the World Bank Group, along with our partners, Asian Development Bank, have supported the development of the new capital, Amaravati, in a very, very big way. And it also aligns directly with the Swarn Andhra Pradesh vision. I mentioned about the Vizag project. and we work across verticals, so not just direct investments into infrastructure like Amaravati or the Vizag wastewater recycling project. We work through financial intermediaries. So we've been working through financial institutions and microfinance institutions who have a very large footprint in Andhra Pradesh, especially catering to low-income households, women entrepreneurs, and MSMEs. We also work on manufacturing. So industries which are setting up base in Andhra Pradesh, in India, including foreign investors, we try and do what we call South-South partnerships. We bring in companies, international companies who are interested in setting up base in India, and we not just bring them in with, curating these partnerships, but we also are able to provide funding to them. I think finally, I heard that in the run-up to this event, MOUs worth $100 billion have already been signed. So just to say that these kind of events and platforms do help quite a lot in directly building local economy. And IFC, as part of the One World Bank group, we stand ready to partner with the Andhra Pradesh government and India's private sector and other key development partners to turn this movement into tangible outcomes. As I said, our modus operandi in emerging markets, the way we operate is through curating bankable projects. So if a private sector spots an opportunity, let's say it's a large renewable park in Andhra Pradesh, and they want to curate that project, we are able to come in and broker that partnership between the private sector and the government of Andhra Pradesh, and then ultimately deploy large-scale funding also. And our funding also, increasingly, we come in with the consortium. So it's consortium lending. We can put in equity. We can put in debt. But increasingly, we work largely through development partners. And together, our vision is to make trade and investment the true gateway for shared and sustainable growth for Andhra Pradesh, India, and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now request Natasha to deliver her remarks, please.
Well, distinguished panel, esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends. It is a pleasure for me to be here standing in front of you at the 30th CII Sustainable Partnership Summit 2025. This has been a forum that has consistently positively affected the trajectory of India's economic engagement. And our theme today, which talks about a gateway to growth, a trade and investment imperative, is very relevant and very timely. It could not be more opportune to speak about this because EU and India are today approaching the final stages or conclusions of a landmark free trade agreement. And let me say something or highlight something that the audience here already understands. And that is the fact that this free trade agreement is going to bring immense opportunity for both sides. There is absolutely no doubt that there is immense opportunity that will arise both in trade flows as well as investment flows. European companies are actively seeking to diversify their supply chain. They're looking to reduce their reliance on single region sourcing. And at the same time, they're looking to strengthen resilience against future disruptions. In this context, India stands very strong. And it does have an edge. It also indicates and stands for itself as a country with innovation, with opportunity, and this is not just for the scale in the market size as well as the workforce that India brings, but it is also for the reliability and capability of Indian producers. So in this regard, let us look at 6 factors that are going to be essential when we develop strategy or when we look at how to really capitalize upon the growth gateway. The first one being trade as a catalyst. The progressive removal of the EU tariffs, okay, particularly in the sectors of agriculture, apparel and textile, which have traditionally been sectors with higher tariffs, above average tariffs, is going to bring in tremendous opportunity for impact on trade volumes. In this regard, it will encourage EU companies to look at India as a dynamic, competitive and high-quality sourcing destination. We do have the opportunity to stand out as the sourcing destination. Indian producers, particularly those that rely upon domestic sourcing for raw materials like cotton, will qualify and will meet the rules of origin requirements. This will give them an competitive advantage over preferential countries such as, or various economies such as Vietnam or Bangladesh. Bangladesh currently enjoys a GSP status and this is expected to evolve. At the same time, we should also recognize that the agreement will expand India's access into the European goods and the European products. The high tariffs, which have historically prevented import of European goods in certain sectors, the reduction of these tariffs will now allow for more goods and opportunities to be available to Indian consumers and Indian businesses. This means we're going to have enhanced choices, we're going to have more quality options and more innovation. This drives us towards even more competitive and environment to stand out for ourselves. I want to next move upon the aspects of investment. I want to speak about investment here. This is a two-way street. Okay, the trade flows are not the only dimensions of this partnership, but investment flows will also be significantly impacted. We already see and know, and some of our panelists have also highlighted, that under the Make in India vision, we have seen European investors seeking in opportunities for manufacturing and innovation in India. The FTA can accelerate this by addressing the long-standing barriers that have made investment or operational setup cumbersome. When these factors are eased, then everyone wins. Whether it's the European investors or it is the Indian partners, but it's also the Indian local workforce and Indian people that stand to benefit in this regard. Thirdly, I'm going to touch about sustainability. This is the new imperative. There's no turning away over here. It is the journey ahead. It is the future. But let's look and understand why. Okay, EU companies, to put into perspective, EU companies today are operating under unprecedented scrutiny. They are driven by legislations such as CBAM, the deforestation regulations, and also the forthcoming forced labor rules. They also have expectations that they have to meet from consumers, investors, and civil society. So this means when the European firms are sourcing from or investing in India, they need reassurance that their supply chains uphold strong environmental and social standards. Many companies, including members of M4E, in this regard use strong and internal systems which are capable of identifying risks on labor conditions, occupational safety, discrimination, or environmental practices, all the way down to their supply chain. Now, with the best positioning of India with regards to sustainability, we will be able to seize the opportunities, okay, in maximizing the benefits of this FTA. This effort is not going to be easy, but it is necessary. And importantly, it will not only benefit business, but it is also going to benefit workers as well as communities. A very quick touch upon the shared role with the government. Okay, here it is also important that to understand that India has already made tremendous progress with regards to labor reforms, compliance structures, as well as digitization. But continued engagement, such as consideration of or considering the ratification of The remaining core ILO conventions, such as freedom of association and collective bargaining, will further strengthen India's case as trusted long-term economic partner. These are complex tasks in a vast and diverse country, no doubt. But they are also foundational to ensuring that the FTA is supported by all the necessary stakeholders in Europe. As endorsement from the 27 EU member states and the European Parliament will be essential and the next step. At a time of heightened political sensitivity, India's ability to demonstrate strong commitments on sustainability will help to secure broad and timely approval. We must also understand we do work in a competitive global landscape. Over here, it is worth noting that India is not the only country deepening ties with Europe. The EU has just concluded a comprehensive and enforceable trade and sustainability chapter with Indonesia and is in discussions with Thailand, which have produced similar outcome. These countries are also positioning themselves as responsible and attractive sourcing destinations for European business. India, with its scale and capabilities, should not just match, but also exceed these commitments. And lastly, let's look at the gateway to shared prosperity. As India continues to showcase its readiness, its openness and sustainability and investment facilitation, I do firmly believe that this FTA could become one of the most successful in EU's portfolio. It has the potential to unlock unprecedented trade, drive innovation, and enable sustainable industrial growth, thereby also empowering millions of workers. So the world is watching, and it is watching India rise with admiration. This FTA is more than a commercial document. It is a strategic bridge between economies that share values of democracy, innovation, and long-term partnership. Together, we can shape a future where trade and investment become engines of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the gateway to growth is open. Let us step through it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. I now request Her Excellency Ms. Armida to deliver her keynote address.
Excellencies, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you, and it is indeed my pleasure to join you again in this CII Partnership Summit, and especially in this particular session on Gateway to Growth, the Trade and Investment Imperative. By way of background, let me start by highlighting the two interconnected challenges faced by many countries in our region in sustaining long-term economic growth and development. The first one is the convergence of per capita income levels between developing countries and the world's frontier countries has decelerated, driven by slower labor productivity growth and the diminishing impacts of capital accumulation on productivity gains. Second, many countries in the region remain trapped in production activities with lower value addition, and it is becoming more difficult to upgrade into high value addition segments of global supply chains amid rising trade protectionism and fierce international competition on technologies. The answer to overcome these challenges lies in strategic trade and investment partnership, in forward-looking alliances that transcend borders, that ignite sustainable economic growth as well as development, and in forming network of free trade agreements that prioritize areas such as green technologies, digital infrastructure, and resilient supply chain. By forging deeper ties with like-minded partners through strategic free trade agreements, countries can diversify trade routes, mitigate risk from restriction, and channel investment into high-impact sectors. In the present global context and situation, it is of my view that for India, the gateway to growth can further be opened through continued policy reforms in areas such as ease of doing business, labor laws, and streamlining custom procedures and reducing logistical bottlenecks. Second, by fostering a vibrant innovation ecosystem, which is crucial for developing high-value products and services through increased investment in research and development, encouraging the creation of intellectual property, promoting collaboration between academia and industry, and supporting startups. And third, by investing in skills development and vocational training programs aligned with industry demand, will ensure a skilled workforce capable of supporting advanced manufacturing and digital services. Fourth, by adopting policies that promote green manufacturing, renewable energy, and sustainable supply chain, will align India with global environmental goals and open up new opportunities in the green economy. Fifth, by leveraging India's robust digital public infrastructure, such as the Aadhaar, UPI, and the Open Network for Digital Commerce, can further enhance trade efficiency and financial inclusion. And finally, by tapping into India's large domestic market, the country's 1.4 billion population with increasing purchasing power is one of the largest markets in the world. The government has taken initiatives such as Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is high time that in addition to facilitating FDI inflows, domestic investment are also facilitated to upscale the manufacturing and services sectors. The industry also starts to tap into the large domestic market, which will keep India's momentum of growth on the right path. With the above thoughts, I conclude, and thank you very much for your kind attention. I wish you all a very successful summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very holistic address. I now request His Excellency, Mr. Sovichit, deliver his keynote address.
Good afternoon. I think all the speakers have exhausted all the idea that people need to absorb in order to get as a lesson learned or the fruitful discussion of this panel. For us, I think based on the theme of trade and investment imperative, we have to look a little bit closer how to cooperate and how to share together. This morning, distinguished panelists and ministers have paved the way for us on the particular factor to grow together through cooperation, through readiness, through platform of digital technology, and through investment. In this panel, we discussed how trade and investment would be. So first, my respect to Mr. Narayan Setumramon, the co-chair, Confederation of Indian Industry, International Council, and CII, Trade Policy Council, and Managing Director. Excellency Deputy Minister, esteemed speaker before me, Excellency, distinguished lady delegate, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and privilege for me to be here to represent my minister Minister of Commerce, Excellency John Wimul of the Kingdom of Cambodia in this 30 Partnership Summit 2025. And my pleasure to deliver the keynote address in this important session on Trade Grow, Gateway to Grow the Trade and Investment Imperative. On behalf of the Government of Cambodia, I wish to express my deep appreciation to the Government of Republic of India, especially His Excellency Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce and Industry, in collaboration with the Government of Andhra Pradesh and Confederation of Indian Industry for the invitation for us to come to this event and to give an opportunity for us to deliver the speaks. As you may note that over the past decade, ASEAN and dialogue partners have made remarkable progress in transforming regional economy through trade openness, investment, facilitation, and regional integration. The evidence of partnership have been highlighted in a good result through South-South cooperation, Greater Mekong sub-region cooperation, which is fostering sustainable growth and shared prosperity among developing countries. However, the global economy is at a crossroad, facing shifting supply chain, technology transformation, disruption, and urgent need for green and inclusive recovery. In this context, trade and investment cooperation stand as the most powerful engine to propel our region toward sustainability and shared growth. Cambodia firmly believes that strengthening trade and investment cooperation remains the most powerful driver for achieving equitable growth and create resilience in our region. In recent years, it became even more clear that prosperity of nation is closely connected in shared interests or mutual benefit in partnership among the nation. In this context, I wish to stress that India is the big market. India can be a hub that would promote cooperation of trade and investment between the nation in Asia. Maybe we don't say only South Asia, but also Southeast Asia. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodian emphasize on the factor of significant potential for successful promoting trade and investment in the region through the following collaboration. First, trade must serve as a gateway to share prosperity among the nation, since the global economy has been rapidly changing. It should serve the purpose of facilitating the flow of goods, service, investment, labor, and technology transfer. By fostering trade through regional and global integration, we will be able to create inclusive and sustainable economic opportunity to overcome global uncertainty. As an ASEAN member state, Cambodia, in collaboration with other members, has solidified ASEAN position as the global economy force, underpinned by robust growth, dynamic workforce, and progressive integration effort. For Cambodia, we have worked tirelessly to promote economic integration, reduce trade barriers, and strengthen connectivity in the region and the world through our integration into regional grouping and World Trade Organization. We believe that regional and global partnerships have boosted trade, attract investment, and stimulate economic growth. Cambodians continue to pursue an open, rule-based multilateral system, just mentioned by Director General of the WTO this morning. The necessity of rule-based multilateral system still be a strong mechanism to support trade. Our commitment to regional economic integration is reflected in our participation in regional comprehensive economic partnership. That's in this particular point, I strongly suggest that the more partners we will have, I think we can expand our trade much more better and larger. And our active role in ASEAN Economic Community Framework, particularly ASEAN-Indian Partnership as a vital pillar of our collective economic resilience. For this particular case, India's growing global role in technological capability and being a large market have complement in ASEAN integration agenda. The progress have been made through mechanisms such as ASEAN-Indian Trade in Goods Agreement, ASEAN-Indian Business Council, and Plan of Action, which both sides are creating new pathways for trade, investment, and digital connectivity. For this year, 2025, ASEAN-India focuses on cooperation in areas such as digital transformation, supply chain resilience, and other cooperation. Cambodians support the ongoing review of the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement to make it more modern, inclusive, and responsive to emerging global reality. We encourage collaboration in MSME development, innovation ecosystem, and sustainable investment, particularly in sectors such as renewable energy, digital transformation, and infrastructure. We believe that partnership of deeper regional connection will unlock new market opportunity and strengthen the value chain that create prosperous linkage of our economy. Second, investment is the engine of transformation. The Royal Government of Cambodia adopt and implement the new law on investment and aim to boost foreign trade investment. We invite India partner looking at this opportunity to move to Cambodia with a market that could share the growth together. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, with these remarks, I feel that it is time that we all together can come to the new impetus and using this platform to move together. But last but not least, allow me to once again express my appreciation to the government of India, especially Minister of Commerce and Industry, and the government of Andhra Pradesh for inviting us to participate in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we are running a little behind schedule, we will not be able to take questions. I will now hand it back to.
Thank you, session moderator, for initiating those dialogues, and thank you to all our presenters. May we please request you to kindly present the mementos in your capacity as session chair for this particular session. Let's have a big round of applause for all our speakers, ladies and gentlemen. And I request you all to kindly remain with us. We will be immediately moving on to our next session, which is a fireside chat between the Director General of CII and the Director General of the World Trade Organization. It will be an interesting conversation. So we request you to please remain with us. Let's have a big round of applause. I know it's the later part of the day, but let's show some enthusiasm. Let's have a huge round of applause for all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, I'll request session moderator to come forward with our speakers for a group photograph, and then we'll break for the next session. We request you to kindly remain with us. We'll just take a couple of minutes to make the necessary table arrangements, and we request you to please remain with us while we have the next session. May we request our delegates in the front to kindly take the respective seats. We are about to start the fireside chat. May I please request our delegates in the front to kindly take the respective seats and request people at the back to please come forward.
Ralston is driving that momentum, taking India to the world. From revolutionizing bicycle tires in the 1950s to leading automotive innovation, we now enter a new era, commercial tires. We use high-quality raw materials, SCADA system, and precision machinery sourced from the best manufacturers from across the globe. Our automated tire building utilizes nitrogen curing for superior uniformity and performance. Our proprietary cool compound technology enhances fuel efficiency. Every tire undergoes rigorous testing: visual, X-ray, uniformity, and dynamic balancing. We ensure radial runout, endurance, and casing strength meet our exacting standards. Each tire is barcoded for full traceability. Made in India, made for the world.
If rising temperatures are the result of our choices, can better choices rewrite the future? That is the question we ask ourselves every single day at Ecorem. The more greenhouse gases we emit into the atmosphere, the more the planet warms. Unless we reduce these emissions and return closer to pre-industrial levels, rising temperatures will continue to have a profound impact on our planet. Today, electricity and heat production are responsible for roughly 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Industries add another 24%. Agriculture, forestry, and land use account for 22%, and transportation contributes nearly 15%. We have addressed some of it so far at Ecorem by building large-scale wind, solar, and hybrid projects across India. But now we're ready to go further to take on this challenge at a much larger scale. That's why we are launching First Element and reimagining the next frontier of clean power, the green molecule. A green molecule is an environmentally friendly and sustainable chemical component produced from biodegradable materials, renewable sources, or even low-carbon feedstocks. Through First Element, we are building new infrastructure, accelerating research, and investing in what we believe is the future, a world powered by green molecules. By replacing conventional fuels across key sectors with green hydrogen, green ammonia, green methanol, and sustainable aviation fuel. By accelerating EV adoption, we are driving the energy transition towards a truly sustainable ecosystem. The result? A cleaner, greener, and a cooler planet for the future generations. So yes, if rising temperatures are a result of our choices, we believe that making better choices today can rewrite the future.
TVS Motor, the flagship of India-based TVS Group. TVS Motor is a globally recognized brand operating in over 80 countries across Central and South America, Africa, and Asia. We believe each market is unique, and we innovate relentlessly to create vehicles tailored to diverse terrains and consumer needs. From the challenging Dhaka Valley to the highest motorable roads, TVS delivers performance, reliability, and excellence. Our expansive product portfolio includes performance bikes, connected scooters, electric vehicles, commuter bikes, utility vehicles, and three-wheelers, offering mobility solutions for every need. Since manufacturing our first two-wheeler in 1978, TVS Motor has been at the forefront of innovation, combining cutting-edge technology with deep consumer insights. Our milestones include India's first Bluetooth-enabled scooter, dual-platform FI technology, and the iQ, our advanced electric scooter equipped with telematics. Every vehicle embodies the TVS commitment to quality and performance, honed through rigorous testing and development, including on the racetrack with India's first company-owned race team. Our state-of-the-art factories symbolize the DNA of TVS Motor, combining design expertise, advanced production management, and global supplier partnerships. These facilities produce vehicles with precision and efficiency, ensuring world-class quality. To maintain our edge, over 400 professionals undergo continuous training at our corporate universities, supported by robust employee engagement and recognition programs. With 13 million services annually, contactless buying options, and connected apps like TVS Smart Connect, we prioritize seamless customer experiences. But the TVS way goes beyond mobility. Through the Srinivas Services Trust, our social arm, we work with communities and governments to empower the rural poor. By driving awareness, skill development, and training programs, SST has transformed countless lives, keeping the soul of TVS Motor alive and inspired. At the heart of TVS Motor lies the TVS Way, a philosophy of customer-centric innovation, exceptional quality, and the pursuit of excellence. This approach drives us to create products and experiences.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be initiating the fireside chat. This is an interesting conversation between the Director General of the World Trade Organization and Director General of CII. It's an interesting conversation which we call it the fireside chat. And we request you to all remain with us. We will be beginning this in just a few minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, along with Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of CII. Welcome to the fireside chat on strengthening multilateralism, trust, partnership, and inclusive development. I will request Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee to kindly initiate this conversation. Over to you.
Excellency, Director General, World Trade Organization. Warm welcome back again to this plenary of the Partnership Summit, and welcome also back to CII, with whom you have interacted in the past. You gave a very strong motivational speech a few hours back from this podium, and that really touched a lot of minds and evoked a lot of thinking. But I wanted to start off probably, the moderator said fireside chat. I don't know if there's no fire on the other side, but you can light the fire by saying that, Madam, how concerned or how optimistic or pessimistic are you to see in a world which is quite chaotic, if I may say, in terms of the trading order, and rules are not sometimes the rule of the day. So what makes you, how do you make things out of it? And are you optimistic that this too shall pass, or are you feeling quite disappointed?
Well, dear Chandraji, thank you so much for having me again. As you said, this is not my first interaction, and I came back because I think the CII does such a good job of bringing a large number of investors and business people, big and small, together. So thank you for doing it. Yeah, you said the world is undergoing disruption of rules and so on, and how am I feeling? First, I have to be very candid and admit that the disruption in the global trading system that we see now is unprecedented, the worst we've seen in 80 years. The questioning of multilateralism is also unprecedented, and the undermining of multilateralism. And I say this because multilateralism was built 80 years ago after a very difficult period with a Great Depression, two world wars, and the world recognized that you need interdependence, and trade is part of that interdependence if you want to build peace, and if you want to alleviate poverty and build wealth. And it has largely delivered. So I think that's why a lot of people are very concerned and very puzzled that the very system that was built up is now being questioned. But I have to say, maybe it's being questioned because it hasn't really delivered in an even way for everyone. We have to admit that too. There are poor regions in rich countries that may not have benefited, and there are poor countries and developing countries who feel the system could have done much. So I think let's admit that. So this disruption, you asked, how do I feel about it? I feel uneasy about it. I feel concerned about it. I do not think it's completely going to go away. I think we have to live with uncertainty for a period of time. And I think that business should get used to the idea that we are going to have to live with uncertainty for a period of time. Having said that, I'm cautiously optimistic about the entire system. And do you know why? Because in spite of this heavy disruption, WTO members have behaved in a very good fashion. They've avoided a tit-for-tat war with the US. The US and China have de-escalated. Other members have not done tit-for-tat, as was the case in the 1930s. And the global trading system is still largely working on global rules because WTO members are still mostly trading with themselves outside of the US unilateral actions on WTO terms. So we have 72% of world trade that is going on WTO MFN terms. So that gives me some optimism. Second point of optimism, is that there are many emerging new opportunities in the disruption. I see opportunities in this crisis. What are those? I think there are countries that are waking up and realizing we have been over-dependent on some other countries. Over-dependent on the US for markets, over-dependent on China for critical supplies. We need to diversify. There are businesses waking up and realizing they have to diversify value chains. And India is a big beneficiary of that. That's an opportunity. So there are also opportunities in green trade, in digital trade that are emerging. So let's not just look at the downside. There are also some upsides.
Great that you say that there are more upsides than downsides, and that's what...
Well, I said there are some upsides.
Yes, some
upsides. I don't know, right now I'm weighing the two. I don't know which one is better, up or down, but there are some upsides to look
Absolutely, there are upsides, and that's what we will have to leverage on. Madam Excellency, are there some key messages that you think that you would like to give? In two sections, I'll put it. Let me first come to the businesses of the world. Let's come to businesses. What are your three key messages in a world where we can all succeed and really elevate people who are in every sections of the society? What is the contribution of that you see from the business while this certain policy ecosystems keep getting disrupted?
Well, the first message to business is that please see the opportunity in the crisis. This is an opportunity for you to diversify. You're starting to do it already, but don't be afraid. You need to create value chains elsewhere. You need to look for new markets. If you miss this opportunity, I think you're missing something. The second thing is that it is business that trades. I believe in business. I believe in listening to business, big and small. They are the ones who trade. I don't trade. Government officials don't trade. So we must listen to what are the challenges that they're encountering in the trading system. So to business, I say, let us know those challenges now that we are trying to reform or speaking about the reform of the system. Bring them in. I'll give you an example. Two sets of businesses, one the catering from Japan. The new management of catering, the first visit they did outside of Japan was to the WTO. And they came with a study, with a list of the challenges they see in the trading system. And they said, we hear you're interested in reform. If you want to reform, this is the way big Japanese business sees the problems. The US agricultural groups told us, here are some of the issues we feel you need to work on reform. I'd like to hear from Indian business. What do they think is wrong with the system? So I'm challenging you to do some homework. Let us know so we can put it in and create a system that works better for you.
No, that's fantastic. And I think your openness to discuss with businesses is a very refreshing approach, because for the WTO to be connected directly to business is something that we always look forward to. And I think that's something that you have brought in, and we look forward to taking that further. And I'm glad that you mentioned the example of Japan and Kedandran, with whom we partner very closely. Madam, one of the things that I was tempted, because you talked about it in the morning and today you touched upon, in this very evolving and very strongly in the world of digitization, there are lots of inclusivity opportunities that arises for our countries as well as for our businesses. And I think in this digital sphere, there is a lot again in the rules that WTO can bring in. And how do you look at this? You mentioned technology, and that's going to play a very critical role. And that's the reason, because that can even be very exclusive, excluding in terms of helping prosperity come in. So, but then it could also, I guess, an opportunity. So how do you take it, and what's your advice on that as far as trade is concerned?
Well, I'm one of those who is very excited about technology, actually. I've always been. It has its downsides, no doubt, but I see technology and the advent of AI, as we've done studies on that at the WTO, and there could be huge positives on the trade side. We see AI, for instance, bringing down trade costs substantially. We even see the nature of products and services traded being changed by the infusion of AI, and how to govern that is quite exciting. But we've done a study that shows that, look, if we're able to adopt AI evenly across the world, it could be a net positive. It could even increase trade, global trade, by 40% by 2040. We call it our 40 by 40. But if we don't adopt it evenly, it's going to create more inequality between developing and developed countries. And that worries us quite a bit. How do we avoid that divide? Now, I think India stands at a unique opportunity because of the skills, the digital infrastructure, public digital it has established. And the examples, it's very innovative that India is a leader here and has the ability to push forward in a way that can also bring in other developing countries in the digital sphere. Now, what can we do at WTO? The basic rules that govern digital trade are not yet there. There are none. And at the WTO, we are negotiating that as a plurilateral agreement with about 91 members. So we have these agreements. I have a little bit of an issue because India has some issues with plurilaterals, but at the WTO, there are two ways to approach rules. Multilateral rules, but some members can also get together to develop, in a coalition of the willing, rules that can govern some of the things that happen in world trade. So that is happening. We also have the e-commerce moratorium, which is a multilateral issue about, do we extend this so there are no taxes on digital transmissions and electronic transmissions? And I hope we can extend this at MC14 so it can create an environment. But can I ask you a question? My question to you is, what are the 2 or 3 things you think the WTO should do? Where can we reform and be more useful to you and all the business people out there? Even one area that you can think of.
Well, that's a fantastic question. The reverse was quite unexpected. But yes, of course, we as India talks about always that we do wish to go by rules-based trading system. How do we see some reforms? And Kedandran has posted to you as to the type of reforms that it looks at seeing. So when we look at rules-based system and as to how that can be enforced, and the enforcement of that rules-based system across the globe, and is something that we would expect from the WTO to come out very strongly, because we do see faltering nations get away, and some of us who are in the emerging category, and some more who are actually even in the developing category, if I may say, they suffer the most. And we would like, as you said, that what we would like to see is that enforcement and the following of much rules-based system by all nations. And how can that's something that we would look forward to WTO doing.
Well, thank you. I think your answer alludes to something that where there is an issue at the WTO, which is the dispute settlement system, the only one of its kind in the world where one member can bring a dispute. And the second tier is like a lower court and an appellate court. The second tier has been hobbled since 2019. But I want to use this opportunity to tell everyone that it doesn't mean the system is not working at all. It is. The lower level, panel level, lower court is working. And members are still bringing cases, if you wish, of problems they have with each other in trade. Since 2019, when the appeals appellate body was hobbled, we've had 50. So it has continued. And now, you know what is happening? There are alternatives that have been developed to the appellate body. So the EU and some other countries have gotten together, other members, to develop what they call the multi-party interim arbitration arrangement, MPIA, which takes the place of the appellate. It has now handled 3 cases successfully. So we do have an alternative, and 58 members have now joined, and we are looking towards 100 by MC14. So we don't have to be, I don't believe in getting stuck. If something doesn't work, come up with a new idea, new creation, and we've done it. Does that mean we abandon the appellate body? No. Still needs to be reformed when the time comes and we can persuade the US. But for now, we use the MPIA.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. And because you talked about the MCN and the MC14, and we are looking forward to March 2026.
Are you coming? Are you coming?
You ask me, I will.
Okay.
Excellency, we see that, I mean, what you see as an outcome of the MC14, some of it which you alluded to, but long-standing issues of food security. You mentioned about the PSA, permanent solution to PSH after so many years. The significant demand of India, as you know, has been various stakeholders and resource poor, small, marginal farmers. So what's your expectations again from the countries at the MC14?
Well, I hope, when I've talked to a lot of leaders now, I mean, at the president and prime minister level, ministers, ambassadors in Geneva, and there's an emerging view that MC14 should try to deal with those issues in the WTO that don't work. Meaning not that ministers will come there to solve the issue, but at least to identify and agree on a set of issues and then choose the modalities to solve the problem. I'm coming back to India's criticism. It is what they call a past mandate. India is concerned because PSH, an interim solution was given to India, and then there was, in the papers which I've read carefully, it was agreed that a permanent solution would be negotiated. And that has gotten stuck because there are many members who have, views about the PSH program, and it's become so polarized in a way, trying to even introduce objective information to help them make decisions is difficult. But there's the issue of the past mandate, and India has a good point there. What do you do about past mandates? I think India should put it as part of what it's requesting to be looked at in the reform. Separate it a little bit from the ongoing negotiations. Those should continue. But put the issue of past mandates. Why shouldn't ministers look at, these are the things we agreed. Why haven't we done them? It's a reform issue. And I hope it will be one of those that will be put forward. I'm not a member, I'm only the DG. But I think this is a good case in point.
No, thank you. Another area, just to change subject, is today we from the Indian business, the Indian government, many other countries are concerned, and rightly so, on climate and green. But we see sometimes tools being adopted or which are more we see for protection, and we view and more as trade barriers. While we support green transition, definitely we are keen to see that, but we have our aspirations as a developing and there's an emerging strong economy. The others also have their own aspirations. But how can we look at certain measures that we see which are more like trade barriers? I'm of course referring to areas like CBAM. I don't need to couch my but how do you see that being navigated through?
Well, I think this is an excellent area to talk about, and I'm very sympathetic to business. Do you know that there are now over 100, I think there are 113 carbon pricing schemes in the world, and business is supposed to navigate that from one country to the other? Different emission standards. How do you navigate all of this for your products and for your trade? So I'm sympathetic. But like I said in Belém last week, there are two communities that don't come together in a way that I think would help us solve the problem. The trade and the environment. They are like two separate communities moving in parallel and suspicious of each other. I think we need more of a dialogue so that the environment people can understand the way the trade people see some of the measures they put in place, and the trade people understand why the environment. The WTO Secretariat has been working hard to see if we can help bridge that kind of gap. So Climate is an existential threat. In my village, farmers don't know the word climate change. They don't know what it means. But what they say to me is, my daughter, for an older farmer, or my wife in my husband's village, they say the rain has been coming too much. It has been, our crops are dying in the field. We've never seen this in our lifetime. Something has changed. We don't know when to harvest. We don't know when to plant. So climate change is real. So we have to do something about it. But we must not do it in such a way that these measures are seen as protectionist when they are not meant to be, or unmanageable, where systems are not interoperable and business has to deal with so many. So I agree with you. What's the solution? At the WTO, we are actually good at trying to help with standards, at interoperability of systems, and we think that the best approach is a global carbon pricing approach against which each country can measure its own approach. Like we have a methodology for customs valuation. We need a methodology globally accepted. And then that will stop all the problems and accusations. If you do something, it can be measured against the global standard.
Madam, you're the first lady Director General of the WTO, right? And 50% of our population in the world needs to come up at par. There has to be parity. And when you talk about trade and parity with relates to that, how do you see, and I asked this question because you also talked about Africa, and it's so important to us to see the development, and we see trade and trade rules play a very, very critical, can be a very important way of including not just economies, but including 50% of our population in the mainstream and helping that out. We see many ways that have not been taken into account by many, many countries, which has led to deprivation. As the first lady Director General, I wanted to seek your views. I know it's not connected to the fireside chat that we are having on WTO, but I always feel very strongly when we look at the 50% of the population of our world not perhaps being at par.
Well, I mean, I'm an economist by training, so I look at numbers.
Yes.
And so for me, if you look at many SMEs, they're driven by women. We've also done many studies that show that women SMEs who trade externally, they make 3 times as much income as those who trade internally. So trade works. So if you want, and they contribute substantially, not only to the trading system, but to the national and global economy. If you want to exclude a strong contributor to your GDP, that's not a good thing. So I'm coming at it purely from an economist point of view. Women are very hardworking, creative. They are running businesses that work and employ other women. So they should be included. So the issue is, how do we empower them? If you go through all the things, you find a whole plethora of issues, which SMEs also, male-led SMEs, but women encounter them more. Access to finance issues, market access, knowledge, and so on. And so at the WTO, we have been working very hard trying to target those issues. We have a branch called International Trade Center, which is 50% owned by WTO and 50% by the United Nations. And they focus on helping SMEs. So we are trying to do, female-headed SMEs. We are trying to do our best through that instrument all over the world. They have a program called She Trades that tries to empower women with the knowledge. Secondly, we just started a fund. It's called the the Women's Fund for Digital Trade. It's to empower women who are trading digitally, because we now found many of them are doing that. We're raising $50 million. We've already made calls for proposals, and we're trying to get the money out there to support them. So, and rules. We also now have starting to see the issue of assisting women, not because they are women. I want to insist on that. I'm looking at it very hard-nosed. It is because they are net contributors to business, to the economy. How do we make sure they are not left behind and that they don't lose opportunities? Which rules should be looked at to make sure they're included? That's also beginning to happen. Not everyone agrees with that, by the way. Again, I hasten to say some of our members, and sometimes India can be included, think that maybe those issues should be handled nationally. I don't debate that. You can handle them nationally, but I also think multilaterally, whatever we can do, we try to do it.
Thank you for that message, because it leads me to really talk about another area of work, and I'm changing a little bit of subject once again. You touched upon SMEs. And the small and the mid-sized companies today, especially the small and the smaller enterprises, the micro enterprises, in countries like ours feel threatened by the way sometimes we see countries and the ecosystems develop. Your reach out and you mentioned about SMEs, so your reach out and connecting with the SMEs by the WTO is extremely, extremely critical and important, is the way we feel. And I know that you have personally taken a lot of interest on the SMEs in the small and mid-sized companies of the world. What's your message, and how are you connecting to the MSMEs, the micro, small and medium enterprises through the WTO?
Well, MSMEs in almost every country, even in the developed world, create 90% of the employment, sometimes in an economy, and produce a lot of the value. In value chains, MSMEs are very important. So this is a sector that I'm actually very passionate about. And I believe we also need to pay particular attention to their problems. The WTO has a working group on MSMEs, where members actively consider the problems of MSMEs and what to do about it. And so that group is led by the ambassador to Barbados, Ambassador Matthew Wilson, and is very well attended, and they are very constantly looking at ways and means. In addition to all of that, like I said, I've taken an interest. I have an advisory group of business leaders, a business advisory group, and we make sure that it's not just big businesses that are members, but also we have some MSMEs, including one from India, who are members of the group. So we can listen directly to what are their problems, how do they see the rules that we're making, and what advice can they give us?
Right. Madam, one area which got touched upon in the morning session was about free trade agreements, and I heard your speech also very, very carefully. I wanted to hear once again from you, is there any alternative but to go ahead with it, with many free trade agreements when there is so much of uncertainty? I know it's you have labored on this point very strongly, but you also heard our honorable minister speak about what is the alternative but to see how do we club together a few countries and see to it that we are safe when we are getting attacked from all over.
Well, we welcome free trade agreements at the WTO. First, let me commend Minister Piyush Goyal. He's trying to do a free trade agreement, a full-fledged one with the US, which would be WTO compliant. We encourage full-fledged free trade agreements that cover substantially all trade, and that's what he's trying to do, more than we do framework agreements, which are not very compliant. So congratulations on his trying to push for that. But I just want people to understand that we don't have a problem with free trade agreements. Why is that? If you look at we have a whole unit. The only work they do is look at all the agreements that are made in the world. Because as soon as you make it, you have to report it to the WTO. most of them are built on a WTO platform. So even though it is between two members or two groups, the rules are very much WTO based. So we do not see them as a threat. And actually we are okay with them because we think members need to diversify their trade. So we welcome this diversification by members seeking new markets. We welcome the regional agreements. They are WTO compliant or supportive, most of them, so they are not a problem. I know people get surprised because they say, aren't you threatened by all these agreements? And no, they should go ahead. They help the members to diversify their trade. I don't see them as a threat. I welcome them.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you for that comment. We have a few minutes and we are running a little over time, but I'll open it up for some questions from our businessmen in this group. And can I turn to anyone that I could see? Dilip trying to, please, a mic for Mr. Dilip Soni of Rockwell.
Thank you so much, CB, for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Avela, thank you so much for those insight and comments that you shared right here. Yeah. Thank you. I come from a technology company, Rockwell Automation. We are hugely invested into the future of advanced manufacturing. And a trend that we see, which we see as a strength for India as well, is servification of manufacturing, where services and products begin to blend. And I wanted to just understand your point of view from where you sit on how the policy framework might evolve to support that.
How a policy framework to support certification?
No, servification, so services and products.
Servicification.
Yeah.
How can one support servicification of products?
Oh, servicification of products.
So new services coming into manufacturing. So how do you...
services coming into manufacturing. Well, this is a very interesting question because we are seeing that manufacturing is more and more services embedded in manufacturing. So when we talk of services separately and manufacture, actually it's much more complex than that and much more exciting in a way. And then I talked about AI getting more and more embedded in products and changing the nature of the products. That's what you're referring to.
That's right.
Yeah. I see that. I see a big future in that, honestly. And I think the only aspect, I went to talk to the ISO the other day, and we were talking of this subject. What we are getting asked about standards. You know, how do we take I like the way you put servicification of products. I hadn't heard that term before. You know, so the issue is, what does this mean for standards? And we don't have the answer yet. We don't have the answer, but we are beginning to plumb that question because it's going to come. And because I think it's a trend for the future, we have to work fast. So there are several organizations thinking about this and how to deal with it. But I think it's a good thing. It's an exciting thing. And I don't think we can stop it.
Thanks for those insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come to you. Before that, I'll come to Ravichandran of Danfoss.
Thank you, Director General. That was very inspiring to listen to you. My question is, the world is more moving to data flow than trade flow. And currently, if you look at the global south, they're not being, on a level playing field with the developed economies when it comes to data regime and data interoperability, and there are no trust-based rules to share data. What is WTO doing about it?
I think, people have said that data flows are the new oil or the new gold. I don't know which. And you're absolutely right that many developing countries are worried about their data being captured and used without their benefiting from it or even losing the privacy. And we don't have our own rules sometimes to govern this. So at the WTO, this is one of the issues we're looking at. In the e-commerce agreement that was being negotiated, data flows was a big issue. It has not been resolved. As you can imagine, there are differing views as to how rules should be made to govern data flows. There are some who believe in a more liberal approach, And there are others who believe in, well, I need to have something to reassure me. So it is going to be handled in the first phase has just dealt with very, I think, basic things like e-signatures, spam, things like that, to get basic rules across on how to deal. The next is data flows. So this is going to be the very difficult, but we are working on it, and it's in the next negotiations. I think it's going to be very tough.
That's a very, very important thought, Madam, and I think that's something that we would like to engage deeper into, because data is going to be a very, very critical issue. We talked about data being gold, and person who relates a lot to gold in certain ways is Thomas Muthoot in India. Yes, Thomas, carry on.
Thank you, CB. Your Excellency, it was a good interaction. My question, I come from a financial services sector. I would like to know a lot of things are happening in the Gen AI and AI, and this is going to affect or accelerate financial services. So in a country like India, emerging economy, how do you think WTG can make the financial system safer in an emerging economy?
Well, first of all, India is stripping ahead in this area, and I think is doing extremely well. The WTO cannot make rules on everything, and I'm not sure that on financial systems and the role of AI that we are the competent authorities to deal with that. So maybe some of the central bankers and the finance ministers and the central authorities are better equipped and they are looking at the role of AI. But beyond that, things like stable coins in the financial system and how this is going to change that, how AI is changing that whole system. The finance ministers of the world with the central bank governors are looking at those. And I think they are more competent than, we will look at it from the point of view of how does it affect trade. But I think with respect to regulatory issues in that regard, I'd rather leave it to them. I'm not trying to avoid your question. I don't think the WTO should try to do everything. We should leave some things where we don't have as much competence to others, and then maybe try to partner with them once they've got a handle on the issue.
Thank you. Thank you. There's someone who raised a hand here. Last question. Sorry? Yes, the last guy. Yeah.
Madam Excellency, this is Sanjay Kombera. I'm CEO at Axel One, a deep climate tech, a climate engineering company. What's your perspective? I mean, you've talked about the ESG regulations around the world. I have actually two questions. One, do you think the world would have a one standard framework on environmental, social, and governance aspects? Because right now we have CSRD, we have different frameworks around the world. That's first question. Second one is, we have talked about green economy, and we have talked about hydrogen powered, because hydrogen is actually, based upon a lot of stats, hydrogen is a failure. So do you think the countries should invest more on climate engineering, really bring AI to understand your weather patterns, your climate models? You have talked about lots of floods around different parts of the world. Sometimes it rains, sometimes it doesn't rain. There's a lot of unpredictability for farmers. So do you think countries should spend more money on, when I say the green economy money, on the climate engineering side, rather than just spending money on hydrogen power and solar powered initiatives?
I got this last question. I'll come back to, I didn't get the first. So let me answer the last one first. I think I think businesses are deciding. And in spite of all the talk against climate change and dialing down on those investments, I think many businesses have decided that the cat has left the barn, or whatever you want to call it. And they are continuing to make investments in renewables, in green hydrogen, in solar. I don't think it's either or. I think these investments need to go in parallel, okay? That's what I think. You should make investments in understanding what impact climate-related changes are going to have on the real sector. I think it's very, very worthwhile, because sometimes we are talking about lives being lost, but we should also make investments on adaptation issues, on mitigation, how to mitigate, understanding it, but also how to adapt because it's happening. I think it's not either or, the two should go hand in hand. We have focused a lot more on mitigation in the past, and now people are saying, hey, we need to change gears and also invest in adaptation, and I think that is the case. By the way, can I just give you one statistic? We have up to $2 trillion of very bad subsidies that are wrongly subsidizing the wrong things in the world, in both developed and developing countries. There are some kinds of fossil fuel subsidies up to 1.2 trillion that are not really necessary. There are subsidies on agriculture, some of them necessary, some not. Some are trade distorting. There are subsidies on fisheries that the WTO has just removed or prohibited, 22 billion. If we even repurposed 1/3, I'm not asking for all because removing subsidies is politically very difficult, just a portion to work on adaptation and mitigation, it would really be very good for the world. I'm not asking for extra fiscal resources. Let's just change the nature of the badly used resources we have in the world, and that could help with these investments. And the first part of the question,
the first one was, if you kindly excuse, because I know the entire team of the Director General will come onto the stage because she has a ministerial meeting immediately after that. And therefore, I could even thank you for 10 minutes, but I'll only be saying thank you for being with us, for spending time and connecting with Indian business and the world business so directly. We appreciate this. We would wish to continue this. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, Madam, for a brilliant session and also the morning session before that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking the Honorable Director General.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for sharing those extremely valuable perspectives with us. Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for initiating that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with us. We have our next session, which is part of this plenary hall. It is at 5:45. We'll request you to please join us back for that session. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our session on India as a global advanced manufacturing hub. May I please take this opportunity to invite Honorable Minister for Industries and Commerce and Food Processing, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri T.G. Bharat, to please come on stage. May I please invite His Excellency Mr. Esau Garza Devaga, Minister of Economy of the State of Aguas Calientes from Mexico. Our panelists, Mr. Satya Ramamurthy, Chair Public Sector Structured Finance Department, Asia Pacific, Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation from Singapore, Ms. Edith N. Nordman, Managing Partner from NICCT and ACG International from Netherlands, Mr. Hakan Kingsted, Senior Advisor, Monemas, AB and Kigo Consultants from Sweden, Mr. D.V. Giri, Board of Directors and President Corporate Affairs, Axis Energy Ventures India Private Limited, and Mr. Dilip Sahni, Chairman of the CII National Committee on Smart Manufacturing and Managing Director of the Rockwell Automation India Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please join me in extending a very warm and hearty welcome to our eminent panelists. That was hardly an applause, ladies and gentlemen. Surely we can show some enthusiasm. Yeah, that's more like it. This session will deliberate to create a roadmap in the regard of India as a global advanced manufacturing hub. I will now request our session moderator, Mr. Dilip Sahni, to kindly make his opening remarks and take over as moderator of this session. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much for the introductions, and it's an honor to have the opportunity to moderate one of the most exciting sessions that we have in what is already turning out to be a spectacular partnership summit here. So first of all, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you here. So far, at least for myself, the day has been nothing but stimulating, exciting. As I welcome you all here to this important session on India as a global manufacturing hub, I want to call out that we have an excellent panel of industry leaders and experts who are going to be sharing their insights on how India can seize this defining opportunity. India today stands at a decisive turning point in its manufacturing journey. With rapid advances in technology and a renewed focus on competitiveness, we have a chance to position India not just as a cost-efficient producer, but also as a global leader in capability, resilience, sustainability, and innovation. Now, the vision for 2035 needs to be very clear. Why? Because that milestone is important to lay the foundation to Viksit Bharat 2047, which is just a couple of decades away, right? So in order to get there, manufacturing really needs to be a key pillar on which this growth journey is going to be scripted. Manufacturing is a key driver of growth, jobs, and exports. This will require long-term competitiveness, resilient supply chains, and creation of global champion brands. Inclusive growth across states is mandatory. We need to fire on all cylinders. So the participation of states and AP is a sterling example of that. Is very, very important. But in order to get there, we must also address and acknowledge critical challenges that come in the way. Gaps in infrastructure, lack of adequate spend on R&D, the paucity, we have talent, but skills is always a bit of a question mark, right? And then we talk about supply chains, but supply chains are somewhat fragmented at this point in time, and that comes in the way, that holds back the ability to scale, to drive efficiency, and to bring down the cost of doing business. Emerging technologies like AI in particular, but not limited to that, IoT, robotics, etc., they're going to be core and central to bringing about this transformation. These are no longer optional tools. Instead, they are becoming very essential drivers of productivity, innovation, and sustainability. Advanced manufacturing goes way beyond just automation. It creates interconnected, data-driven ecosystems that enhance decision-making, optimize resource use, and improve the overall quality of the product and the experience of the customer. Across sectors, we are already seeing this transformation. You can go sector after sector after sector. This is not an out there kind of a concept. In very traditional industries, we're already witnessing real value being unlocked through the use of these frontier technologies. Take the example of oil and gas. AI and generative technologies are already enabling real-time operational insights, which enable superior decision-making at the site of the operations. Electronics manufacturing is already leveraging advanced machine vision for quality controls, and textile industry is using computer-aided tools for design and precision manufacturing. Now, technologies like smart sensors, RFID, blockchain, etc., are making production and inventory management much more efficient, but at the same time much more sustainable. These examples highlight how technology can not only enhance competitiveness, but also support India's sustainability goals. The strategic roadmap for the next decade, from now, say, to 2035, envisions 3 key phases. Phase 1, building the ecosystem through skills and infrastructure, accelerating technology adoption, and then finally to sustenance phase, to be able to sustain these innovations. Through initiatives like creating purpose-built institutions like the Global Frontier Tech Institute, and plug-and-play industrial parks, future-ready skilling programs, India can ensure that these capabilities are accessible across industry sectors and across states. Ultimately, this journey is going to be about people, which is India's unique differentiator and India's unique advantage, right? It's about people as much as it is about technology. Building a skilled, future-ready workforce will be at the heart of India's manufacturing renaissance. I would say that the next decade presents a very historic window of opportunity for us, one that could elevate India into the world's top 3 advanced manufacturing hubs. With our talent, entrepreneurial spirit, and strong policy direction, the new focus needs to be on execution, ensuring that India not only makes in India, but also innovates, designs, and then leads from India. Right. So with those few words, I'm going to now launch into the session itself. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my seat over there. We have an excellent set of panelists, but before that, we have the opportunity to listen from great policymakers from here in India and from halfway across the world, from Mexico. So may I first request Minister T.G. Bharat Garu, who's the Minister for Industries, Commerce and Food Processing for the government of Andhra Pradesh, and someone who's been a very passionate advocate for the use of technology, Industry 5.0 in particular, to give his special address, please. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister of Economy and panelists, it is an honor to be here at this landmark session. India as a global advanced manufacturing hub. Our Honorable Chief Minister Sri N. Chandrababu Naidu Garu, whose visionary leadership has consistently placed Andhra Pradesh at the forefront of India's development journey, and our Honorable Minister Sri Nara Lokesh Garu, whose technology-driven approach is inspiring a new wave of industrial innovation across our state. Someone once asked me, what's the secret behind Andhra Pradesh industrial success? I said we have the perfect combination, machines powered by AI and a Chief Minister powered by ideas. Our factories may run on automation, but our progress runs on Chandrababu Naidu Garu's vision and that's a fuel that world can't replicate. When I first heard the term advanced manufacturing, I thought to myself, we have just finished upgrading to Industry 4.0 and someone's already launched version 5.0. But that's the reality of our world. Technology keeps upgrading every few years, and real leadership must upgrade even faster. Because the true challenge today is not keeping our machines updated, but keeping our mindsets updated. Manufacturing is no longer about making things cheap. It's about making things that matter, technology intensive, innovation driven, and globally competitive. Under the guidance of Honorable Chief Minister Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, Andhra Pradesh is turning that belief into reality. With the mentorship of Nara Lokesh Garu, our state has become a testing ground for future-ready ideas, where technology meets trust and innovation meets inclusion. Across India, this transformation is gaining extraordinary momentum. The foundation is strong, and now we must build upward from cost-driven manufacturing to technology-driven innovation. When we talk about advanced manufacturing, we are talking about semiconductors, EVs, precision engineering, green energy, aerospace, and electronics. Andhra Pradesh is perfectly positioned for that leap with 6 ports, 2 international ports, and 3 major industrial corridors connecting Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Chennai. With more than 550 industrial parks, plug-and-play facilities, and seamless logistics, our infrastructure is ready, and our greatest asset, a disciplined, driven, and tech-savvy youth, is eager to power this revolution. As I often say in Andhra Pradesh, even our ambitions are manufactured to world-class standards. As we move forward, our focus is clear. First, technology intensify platforms. Factories of the future will not just assemble, they will think. We are enabling robotics, AI, digital twins, and smart automation to thrive in our industrial parks. Second, global value chain integration, that is Andhra Pradesh will connect semiconductors to electronics, EV batteries to renewables and aerospace. Precision to export scale. Third, a strong skill and innovation ecosystem. Advanced manufacturing needs advanced minds, and our policies now linked to R&D and global industry, so that talent becomes our most valuable export. To our international partners, India is open for advanced manufacturing, and Andhra Pradesh is open for your leadership, technology, and support and trust. To our Indian entrepreneurs, this is your decade to rise from component producers to system creators. And to our policy and industry collaborators, under the leadership of our Chief Minister and Minister Lokesh Garu, we promise speed, stability, and sincerity in every engagement. Let me conclude with one simple thought that defines our mission. Advanced manufacturing will not just be an objective, but an outcome. India will not just be a factory, but a force. And Andhra Pradesh will not just be a state, but the strategic hub of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bharat Garu. That was very inspiring. And may I now take the opportunity to request His Excellency Minister Esau Garza Divaga to make his special address, please. Thank you. Your preference. Thanks.
Well, hello everyone. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, as we say in Spanish in Mexico. First of all, it's a great honor for me to be here participating in this magnificent event, the Partnership Summit on its 30th edition 2025. I want to thank the organizers and all of you who join us today in this panel discussion. The purpose of my remarks, would be focused on to share how aligning people and technology in the new Industry 5.0 and what this means for semiconductors, and how Mexico and India can create a corridor to accelerate goals in this area that will benefit both nations. This is the time where Mexico and India can become or can implement a bridge. It's a special moment. And this aligns very well with the push to scale advanced manufacturing with strong digital capabilities with North America and what India is doing in this sector at this moment. Let me start with a quick picture of what we are. I don't know if anybody here has been to Mexico, perhaps not so many, but within Mexico, we have 32 states, and I come from Aguascalientes. It's the third smallest state, and it's right in the center of Mexico. We have a population of 1.5 million. However, we are yet ranked among Mexico's most competitive states for talent, productivity, and investment. Our strategy right now with what's happening in the geopolitical world is diversification and participating in the new sectors, digital devices, cloud solutions, embedded software, design testing, and smart systems. And why do we need to diversify now? Well, the resilience against cyclical traditional assembly, to capture the rising demand in North America for engineering services, advanced electronics, and data intensive operations, as well as having a statewide agenda guided by the government of Mexico to develop investment and the new technology that will be required in this transition. And I will go a little bit more into detail on how this connects with India, because we see a lot of opportunities, but let me get there in a moment. In both countries, and in any country, the most important factor is our people, the talent of our people. So it's important to go from manufacturing to mindfacturing. In the same pipeline in Aguascalientes, 26% of our higher education students are in STEM fields. We're also pushing to develop English as a second language in Aguascalientes. And developing skills not only through learning, but also in a practical way by the dual system, where students can learn, but also apply what they learn in companies or in the field. What is manufacturing? Well, it's a shift from labor-intensive tasks to human-in-the-loop problem solving. Engineers and operators can co-create, co-generate using artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, and digital twins. The emphasis is on creativity, safety, inclusion, and sustainability, what we have been seeing here throughout the day. The human-centric factor in the playbook is very important. Cobots and ergonomics, robots that can help and work together with the operators. Green utilities using energy-efficient resources, taking advantage of the resources and recycling, for example, water or reusing water, optimizing the use and the cost and reducing carbon emissions. Another important factor is the race for semiconductors, where we are now developing in both countries, Mexico and India, a long game ecosystem building. Chips are very important. They are the enabler of our modern industry, and they support the growth of the companies that we have established. In Aguascalientes, we have, for example, ATP, Assembly, Test, and Packaging operations, quality systems, reliability testing, and yield engineering, as well as semiconductor design and testing. In order to achieve this, and having the conviction that semiconductors is the future of the industry, our government has allocated funds to develop a laboratory in an education institution in a university for training in semiconductors. And Mexico, having access to the North American region, has a very important role in the supply towards this region, where other countries, particularly in Asia, or in this case from India, can use Mexico as a platform to access the North American market. So what can we do together? For example, what are some of the action initiatives for India and Mexico? Well, we can work together, for example, in design and testing through academy, through schools, on a short, intensive, for example, modules that can run in both countries, from Mexican universities and Indian universities, to develop talent and skills in both countries. We can use the infrastructure that's already based in both countries, the reliability of packing pilot, joint ATP capabilities to serve the North American customers, as well as develop talent in both countries, sharing quality and traceability standards in this industry between both countries. We can also do short-term talent exchanges, where students or students that have graduated and are already working can come and study or work or practice in India as well as in Mexico with micro-credential recognition. And this could help the engagement between both our countries and develop the skills. Also, it's important to mention that in Aguascalientes we have a very strong manufacturing presence, particularly in automotive. We have 3 Nissan facilities where we have dedicated production of cars, finished vehicles, for more than 3 decades. And here is where we can have support and use the experience that India has developed in this sector as well, with the industry that also has a very consolidated and long-lasting presence in the country. The opportunity for India and Mexico is in automotive electronics, for example, motor control and power, and going back to semiconductors as well. This could allow both Indian companies to access the North American market through Mexico, as well as Mexican companies to access the Indian and Asian market through Asia. Let me focus on the main aspects where we can develop a stronger relationship between our countries. As I mentioned, the micro-credential recognition. But to do this, we need to work on a fast-track engineering visa, for example, both for Indian nationals to go and work or study in Mexico, as well as for Mexican nationals to come and work or study in India. We also need to develop joint centers for functional safety, for international standards, for cybersecurity, and by doing this, we will start using the same standards to develop and apply the new technology. Let me give you an example of what has been going on recently between India and Aguascalientes, and how this is already happening. TAFE, which is an Indian tractor manufacturing company, recently established an operation facility in Aguascalientes. They will start with distribution and assembly of tractors for the Mexican and North American market. This will eventually develop into a whole manufacturing production site in Aguascalientes, Mexico, to access different markets in the Americas with a Mexico-made product. This is just an example of one of the companies that have decided to invest with us. On a similar case, we have, for the automotive company, a company called RANE, which also manufactures auto parts in Aguascalientes for the North American market, and with who we recently met last couple days back, and we are now in talks with suppliers that are also interested in investing in Mexico. And the same we want to do for Mexican companies that can come and invest in India, particularly in this region with the potential it has. So by saying this, and I once again want to thank the opportunity, is we are ahead of a very, very big opportunity to collaborate between India and Mexico. There are a lot of similarities, a lot of ways where we can complement each other and grow and develop the talent of the people between our countries. So I would like to take this opportunity to see if what has been discussed during the different panels, we can start by considering the signing of an MOU where we can focus on specific targets, where we can develop the talent, the business, promote the business between both our countries. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Minister Gaza. First of all, for identifying the synergies and then laying out so many different possibilities and also an execution plan to go along with that. So really appreciate it. So I now have the opportunity to tap into the brain trust that I have here on the panel with me. The journey to advanced manufacturing is multifaceted. And there are so many different dimensions that need to be it's like raising a platform, and it takes a lot of pillars. And what we're going to be doing over the next several minutes now is to try and explore each one of these dimensions through the talented and the experienced panel that I have. So I want to begin first of all with Satya Ramamurthy here. Satya, as you heard, is the chair for public sector for structured finance with Sumitomo Mitsui Banking Corporation. Now, Satya, I know you're very experienced, but also equally passionate about financing and how it brings about the kind of outcomes we are talking about today. You've also very, very well exposed to, building infrastructure and how financing plays a role, and also the role of patient capital. So, would love to invite your thoughts. Next 3 to 5 minutes, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Dilip, for that excellent question, which frames my remarks. First of all, I'd like to thank CII and the government of Andhra Pradesh for this opportunity. I have been to Hyderabad many times, but this is my first visit to Vizag. So I'm really delighted to see the beauty of the city. In relation to the question you asked, I think the minister very appropriately said, it is no longer cost alone that determines competitive advantage. And in that regard, I would like to draw reference to an interesting World Economic Forum white paper, which actually talked about this in quite detail. And you very rightly talked about infrastructure. So let me make a few remarks on that and move into some of the details of how infrastructure is financed. But before that, maybe a couple of words about SMBC. Many of you here may not know we're a significant international bank with $2 trillion of assets globally. And we have a significant presence in India as well. We have recently taken a stake in Yes Bank with 1.7 billion. And we already have 5 branches, including Gift City in India. So significant commitment to India and it being one of the key focus markets for us in Asia. Having said that, I want to highlight why infrastructure is so important in this achieving competitive advantage beyond cost. Because as you look for advanced manufacturing, some of the traditional drivers need to be enhanced to a much higher level. And in that regard, it's not just the quality of your physical infrastructure, but the digital infrastructure which supports it, data centers, the telecom infrastructure, and the investments in these and how these collaborate with the physical infrastructure in terms of the ports, the logistics system, and other, land-based assets. Now, in financing these, I want to highlight how it is quite important for the state to take a much more active role in driving the development of infrastructure. Now, while it's easy to get the private sector to do a lot in terms of building this, I would like to cite the example of Singapore, where I have lived in the last 30 years, which actually created the institutions which built all of the infrastructure. So, for example, the JTC, which is the landlord, the industrial landlord in the west of the city, built all of the infrastructure and owned it for a long period of time before slowly privatizing it and creating the virtuous cycle of what we call value capture, which then allowed the state to invest more in new infrastructure to meet the advances that were being required by the private sector from the government to go to the next level of manufacturing. As you know, Singapore started in the 60s with cost arbitrage, which was basically just producing cheaper goods. But in the 80s and 90s, we were already being overtaken by China and Vietnam and other countries. So it was very important to go to the next stage, which is how do you bring advanced manufacturing in? And to make those investments, you had to capture that value and redeploy it again. I think there's an opportunity for Andhra Pradesh to do this for India. I was inspired by the remarks of the Honorable Industries Minister when he talked about competitive advantage and Porter, and also by His Excellency the Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu, when he said partnerships. And I think this is a great opportunity to work with multilaterals like the World Bank and ADB and others, and then crowd in private capital. So in SMBC, we actually stand ready to work with these players and with the private sector to support this industry transformation, which will be anchored by the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Satya. Very, very insightful, and it's a less understood aspect which you brought out so eloquently. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to turn now to my left and to Edith, who is from Netherlands but is traveling in from Toronto. So and she is well served on coffee. So Edith, you got a lot of expertise, but I know you have a lot of passion on the future of work and the manner in which skilling and reskilling is going to be playing a very important role in the journey to advanced manufacturing and gaining competitiveness. I was thinking you might be, willing to share some of those thoughts with us. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Dilip. And it's an honor to be part of this discussion on India's rise as a global advanced manufacturing hub. And as you already said, much has been said about technology and infrastructure and finance, and I'd like to focus on a dimension without which none of this can be scaled in any case, and that's, as you already announced, the future of work, skilling and mobility inside the manufacturing value chain. Because advanced manufacturing is not only built by machines or AI, it is built by people. Maybe a bit old-fashioned, but we still need them. And by how effectively their skills move through the system. So across the world, we see a certain paradox, and that is India has a vast, young, and technically capable workforce, while Europe, including the Netherlands, the tiny country that I come from, faces severe demographic shortages in engineering and technical labor. This imbalance is already determining the future of advanced manufacturing. We can build the best semiconductor fabs, and we can build the most advanced electronic clusters and the smartest factories, but without the right technicians, engineers, and digital talent, value chains slow down or fragment. So a value chain is only as strong as the skills within it. And this is where India and the Netherlands are deeply complementary. Traditionally, we speak of India as a manufacturing engine, and the Netherlands, I'll proudly say, as the gateway to Europe. But today, we are becoming something far more strategic, and that's co-architects of a shared skills ecosystem. India brings the scale, the digital capability, and millions of young people and engineers we are very proud of. And the Netherlands brings precision manufacturing standards, vocational excellence, and trusted certification frameworks. Together, we can architect a skills value chain that supports the manufacturing value chain. And let me understand, this is not an HR exercise. This is a competitiveness strategy. If we have 1 minute to give me our first concrete example, which is about semiconductors, very important thing. Eindhoven, which we also call Brainport, hosts one of the world's strongest high-precision ecosystems, lithography, metrology, and materials innovation. India, meanwhile, has become a global center for chip design. Bangalore, Noida, Hyderabad, and of course Andhra Pradesh together host more than 20% of the world's semiconductor design engineers, working for companies like NXP, Intel, Qualcomm, AMD, and many others. But there is a challenge. The Netherlands does not have enough engineers to meet future semiconductor demand. And India has the engineers, but needs standard-aligned, industry-driven upskilling to integrate this seamlessly into the global manufacturing systems. And this is the skills bottleneck that slows down entry into the supply chains. This is also where collaboration can be transformational. And so when these talent pools work together through shared curricula and joint labs and mobility, we can develop and co-develop automated quality systems, predictive maintenance tools, and secure IoT prediction lines, and Industry 4.5 and even 5.0 factories aligned with these global standards. You already mentioned the future of work and the scaling that. That is something that we also discussed and still discuss at the G20 and the B20 task force in the future of work, where I'm proud to be serving on. And one conclusion was very clear, so it's not just India, but worldwide, that stable global value chains require stable global skills pipelines. And let me just briefly point out the task force recommendation on that point, which is anticipatory skilling for emerging technologies, micro-credentials recognized across borders, because that's also one of the problems, mutual recognition of prior learning, industry-led training ecosystem, cross-border apprenticeships, which is something we really need, short-term project mobility, and skill passports that travel with the worker and are easy for the mobility of the workforce. And these are not just academic ideas, they are practical tools for the manufacturing value chain we are all discussing today. So the corridor is not only longer a physical and economical corridor, but it must become a skills corridor where talent is trained where possible, deployed where needed, and trusted because our standards are aligned. So talent does not need to move permanently, because that's something that we hear in the world. We say, oh, we don't want mobility, we don't like that too much. But it needs to move intelligently for projects, for training, for innovation cycles. When skills move, value moves. And when trust moves with them, the whole chain becomes much stronger. And just one takeaway, we cannot build the manufacturing value chains of the future unless we also build the skills chains that support them. And India and the Netherlands are uniquely positioned to architect exactly that. Thank you.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much, Edith. skills chain. So you've introduced us to a new concept, much appreciated. I'm going to stay to the left-hand side, and I'm going to invite Håkan Kingstedt. Håkan comes from Sweden, but he is no stranger to India. I would call him a friend of India who's lived here for a number of years. So Håkan, amongst other things, I know you're very passionate about Industry 5.0, robotics, quantum computing, and, connectivity and the important role that it plays in the journey to advanced manufacturing. Help us explore some of these dimensions, please, and their linkage to to advanced manufacturing.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you sitting here. What I see is really full digitalization that are integrated. We will increase automation with advanced robots. And the robots will talk to each other, develop the system moving forward. It's also about combining technologies. Sometimes we combine technologies without planning for it. That's called innovation. Sweden is number 2 in the world on the innovation index. It's a land of innovators, really. It's more about integrating the systems. Today we have buyers that see the production in the supplying company. They don't share the storage levels only, but also see how the production is going. And so we talk about a deeper integration that's important. A good indicator on this would be the industry robots. It's an indicator if you measure the density per 10,000 employees. The leader of this today is South Korea. Second is Singapore. Third is Germany. Sweden are on the 6th place. If you count on the total numbers increasing, the coming up in the team is China. I think it's also so important to think about when you have world-class companies, which you have many of in India today, that are supplying the world. Think about this sub-supplier system, because in many cases, if you supply into a global company, I could mention the Bharat Forge, for example. You're a super qualified mid-tech company. And very often when that is developed, you may not realize that this mid-tech developer in global supply system are already trained for global supply. And there's a much more to do on that. So the world-class local sub-supply system is very important to develop. It's lean operations, it's rapid prototyping, testing, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a new level of productivity. It's Industry 5.0. For a couple of weeks ago, Amazon launched from Cape Canaveral several rockets for lower orbit up to 450 kilometers. Think about why. They are running broadband to increase their financial transaction in North America. I would like to see more companies launching their own rockets. When will the companies in India, Sweden, India, EU run their systems on satellites? Because it's so important now when we are in a kind of facing more, especially for the geopolitical situation, of course, a little bit unstable. And also remember, I would like to remind you, we do a lot of investments in defense, which is needed. But coming from the civil side, I also like you to consider, when you do that, also consider dual use. I was very pleased to hear here in Andhra that you have drones delivering for farmers. That is exactly what we are talking about. To use the drone technologies to supply for medicine. It could be in remote areas, develop that system and do that fast. Because if you do it faster, you will be the leader in this segment. I would also like to add stable communication via space will be a key factor. When you implement the 6G development, you need to think about satellite based on cyber-robust AI systems that are safe. This is also Industry 5.0. Sweden have today the first spaceport in EU. I'm very happy to hear today and yesterday that Andhra's spaceport is here. So I would like to see more development, cooperation between Sweden and Andhra in this area as well. And you had a lot of Indian startups like the Orbit AID in Bangalore, excellent private companies. I would like to see private companies launching their own satellites moving to the future. Of course, quantum computing, you are quite advanced in that already. But remember also, AI-related need more electricity. And the calculation for 2026 is that the world would need 85 to 135 terawatt more just by using this system. So this is something to think about when you require your grid investments. I would also like to end with asking the government to invest more. I'd like the government to invest in the basic infrastructures, and we also need to get more available risk capital. And I'm very happy to hear about the funding and discussion on this part of the panels. Skills and reskilling is also important when you integrate in the global high value sectors. Take advantage now of your leading high quality companies in India, in energy, in digital, infrastructure, life science, high quality manufacturing. And we also need to think about going from cheap to value driver. Because, I mean, future will not be cheap production. Future will be moving up the value chain, and that creates wealth, and that creates upliftment from tier 3 cities to tier 2 cities to tier 1 cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hakan. You covered quite a lot of ground over here, and you took us almost 450 kilometers up in the space. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to come to my last panelist, last but not the least by any stretch, Giri from Access Energy Ventures. Giri, I know you're passionate about renewable energy integration. You got some excellent examples of Make in India, but you talk also very eloquently about green jobs. I'm going to be a little bit unfair to you because we are running a little behind schedule. So if you could just limit your comments to about under 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, everyone. This is on Global Advanced Hub. But before we go into the advanced, I would like to take the contours on manufacturing, technology, AI, and skilling. And very quickly, I'll go with you that I'll make it into a bullet point. Since I'm from the RE sector on wind and solar, I will try to weave a story for you. When we talk about Make in India is a slogan today, but for wind industry, it happened 30 years back. I'm happy to say that today we have more than 70 to 80% localized. And both by Bloomberg as well as by Global Wind Energy Council, Indian turbine manufactured and delivered is the lowest cost in the world. And we are able to export the turbines to different geographies of the world. I think this is the thing which is a pride moment for India. Now let's take solar. Solar, we were dependent on China for imports. But I'm happy to say that today we have both cell and module manufacturers. And I'm also happy to announce that sooner or later, Andhra Pradesh will see a 10 gigawatt mineral to module manufacture, which is coming up. Similarly, projects get delayed because of land and other issues, and I'm happy to say that many people talked about solar parks and wind parks. There will be soon a 3.5 gigawatt solar park which will come, which will help the developers to see their projects on time. Now, coming to emerging manufacturing, it's just not manufacturing of wind and solar. We have battery energy systems which will ensure that this intermittent power will become merchant power. Today, everybody talked about green hydrogen. It's going to be a big way. Offshore, I'm afraid it has been a little slow, but I'm so sure sooner or later it will happen. Today, wind and solar, which were seen as competitors, is today seen as two companions on the same road. Wind and solar hybrid with storage, which will make intermittent power into a merchant power plants. Now let's talk about technology. Bifacial technology in solar, carbon reduction in solar manufacture. Today we have circular economy where we do not know what to do with blades which have finished their life. Today we have a resin that is manufactured by Aditya Birla Group, where after 20 years, glass and resin can be separated, and the glass will have at least a 90% of modular strength. This is the kind of technology which we have gone into. Now, finally, let's look into AI. In AI, one of the main problems of wind and solar is forecasting. So AI will help in forecasting of RE power, making life easy for the load dispatch center and for the DISCOMs. Similarly, monitoring of the turbines, optimizing grid solutions. My last point, sir, give me a minute, is on skilling. If we are going to use 500 gigawatts of wind and solar and RE, we have to have the skill. India has the skilled manpower, but they have to be skilled. And our trade association will be only too happy to assist with the government of Andhra Pradesh to put up a skill training center to train ITIs and polytechnic students to make RE as a career the way IT was done. And last but not the least, gentlemen, RE is adaptable, scalable, sustainable, and affordable. Power is a commodity. Tariff is sensitive. But the tangible benefits of RE towards climate change and global warming cannot be written off. Let's save the planet Earth. Thank you very much for your patience. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Giri. Thanks a lot. And, really appreciate the new dimension that you brought in. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The number of critical factors that need to be all woven in as we build the strategy for India's evolution into being amongst the top 3 advanced manufacturing hubs in the coming years and playing a very important role in India's journey to Viksit Bharat. I did have it in my plans to take a few audience questions, but we are running behind time. So in the interest of time, I will be constrained to draw this session to a conclusion because we have, 2 ministers here and they've got commitments beyond this. So may I please request everyone to join me in giving a big round of applause to all of the panelists here who shared excellent set of thoughts with us. And with that, may I request the MC to take over, please.
Thank you, session moderator. And may I please request to kindly present the mementos to all our speakers. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you to each one. Excuse me. Thank you to each one of our speakers for sharing their perspectives with us. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll request you all to kindly remain with us. We have the last session. We'd like you to attend it. Request you to kindly remain with us. We will immediately start the next session. We'll just take a few minutes to make the necessary table arrangements, but that will only take a couple of minutes. With that, we'll move on to the last session of day one.
That's there. Go play करेगा.
And also a gentle reminder that we have the cultural program and the dinner at Radisson Blu. Dinner and cultural program at the Radisson Blu after the last session concludes. Along with the panelists and speakers. A very warm welcome to the Andhra Pradesh State Session on where debate becomes dialogue, IT and GCCs in Tier 2 cities in India, breaking barriers or building illusions. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our session chairman, Shri Nara Lokesh, Honorable Minister for Human Resources Development, IT, Electronics and Communication RTG, Government of Andhra Pradesh. A very warm welcome to you, Honorable Minister. Our session moderator, Mr. Nilaya Verma, co-founder and group CEO of Primus Partners Private Limited. Our eminent panelists for this session, please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Ms. Aditi Shukla, Head of India Shared Services and Country Head India AXAXL. Mr. Gaurav Hazra, Vice President and Head Government Affairs Asia Pacific from Cognizant. Mr. Kapil Joshi, CEO IT Staffing Quest Corporation Limited. Mr. Rajesh Mani, SVP Head of Asia Pacific Technology Hubs from MasterCard. Mr. Sridhar Venkataraman, Global Head of Delivery Centers and Shared Services TCS, and Mr. Vikram Ahuja, co-founder of ANSR. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panel? Before I hand over the session to Moderator, may I please request the film on IT and GCC sectorial to be played? Can we have the film, please? After that video, I'd like to now hand it over to session moderator, requesting him to set the context and moderate the session. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's indeed a privilege to be moderating this. It's indeed a privilege for me to be moderating this session, and we are very privileged to have the Honorable IT Minister, HRD Minister, and RTG Minister Lokesh Garuji for this session. Before we really start off, one of the questions that often been asked, and I personally work with many states, is to say, what is it that Andhra does anyway? Everybody, for every state, you only have 24 hours. And I just want all the people in the audience to just reflect on today. We did start at around 8 o'clock in the morning. We will finish this session at around 8:30 in the evening. And I know that the minister has more engagement after that. I can also tell you there are no other state where the bureaucracy would be working minimum 12 hours every day. And therefore, Andhra certainly gets at least 50% more out of a day than any other state. But let me start by also requesting to the Honorable IT Minister and my panelists to release a book that we have put together with the Government of Andhra Pradesh, ANSR and Primus Partners, which really talks about Vizag and why we believe Vizag is the next destination for IT and GCC. And therefore, I'll just request Lokesh Garuji to release the book. And I'll also request Secretary IT, Mr. Bhaskar, to just join us at the stage. Yeah. Yes. If you can just... Let me start with you, Lokesh Garuji. On this panel, we've got a number of companies, industry leaders when it comes to IT and GCC. Some of them, actually 50% of them have already invested in the state. And we're hoping after today, the balance 50 would also invest in the state. So the question to you is, why should the balance 50% invest in the state of Andhra Pradesh?
Thank you, Nilay. Thanks for hosting this session. I'd like to thank all the leaders on the dais, off the dais. I know it's a bit late in the evening, but we just get started here in Andhra Pradesh. The single reason why everyone should consider Andhra Pradesh is because we have talent. India is no longer merely a cost arbitrage market. You know, ANSR was very kind to host me in Bangalore, and I got to see the kind of work GCCs are doing. Today we are creating products and services for the world. If you have to do that, you need to have high quality talent. So this was exactly the question that ANSR asked me when I visited their office. So I said, give me time till the evening to answer this question. And after they hosted me, I was walking out. And there were 2,000 people from the state of Andhra Pradesh working in the offices that they built in Bangalore, waiting to get a picture. So that is a testimony for the kind of talent we have here in Andhra Pradesh. The second thing, of course, is compared to other major cities, Visakhapatnam definitely offers a cost advantage. And as a state, we are providing an enabling infrastructure. So we have a lot to learn from the challenges that our neighbors are going through. I think the writings on the wall are very clear. And we as a state are looking at, as and when Vizag is now developing, it's important to create the entire enabling ecosystem. It could be the hard ecosystem, it could be the social ecosystem, it's the skill upgradation, the skill development bit that now we're doing in Andhra Pradesh. The third and last reason why I believe that all the leaders here should double down on Andhra Pradesh is that we not only have a talent today, but we are also working on creating a mechanism so that they're lifelong learners. So we'll be launching tomorrow a portal called Naipunyam, and I believe it's one of its kind in the country. It's merely not a supply-demand aggregator, but we are actually doing skill census using conversational AI. We are going to do a skill census starting from a carpenter all the way to an AI engineer. And then we're exactly going to identify their weakness, strengths and weakness. And then we'll use skilled partners to come and do interventions so that they can better hone their skills. So these are three clear reasons why you should come and invest in Andhra Pradesh. And in my opening remarks, I also stated that, speed is our motto. All of you made it to the front page of all the major newspapers today. We said speed. Companies that are driven by speed choose Andhra Pradesh. We are here to deliver. We are here to work faster than the corporates sitting next to me. And end of the day, for me, it's about creating history. It's about making Andhra Pradesh proud and India proud. And I'm sure together we can do it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Let me take this question to you, Sridhar. As somebody from TCS, TCS was one of the early investor in Vizag, a tier 2 city, and that's really the topic of our conversation. Want to hear from you, what made you choose Vizag and how does it continue to become relevant?
Thank you. And I think Honorable Minister has already highlighted all the important things of Vizag, and skill, he mentioned about the skill, the talent. The talent here is amazing. The amount of education, the focus the families give on the education is enormous. And not only that, the skill is not only a sort of a technology skills, they're never die attitude. I want to deliver. I want to complete this project. I want it to be successful. That attitude of the people in and around this place is amazing. That's what makes this place great. That's one of the reasons we are investing. And also, as Honorable Minister said, that the government is providing enormous amount of support and policies. All policies are forward-looking policies. And the infrastructure, both digital and physical infrastructure, which they are building in this city, it's tremendous, which is going to help us. And another one is also, because this city is coming up, it is coming up as a new city, AI city. The ecosystem which is getting built is a next generation ecosystem, which is also very, very important. And TCS, we are going to be one of the largest AI companies in the world. And we are focusing on Vizag to nurture this place and build this place along with the government to make it this is one of the AI capitals of the world. And other thing is that TCS, as all of you know, that we are very, very focused on the nation building. And investing in Vizag is very close to us because it's a community which is coming up. So investing in this place is a very, very important. It's one of the very inclusive investments for us. And building a nation, that's a Tata philosophy. And TCS, we have been focusing on the nation building. So that's also more than the business, any of the strategies, building this place is very, very close to our heart. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me take this question to you, Gaurav. And the Honorable Minister spoke about speed. And in fact, he's spoken about speed and the inspiration behind his drive with N. Chandra when he spoke about speed and how you've imbibed that. I'm also privy because we were together at Davos earlier this year when the Honorable Minister spoke about why Cognizant should be coming to Andhra Pradesh. And I know later this month you're inaugurating that. So just talk us through that journey and why you chose Vizag.
I think, Nilay, I thought this was a pertinent question. We find that there are elements. One, traditionally, Vizag and Andhra Pradesh has a very strong talent catchment, because if you come to think of it, the larger hubs of ITS, which is the top 11 cities or 10 cities, which I call as the wave one of ITES landscape. There's a lot of talent which actually originates from this part of the world and serves ITS globally. So there is traditional talent catchment here. I think that's point number one. Point number two, the speed and the confidence that we have on the government and the administration plays a very important part, because while the talent has always been there, it didn't develop in the last 1 year or so, but the visible difference is the focus that the government actually puts a front foot effort in attracting and going out of the way, and the vision that sort of is around to make sure that companies get exactly what they're looking for, which is speed of execution, ease of doing business, and the overall confidence that they will be able to see through the investment and realize. I think this is the journey that happened, and I'm very glad that in about less than 8 or 9 months we're almost ready to fructify that in the way we thought we'll do it.
Yeah. And that's, if anybody needed an example of what speed of doing business means, I think they should talk to Cognizant. If I can come to you, Rajesh, you represent a company and you've operated across Asia Pacific. I really want to bring in your perspective of Vizag and Tier 2 cities in general. How do you compare to the operations that you have in the region?
All right. So let me contextualize your question first, and I'll probably borrow something from what the Honorable Minister said. Now, if you look at the India GCC landscape, over the past 5-10 years, it's seen a transformational growth. From being cost arbitrage centers, we've now become what we call value creators for the enterprise, leveraging technology, of course. And what this has done is, it's made India a technology powerhouse. I mean, we today house, 1,700 plus GCCs, depending on the report you go by, which is more than half of the global number. Now, in that context, if you start looking at Tier 2 cities, I think they are right now in an innovation phase, typically supported by a couple of things, right? One is digital infrastructure. Two, the expanding educational network, which provides the talent pool. And three, in my mind, most importantly, a strong government focus on sustainable technology growth. Now, these developments, what they have done is, they have ensured that Tier 2 cities today are at par with any innovation destination across Asia Pacific. And what this has done for India is, this has become a differentiator for India. We today have talent at scale, we have digital depth, and more importantly, we are able to drive innovation according to global standards. And I'll kind of illustrate that with a MasterCard example. But in 2014, we established our first center in Pune. And then we had another center in Vadodara. And since then, we've seen phenomenal growth. You know, what started off with about 200 odd employees, today stands upward of 6,000, which is about what, a 35x growth over a 10-year period. And this growth has not been just in terms of manpower, not just headcount, top line. What we've done is we've actually started building capabilities in our center, and we've brought in a lot of senior leadership roles into this center in Pune. In fact, very recently we established or rather inaugurated a new campus in Pune where we brought all our teams together, spread over more than 500,000 square feet. And today that's the biggest technology hub for MasterCard globally in any city. And there's a reason I'm telling you this story. When we established this, which is about in 2014, both Pune and Vadodara were called non-metro cities, if you recall. And since then, our phenomenal growth has been because of progressive government programs and policies, infrastructure development, and of course talent, because that is the key. And when I say talent, two kinds, right? One is you should be able to have a local organic talent, and two, you should also be a magnet where people are willing to become mobile and come into the destination center. So that's how Tier 2 cities actually, in my mind, compare with any other center.
Absolutely. If I can take some of the points that you've mentioned to Aditi. Aditi, even the Honorable Minister spoke about it. When we talk about talent, financial services sectors has been one of the largest contributor to IT services growth, increasingly JCC. How do we bring this specialized talent for bringing in industries or insurance companies to look at Vizag Tier 2 cities?
Right. So as someone who grew up and got educated in a Tier 2 city and then had to move to a Tier 1 city because at 20 years ago, 25 years ago, there were no opportunities in Tier 2 cities. I think finding talent in Tier 2 cities is not a problem. You will still find people. And I mean, if I look at Vizag, what I have seen, it is my first visit to the city, but what I have seen, I can definitely see the talent coming in. When I go to my offices in Bangalore, I see so many colleagues from Visakhapatnam being present there. I think it is about the point that Rajesh made and to some extent Honorable Minister made. When you're looking at high quality talent, you need a complete ecosystem around that talent. And that ecosystem is not only about finding the right job opportunity, it is about how they see their aggression there, right? Today, when a 25-year-old place to work, they are not thinking about just that current job. They to think, does it make sense to invest their next 5, 10, 15 years here, right? So, the overall cost of living, what does it mean? I mean, I think post-COVID, we all know one of the biggest things we all have handled is return to work. And when we are asking people to commute to office 3 to 5 days a week, people are looking at what is the quality of their commute. Now, I personally feel that Tier 2 here have a distinct advantage. They don't need to catch up. They actually have an advantage that they can play to their strength, right? If you look at the big cities, Gurgaon, Bangalore, the problem is that irrespective of the amount of investments made there, the infrastructure always lags behind. The demand always increases. Now, with cities like Vizag, they have a distinct advantage at building those pre-planned, pre-designated areas that allow people to have the quality of life, the kind of commute, and for organizations not to have their BCP plans being put into place with every instance of inclement weather. This monsoon, we all have heard about all our major cities flooding. It's lack of infrastructure. And I think Tier 2 cities can actually position themselves not as a competitor, but as a distinct advantage, who have thought through what needs of development were. To be honest, 25 years ago when GCC industry was coming along, this was not thought through. Gurgaon, okay, you went and G Capital put their first place there, and the whole city grew around it. The roads were an afterthought. The drains were never thought about, right? But cities like Vizag, who are thinking about it in a more holistic fashion, can actually have a distinct advantage to move ahead. So they should actually start positioning themselves as an exclusive club rather than competing with Tier 2 or putting themselves as, we are now trying to get into that league. They could simply say we are a different league altogether.
Yeah. Aditi, as somebody who lives in Gurgaon, I couldn't agree more with you when it comes to lack of infrastructure. And I'm also very happy to share that just the last week, the Secretary IT within the state actually spoke to very large international master planner, and his question to them was, how do I build the city for the next 20 years? Because planning is extremely important, and what you just said resonates so well.
You need your talent not only to think of this job, you need your talent to think of buying a house here. And that will happen only when the whole infrastructure comes in.
Absolutely. If I can come to you, Vikram, you have a unique perspective on this panel. You advise companies to set up GCC, not just one, two, but hundreds of companies across the world. How do you see Vizag in that context? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think just to put the industry in context, it's a story 3 decades in the making. There's about 150 to 200 GCCs being set up every year, and that number is of course going to continue to increase. At Answer, we do at least a few a month now. One of the things that's changed in the last couple of years, I would say, is the idea of location and where I should set up my GCC. The default options are no longer a default. There is an increasing perception that infrastructure, access to talent, quality of life around for that talent, as well as, of course, cost of operations are now becoming more and more divergent across these different cities. And so that becomes an increasing conversation that we're having. But more importantly, as we sort of look at the growth of and the emergence of cities like Vizag, I think there is a very unique late mover advantage that the city is capitalizing on, and the Honorable Minister called out a lot of what they're doing now to attract companies. And in many ways, the way Vizag is looking at attracting the next wave of GCCs positions the city and the country for what our next phase of growth is going to be. It's going to be a lot more AI, where proximity does not matter as much. Density of talent does not matter as much. Right? Knowledge is going to propagate through technology much faster than ever before. It's going to be a lot more about nimble teams. We're seeing 60% of demand in GCCs coming from mid-market companies, sub 100 in headcount. You don't need to have a humongous ecosystem on day one. And I think thirdly, as the GCC ecosystem grows, the existing GCCs are saturated where they are today. I mean, a lot of our customers cannot grow anymore in Bangalore or Hyderabad. There just isn't enough space. There isn't real estate. People want to move out. And so therefore, a lot of the plus ones that will start coming into Vizag is going to actually create an ecosystem that will benefit the next wave of new GCCs coming in.
Yeah. We've spoken about talent. We've also got Kapil Joshi. Kapil is the CEO for IT staffing at Quest, which provides some of the largest number of manpower for the IT and the GCC industry. Kapil, if I can take a question to you, in the context of this belief, at least, and I know the panel has a very different view, but metros provide a better talent and Tier 2 city may or may not be able to provide better talent. What's been your experience there?
Thanks for having me here. I would say it is metro versus non-metro, just to add what Aditi said and what Vikram said. There are a lot of other factors also, which one should include. But from talent point of view, I think more than talent availability, we should look at the talent demand versus availability. Okay. If you talk about demand-supply gap, I think metro has a bigger demand-supply gap today. They have huge infrastructure pressure. Every street you have a new brand, attrition is very high, increasing your operational cost. Anyway, in metro you have huge operational cost, huge talent cost, and then if you add attrition also, it becomes very difficult to operate and make a long-term plan. So I think some of the panelists has mentioned that can they scale up, then can they grow? I think they have pressure on infrastructure, they have pressure because of the talent availability, and city like Vizag offer the solution. And if you look at how the world economy has grown over the last 100 years or 200 years, it is because of the urbanization. You create metro city, and how do you create metro city? You build ecosystem, you build infrastructure, you make investor-friendly policy, and the jobs are created. The talent flow, it is not the talent what we see in Bangalore or Hyderabad. It is not born there, right? Yeah. These are the people who moved from tier 2 city to tier 1 for better job, better life. If today city like Vizag can offer a better job, better life, why not? Talent will definitely come here. Okay? And then there are government policy, industry, academia, collaboration, the continuous funnel can be built. So I think metro and non-metro, they actually don't compete, they can actually complement each other. Sure. And we have observed that most of the GCC are, open for hub and spoke model. Yeah. Like Rajesh has mentioned, they started Pune and Vadodara together, and I see this trend is accelerating now.
Yeah. Thank you for framing it that way. Honorable Minister, if I could bring you here, people have spoken about how AI and innovation is driving that. Recently, Andhra Pradesh, Google announced that Andhra Pradesh and Vizag would be the headquarters for their biggest data center expansion, which will drive AI capability. Just wanted to get your perspective of how the state is overall setting up the ecosystem for innovation ecosystem within the state.
No, I think we discussed threadbare on various facets of tier 1, tier 2 cities. But I think what we are missing is you need dreamers. You need people who believe, who are willing to dream and go about executing that dream. Now, the AI city, as we are now talking about it, right? If I had this conversation with you, Nilay, exactly a year back, you laughed at me. Is this even a possibility? Can we really get 6 gigawatt of AI capacity coming to one city called Visakhapatnam? There were a lot of naysayers. They said water, power, infra. But then all it takes is a dreamer to dream it and go about executing it. And that's exactly what you're seeing here in Visakhapatnam. We spoke threadbare about talent and their ability and willingness to relocate, opportunities that are available across other cities in India, but frankly across the world. Honestly, it's no longer about certain cities competing amongst themselves, but competing with other countries. I think we are at that point. Now, what is going to be more and more important is to look at a very clear integration, which I call my vertical and horizontal integration, which I keep talking about pretty much in every session, which is it's not just about a data center alone. It's about how do I get all the 25x multiplier impact of a data center. If I need to achieve that, I need to build the ecosystem. Now, what do I mean by the ecosystem? The energy bit. I need to build the entire compute bit. There's a lot of opportunities for me to do manufacturing there. So these are the different components that I need to build in. That's one part. But the most important part is my horizontal, which is my core ministry, which is education. Now I need to work with the industry titans on this side and look at how do we what is the talent requirement 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. Because honestly, C++ relevance has gone down. But our ability to use AI in terms of programming and execution has become more and more important. But then that should not take us away from our critical analytical thinking. We can with all due respect, outsource mundane activities to ChatGPT, Gemini, but not a critical analytical thinking. So that is where, as a HRD minister, I'm looking at where does the curriculum need to be and what is the kind of changes we need to be, which I believe will be a true competitive advantage for a state. So our ability to look ahead, look forward to the future and do it. But then end of the day, it's also about dreaming and dreaming big. So that's exactly what our Chief Minister, Mr. Naidu, is known for. And if all of you know him, he doesn't sleep, he doesn't let us sleep. So we are here to dream and get it done. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'm sure nobody in the state of Andhra Pradesh talks about work-life balance. Yeah.
What is life? I think that would be the right answer. I'm sure my wife is watching this and I'll get into trouble, but she hasn't seen me for 2 weeks, so.
Yeah, absolutely. When you were talking about talent and talent outside of India, just got reminded about 3 weeks back, I was in San Francisco in a conference and it was on AI. And I was there for 2 days. There was not a single session which either did not have 50% or 25% of the people speaking from the state of Andhra Pradesh. And this was San Francisco. And I think that's the kind of talent we can actually leverage to grow the ecosystem that we're talking about in the state. But Sridhar, if I can come to you, yes, Vizag and IT are growing, but how do you see Vizag shaping IT for the country and not just being a IT service provider?
I think it's a great vision to have that sort of a leap. It's no longer it's a tier 2 city. It is something which is going to be shaping up the vision for the IT in the future. So that's a great vision. And to be very honest, I think Vizag has got all the basic ingredients for that, and Vizag is ready for that. And also, I don't want to talk about a lot of things already that's happening in Vizag. A lot of things are happening which will easily take it there. But some of the things which I want to call out is that one is that investment on R&D and investment on the patterns. So that's something which more focus on the investments for the R&D, which will easily position Vizag as a front runners for that. And the second one is that there is a lot of governance is going to happen on the AI world. And it's very important that the AP government shows that they are the leaders in the governance, policies, some of the laws which are going to be passed. If Vizag is able to, or AP is able to shape up those things, that will also help us in positioning right way. And the other one is that little more softer, but I think is we have to put AI as the front. Like everything, whether you build the infrastructure or office or everything is the AI first delivery model. Like we a lot of us has adapted that in stages. We always adapt. Now we adapted saying that AI first delivery model, and we are going to be the largest AI company. And that sort of a mindset and building the AI native talent. Lot of us maybe we will be thinking in a C++ translated to AI, or we more native who will be able to think in the AI way. So that's why the curriculum, as you said, Minister, like if you are able to bring in some of those curriculums which will build the native AI, native talent, that will be some 2 or 3 things other than what already the government is doing in a big way.
Yeah. Thank you. Gaurav, if I can come to you and you've been cognizant for a long time. I've always been keen to understand how has the boardroom conversation changed in the last 5 years when you are now looking at tier 2 cities? And also, how do tier 2 cities become not just a center for delivery, but also innovation and R&D?
Yeah, so I'll try and answer your first part of the question. I think if I roll back 5 years, first of all, I believe that we should stop using this term tier 2.
Okay.
We should just say emerging cities or emerging hubs or next gen or something like that. We really have to invent a more fanciful term for this. Okay. And that's what I believe. But I think the boardroom conversation, the strategy conversation has seen a dramatic shift, especially in the ITES sector. I can speak for ITES. 5 years ago, we would say that we would go to tier 2 to be a support center for a so-called tier 1 or a mainstream hub, where we would probably look at back-end systems, back-end processes, or essentially cost arbitrage, severe cost arbitrage and things like that. Or if there would be more secondary centers in real sense. In the last 2 to 3 years, especially after the COVID period, we have seen this narrative shifting to tier 2 or emerging hubs as an extension of what you're doing in mainstream, gravitating towards a talent catchment. That has really changed the narrative, because I think post-COVID the industry woke up to the fact that we want to go where the talent is. And that narrative has also driven this whole network of emerging hubs, where we are seeing that they are no longer secondary locations. They are also primary locations in their own merit. They might be smaller, but they also come with better ease of life. They come with less attrition. I mean, there was a time when everybody would go to Bangalore because we would say there's labor market liquidity. IT industry realized labor market liquidity is not good. We want people to stay with us. So I think these smaller and emerging hubs really offered that premium in many ways. And I think that's the shift I have seen during my association of tier 2 planning. We've been in this for a long time. That's part number 1. I think the second part is what I call is the innovation quotient. The innovation quotient in an emerging hub, in my opinion, essentially comes from its ability to attract talent from outside the city who are willing to come back or come here, migrate, and cross-pollinate knowledge. It is little difficult to do it exactly with pure organic talent in a Visakhapatnam or anywhere for that reason, unless the city offers something for people who want to make it their home and thus mentor and bring the learnings from across the world. I think to Vizag's merit, it is almost at that point where it is fairly diverse, gives ease of life, it's a beautiful place, and I'm sure people would be motivated to come back or come and settle down in this city even if they don't belong here. Yeah. And that's the important factor to drive what I call as innovation quotient. And then, of course, the culture of the organization and what are you trying to really drive at the emerging hub is really important. Once we move away from this definition of secondary hub, I think all of this come into play. Yeah. That's my take.
No, very lovely framed. And so let me just take this to you, Rajesh. Established cities tend to benefit from a dense network of startups, academia, and industry. How can emerging cities like Vizag learn from this, and what does the state need to do to make this happen?
Quick learner, aren't you? Tier 2 to emerging. That was quick. All right. So obviously, cities like Bangalore or Hyderabad offer things like a dense startup ecosystem. They do have global R&D connections, and of course, a deep leadership talent pool to offer. But we must realize that they've built this over a period of time, over decades, if I may call it that. Now, so that's going to be if I were to call it the supply side. Now, if you look at the demand side from an industry perspective, I think increasingly the focus is not on where will the work happen. It's actually shifted to how will collaboration happen. And what that means is, as ecosystems mature, like the GCC ecosystem has, what's going to be more important is, 1, talent agility, and 2, local innovation. They're going to become more than the actual itself. Now, I told you the case of MasterCard's own journey, the growth we've seen in these cities. That demonstrates that with the right conditions, infrastructure, talent, and local partnership, cities like Vizag can definitely evolve into becoming strategic hubs for innovation.
Absolutely. Rajesh, you spoke about the talent. Aditi, if I can come to you. What would be your recommendation to bring in that global talent and the top talent to emerging cities or horizon cities like Vizag? And if I can also add in another question, you're one of the companies which is currently not in Vizag, and when can we see you in Vizag? No.
Can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let me start with a story and try to build this up as to how I have seen the last 20 years developing, especially with the coming in of AI. So about 20 years ago, when I joined Excel, I was stationed in US for about 6 months, and I was responsible for carving out something called catastrophe modeling and bringing it to India. Now, at that point of time, it was thought to be madness because it was understood that catastrophe modeling needs to be where the underwriters are and where the actuaries are, and you cannot literally carve out that process. And 20 years ago, I mean, there wasn't AI, there weren't really many good workflow systems that could deal with a discrete process like catastrophe modeling. We were able to carve out the admin piece, the things that we felt could be made into a transactional process. We were able to bring it in India and hence started the GCC of Excel that you see. Because we started almost very audaciously at something that was considered very, very difficult. Now, today, that may be difficult because even if I'm able to carve out the process, the next question would be, why do you need a GCC? You can do this via AI. So the rules of the game have changed a little bit here. However, AI also ensures that you are able to basically plug and play in a process anywhere as you want, something similar to what Rajesh said. And that means that you can start thinking as to what part of your process will bring biggest value add and where would you want to place it. Now, this is where I feel an emerging city like Vizag can be a true game changer, because when you are thinking of your top talent, you are trying to sell them that whole dream about their career path and why they should join. Because listen, top talent is not going to be loyal to you. Top talent is loyal to the next bigger opportunity and how do they vision their own career for. So as you sell them that whole dream and that ecosystem, I think cities like Vizag can come in. And if I may make one recommendation, I saw one of the state governments doing it, and I feel that Andhra Pradesh should also follow this. And what they have done is they have gone beyond what ELI did at a central level. They have literally gone and said, we will look at the top value creator jobs and we will offer a 30% subsidy for all jobs above 1 lakh in the first year, then it comes to 20%, 10%. So what it automatically does, it kind of changes the game for top value jobs instead of early career jobs. And I think that can be a game changer as to how you would want to place it, because even GCCs are now evolving to be the brains of their organization rather being just the limbs or the fingers of their organization supporting it, right? And if you're trying to play that value game, you have to ensure that you are actually facilitating the more high value jobs being stationed.
Understood. You know, I saw the Honorable Minister taking notes, so thank you for the suggestion. But Vikram, if I can come to you, your team and Primus has worked on the report that we just released. You've looked at the policy when it comes to Andhra Pradesh. What's been your experience? Because more and more states are coming up with GCC-focused policies. So where does Andhra Pradesh differentiate itself?
Yeah, no, so I think it's a very well thought out, comprehensive policy, and my compliments to you, sir, on putting together something that really sort of will stand the test of time. From our perspective, 3 areas that get covered. talent development, right, in terms of skilling and focused areas such as AI, cybersecurity and the likes. Infrastructure, I think the policy on land allocation and ensuring that there is build out of tier 1 and grade A infrastructure, which of course I know we're responsible for as well, is extremely welcome. And then third, on the ecosystem side, you mentioned the big data center project that you've won, and again, big congratulations for you on that. And I think projects like those will also encourage other global companies to come in and give them the confidence to set up base. And I think in all those three fronts, there's obviously a lot of incentives at play for companies to set up. I just want to add one more point on talent, which is that the old way of thinking about the bare necessities was roti, kapda and makan. Now it's health, wealth and lifestyle. And in many ways, I think the opportunities for emerging cities to address all three is going to be the big differentiator in the coming years.
Yeah, I think talent has been at the core of this. So let me ask question to you, Kapil. When it comes to talent, we've spoken about this. Aditi spoke about the fact that in emerging cities, people are looking to build careers. What has been your experience? Do you really see a shift wherein people want to go to their hometowns and build long-term careers within their hometowns?
Yes, very much. And I just want to quote a few research which we recently done, because we publish India's Tech Talent Report every quarterly. India has roughly 800,000, digital workforce living in tier 2 city, which is roughly around 15% of our total digital workforce. They operate from tier 2 city like Vijay. But the interesting thing, for last 3 quarters, this portion is growing by 25%. So in the terms of the growth, the talent pool and the demand, both the side. While in, for last 3 quarters, the demand growth in metro city is between 8 to 11%. But in non-metro, the demand growth is roughly around 18% to 25%. The talent growth in this tier 2 city is also equally around 25% year on year. It means the tier 2 city is able to meet the demand, able to create the supply also effectively. Why it is happening? I just want to quote another research which we have done when the tier 2 picked up a couple of quarters back. We have asked 2 questions to job seekers. One is in non-metro city. Are they willing to stay back in their city if they get a career opportunity? And 70% of them said, if we get a learning and growth, we will stay back in our hometown. Second question we have asked, the people who migrated to a metro city from non-metro, 42% of them said, we will move to non-metro even if we offer the less salary. We can compromise on the salary, but lifestyle is more important. And why this change has happened? I think this change has happened in last 3-4 years, post-COVID. People found a new purpose. They realized the importance of the family, social life. Now they want to be associated with the purpose. If a city like Vizag can give them purpose, trust me, there will be enough talent, and the talent which can, the purpose, I think there can be no bigger purpose than, staying in your hometown and watching the city grow and become a metro.
Thank you so much. I'm very cognizant of time and the fact that, very often in most conferences, people will talk about, I'm coming in between your lunch, but I think this is the first conference I can say I'm coming in between your dinner. And so therefore, we want to close this quickly, but I believe there is a launch of a portal, and if I could request for the launch of the portal.
Can I just add?
Yes, sir. Just before that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've heard what Aditi also had to say, right? I mean, we're talking about how do we create a mechanism where top tier jobs, people working in a certain level can also make it. I'd like to add on to that. Now, if you look at Andhra Pradesh and our capital, which is Amravati, we are the first state to actually launch a quantum mission, back it with a quantum policy, which not only talks about bringing a quantum computer academics, but actually goes back to material sciences. How do I get the cryogenic chamber that is required for quantum computer to work? So I think it also comes back again to the point where innovation, research also should be the DNA of a government, where governments should be at the forefront of enabling these kind of ecosystems to sort of thrive. And then I'm sure the rest follows. And here I've heard with a few other partners who spoke specifically about innovation and how does the state play an important role in innovation. And Sridharji, here you mentioned threadbare about it. And the way I also look at it is government can be a platform. So the kind of data that AP government has, I'm sure that very few state governments have. So under the leadership, of course, of our IT Secretary Bhaskarji, we are now creating an entire GovTech platform under the Ratan Tata Innovation Hub. And we're giving use cases. A use case as simple as, in case of floods, can I deliver ration to every house using a drone? Simple. Or water management. I'll give you an example of water management. So we are taking a stand that I have prediction, I know where rainfall is going to happen, in which water basin. So do I necessarily have to lift water? Because moving water from one side of the state to the other side is a very AI, predictive analysis, to then tell us what is a cost-effective way of moving water. So I believe that, states should offer themselves to becoming a platform, and then startups will come, and then they can sort of thrive on it. So we are attempting this. I'm not saying we're successful yet. It's an attempt. We just started. Please understand we're a 17-month-old government and not a 17-year-old government. So touch wood, we just started. Under Ratan Tata Innovation Hub, we're looking at industry collaboration. So we have the giants across sectors collaborating, and of course, Tatas are also playing a very important role in our core hub, main hub. But then we're also looking academia to partner very closely so that they play a very important role in nurturing the ecosystem. So this is where I believe that all three can come together. And that's why we call this not an investor summit, but a partnership summit. So this is where partnerships have to be fostered.
Absolutely.
And that's the only way I believe that states can go forward and India can actually lead from the front.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for doing that and saying that actually loud.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you to each one of us speakers for sharing such deep insights and also sharing their perspectives with us on this theme. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the launch of the Kaushalam portal, and I'd like to now invite Mr. Bhaskar Katamenani, Secretary of ITE&C, Government of Andhra Pradesh, to please come on stage and talk to us briefly about the launch of this portal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister Sri Lokesh Garu and the dignitaries on the dais. I think today's session, one thing that came out very clearly was the talent was one point. So we are giving land, we are giving facilities, we are quick, we do things faster. But the one thing is that many states are struggling, and everywhere is that talent availability. Today we bring to you our effort to solve that problem. Is we have done through a portal called Kaushalam. We have the database of all the talented youth in the state who are qualified enough to work in your GCCs. This data is available. Qualification wise, not only qualification wise, we have ensured that all this talent has undergone a kind of a proctored test. We have rated them on a numerical scale, their quantitative ability, their leadership skills, their ability to work in teams, their comprehension skills, their mental abilities. They are rated on a numerical scale of 0 to 10, and we offer that to all the GCCs and all the ATC companies which are coming to the state. We offer that data to you, and it's a seamless data that is available to you. You can pick from them, take them. If you want to train a bit and take them, we'll be happy to work with you. If you think that they're good enough to be taken directly, please do so. And this is going to be seamless. And next year, when the academic year ends, more kids will come into the system. The data sets will get better with more kids joining it. And I think this is one offering from our side to the GCC ecosystem. You will get your mechanical engineers, you will get CAD/CAM engineers, you will get your marketing guides, you get everybody. So, and not only that, no company needs to change its software. Your HR software can plug into this software seamlessly. You need not change anything. Through our API, we provide that access to you. You can use it to conduct your interviews, select them, and then take them on our roles. If you want to do a training program, we'll be happy to work with the skill partners to it. This data we are giving access to companies to recruit people. It will be seamless to you. You need not change anything. Put into your own systems, IT systems, and use it. So today, I request the Honorable Minister Garu, we're asking him to launch. If you look at the site, if you can see, this is the portal. I request Honorable Minister Garu by click of button, so you can launch. This is our offering to the GCC and IT sector in the country. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
When companies expand into new markets, they evaluate policy, infrastructure, and long-term growth potential. While every market offers attractive incentives to attract investments, one crucial piece is almost always left out: talent. State of AP solves this with Kaushalam, a unified employability platform that verifies skills, aligns training to industry demand, and gives companies instant access to a skilled, job-ready workforce across the state. For global businesses, this means predictable hiring, faster expansion, and lower operation. Kaushalam strengthens the state's human capital engine, accelerating our journey toward becoming a $2.4 trillion economy, a workforce ready on day one, a state ready for the future.
The Kaushalam platform or portal is not just a platform. This is the state building the future of its workforce at scale with intention and with the conviction that every young person deserves a fair chance to succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'll request our Honorable Minister to kindly present the mementos to all our speakers here in his capacity as session chair of this particular session. May request him to kindly present the mementos to session moderator and all our panelists. I request our panelists to come forward. Can we continue with the applause? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware that we have the cultural program followed by dinner at Radisson Blu. For those who want to avail the bus facility, it is available at the entrance. We may kindly show your ID card and avail the bus facility to reach Radisson Blu for today's cultural evening followed by dinner. May I request everyone to kindly remain with us? We have the MOU exchange, which will be immediately after the presentation of the mementos and felicitation. I request people who will be coming on for the MOU exchange to kindly be seated in the front rows. And finally, the presentation of memento and felicitation to our session moderator. Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I request all our speakers to come forward for a group photograph, and then we will immediately move on to the MOU exchange. We will now have the MOU exchange on stage. May I firstly invite Vishakha Realty Private Limited from Visakhapatnam. The proposed project is IT infrastructure and the investment is 2,200 crores and employees are 30,000. Please join us on stage. I now invite Fluent Grid Limited, Visakhapatnam, Smart IoT Campus with an investment of 150 crores and an employee capacity of 2,000. May I invite Fluent Grid Limited to please come on stage. I request Fluent Grid to please come on stage. Fluent Grid Limited. We have next May I now invite Imaginovate Tech Solutions India Private Limited from Visakhapatnam, IT Development Center with an investment of 140 crores and an employee capacity of 2,600. We request the companies to please exit from my right, from my left to kindly collect the memento. May I now invite iSpace Software Solutions Private Limited from Visakhapatnam. The proposed project is IT services with an investment of 120 crores and 2,000 employee capacity. May I invite iSpace Software Solutions Private Limited to please join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this is the last session and the last bit of the last session, but surely we can encourage them by your applause. Thank you. I invite next Quarks Technosoft Private Limited, again from Visakhapatnam. Their proposed project is Emerging Tech Delivery Center with an investment of 115 crores and an employee capacity of 2,000. May I now invite Shri Tamina Software Private Limited to please come on stage from Visakhapatnam IT Services. 62 crores investment and 500 employee capacity. Shri Tamina Software Private Limited. May I now invite ADPMN IT Solutions Private Limited from Tirupati. The proposed project is IT services with an investment of 40 crores and 750 employees. PMN IT Solutions Private Limited. PMN IT Solutions Private Limited from Tirupati. May I now invite DMC Global Partners. They are also from Tirupati and the proposed project is data center and they have an investment of a whopping 14,280 crores, ladies and gentlemen. And the employee capacity is 1,340. May I call upon next Hypernext Data Center Limited from Visakhapatnam, and the proposed project is data center. They also have a huge investment of 10,000 crores and their employee capacity is 2,000. Hypernext Data Center. May I now invite next Shri Tech Data Limited, again from Visakhapatnam. They also have a proposed project of data center with a 5,075 crores and the employee capacity of 1,450. Shri Tech Data Limited. May I next invite Anant Raj Cloud Private Limited from Guntur. They also have a proposed project of data center plus IT infrastructure with 4,500 crores investment and an employee capacity of 8,500. Anant Raj Cloud Private Limited from Guntur. Anant Raj Cloud Private Limited from Guntur. Data center plus IT infrastructure is a proposed project. 4,500 crores investment and 8,500 employee count. May I now invite Sattva Group Expansion, again from Visakhapatnam. They also have a proposed IT infrastructure project with 1,200 crores of investment and 14,000 employee count. Sattva Group Expansion. May I now call upon World Trade Center Expansion, again from Visakhapatnam. The proposed project is IT infrastructure with 1,000 crores investment and an employee count of 15,000. World Trade Center Expansion. May I request you to please come on stage? World Trade Center Expansion. Again from I now call upon IT Serve Alliance India Association from Visakhapatnam, and their proposed project is IT infrastructure with 650 crores in investment and an employee count of 10,000. IT Serve Alliance India Association. Sprout Business Center Private Limited, again from Visakhapatnam. The proposed project is IT infrastructure, an investment of 627 crores and an employee count of 12,500. Sprout Business Center Private Limited. I'd like to call upon next Credence Realty from Visakhapatnam. The proposed project is IT infrastructure. They have an investment of 600 crores and an employee capacity of 6,500. Credence Realty. I like to call upon next Blue Tech UKI Limited from Visakhapatnam. Proposed project is GCC and an investment of 550 crores and an employee capacity of 3,100. Blue Tech UKI Limited. Blue Tech UKI Limited from Visakhapatnam. I like to now call upon Extreme Compute Technologies Private Limited from Visakhapatnam. Their proposed project is data center, investment of 400 and 120 employees. Extreme Compute Technologies Private Limited. I'd like to call upon next F-Tronic Systems Private Limited from Guntur, and the proposed project is IoT Campus, and they have a investment of 300 crores and 1,000 employee capacity. I would like to now call upon RX Cloud, Visakhapatnam. The proposed project is Innovation and Delivery Center. Investment is 300 crores and 2,000 employee count. RX Cloud. May I now invite Vizag Profiles Private Limited from Visakhapatnam, GCC campus, an investment of 250 crores and 1,200 employee count. Vizag Profiles Private Limited. I now call upon ACN Healthcare RCM Services Private Limited from Visakhapatnam. The proposed project is GCC Campus, investment of 250 crores and 1,200 employee count. Vizag Profiles Private Limited. I now call upon ACN Healthcare RCM Services Private Limited, Visakhapatnam. Again, the proposed project is GCC Campus, 200 crores investment and 5,000 employee count. ACN Healthcare RCM Services. May I now call upon Covalence Digital Solutions Private Limited from Visakhapatnam, IT Services, 200 crores investment and 2,500 employee count. Call upon Mugdha Ventures Private Limited, Visakhapatnam. Again, the proposed project is GCC Campus, 160 crore investment and 2,500 employee count. Mugdha Ventures Private Limited. I'd like to now call upon Mugdha Ventures Private Limited, Visakhapatnam. May I call upon Infinx Technology Solutions Private Limited, again from Visakhapatnam, IT Development Center, 150 crore investment and 3,000 employee count. Infinx Technology Solutions Private Limited. We have Infinx Technology Solutions Private Limited from Visakhapatnam with a proposed project of IT Development Center, 150 crore investment and 3,000 employee count. Infinx Technology Solutions Private Limited. I'd like to invite next Inspire Edge IT Solutions Private Limited from Visakhapatnam. Proposed project is IT and GCC Campus, 150 crore investment and 1,000 employees. Inspire Edge IT Solutions Private Limited. May I now call upon Inomax IT Solutions Private Limited from Guntur. Their proposed project is AI Innovation Hub with 103 crore investment and 1,500 employee count. Inomax IT Solutions Private Limited. I'd request our representatives from the respective companies to be brief on stage so that we can quickly call upon the next person in queue. Inomax IT Solutions Private Limited, Guntur. AI Innovation Hub, 103 crore investment and 1,500 employee count. May I next call upon Quadrant IT Services from Visakhapatnam. IT Development Center is the proposed project with 100 crore investment and 600 employee count. Quadrant IT Services. I'd like to now call upon next Tau Digital's expansion from Visakhapatnam, IT Services, 100 crore investment and 2,000 employee count. Tau Digitals. May I now invite Strategimist Corporation, Visakhapatnam. GCC service line is the proposed project, 100 crore investment and 850 employee count. Strategimist Corporation. I'd like to now invite Right Software India Private Limited, Visakhapatnam IT Development Center, Right Software India Private Limited. 80 crores investment and 800 employee count. Right Software India Private Limited. I'd like to now invite Non-Rail Technologies, Visakhapatnam, IT Services is a proposed project, 51 crore investment and 567 employee count. Non-Rail Technologies. Accelerize 360 Inc. Visakhapatnam AI Enablement Center, 50 crore investment and 200 employee count. Accelerize 360 Inc. from Visakhapatnam. May I call upon Pivox Labs Private Limited expansion from Guntur, IT Development Center, 50 crores investment and 500 employee count. Pivox Labs Private Limited expansion from Guntur. May I now call upon Reliant Data Private Limited from Visakhapatnam. IT Development Center is the proposed project. 50 crore investment and 500 employee count. Reliant Data Private Limited. I invite Critical River Technologies Private Limited from Visakhapatnam. Innovation and Delivery Center is their proposed project. 40 crores investment and 250 employee count. Roland Data Private Limited. Critical River Technologies Private Limited, Visakhapatnam. I now invite Innovate IQ from Visakhapatnam. IT Services, 30 crores investment and 600 employee count. Innovate IQ. I now invite Avani Tech Solutions Private Limited from Visakhapatnam, IT Services, 25 crores investment and 103 employee count. Avani Tech Solutions Private Limited. May I call upon Absolute Software India Private Limited from Guntur. IoT and Emerging Tech Hub is a proposed project and 20 crores investment and 350 employee count. May I now call upon Eclat Health Solutions India Private Limited. Across AP, across Andhra Pradesh, healthcare services, 20 crores investment and 2,000 employee count. I call upon Epsoft Technologies LLC from Visakhapatnam, IT services, 15 crores investment and 250 employee count. Epsoft Technologies LLC. Epsoft Technologies from Visakhapatnam. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the last but not least, Square Business Services Private Limited. From Visakhapatnam, the proposed project of IT-enabled services, a 2 crore investment and 300 employee count. Square Business Services Private Limited. With that, it's a whopping 44,255 crore investment and an employee count of 1,43,930. Let's have a big round of applause for that, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we conclude this session. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for being here with us and for encouraging all these companies and giving them the right platform and the business ecosystem to move forward. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call it a day. And for those who are interested in joining us for dinner at Radisson Blu, may kindly avail the bus facility services outside the hall or the main entrance. Thank you, good night, and see you tomorrow. Namaskar.